Bob Leach here. I know a little bit about what's going on. As of right now, there's no money in the budget for processing the license at Yucca Mountain. I don't exactly know what's happening in reality, but I do know that the next budget year, they've got no money in it to continue the processing of the license for that facility. Horrendous amounts of our dollars, the money we have paid into the fund for that particular issue through our rates. It's in a fund, and the Department of Energy was supposed to take on a responsibility of starting up a site. Congress picked Yucca Mountain as that site, and a horrendous amount of funds have been spent in developing that site. Nevada does not want it there, and as of right now, they're not funding it next year. Now, there's a move in Congress to put money in that budget for it. I don't know exactly where that's standing right at the moment because of all the stuff going on with this Corona-19 issue. So the other thing that keeps popping up, they want to find someplace off-site where they could gather up this spent fuel, i.e. like what we've got stored in Vermont Yankee. That doesn't appear to be moving anyplace. The best place to put that, if we do it, is right there at Yucca Mountain. They've got the area, and they can certainly set up someplace to accept that fuel and store it there until such time as they do something in the final issue. The facility that we are part of down in Texas is also moving in the direction of trying to establish a storage facility down there. I don't think there's been any serious movement on that other than by the group that owns that particular facility, but that's all I've heard. Can't help you much more than that.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else have a question or follow-up regarding this particular topic? Are we interested as a panel?
Yeah, Josh, I can add something to this as well.
Great. Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay. One of my duties is to represent the state of Vermont in what is called the National Transportation Stakeholders Forum, which is Department of Energy's means of consulting with state governments regarding spent nuclear fuel shipments to either a permanent repository or an interim repository. So most of what Bob Leach has described matches with what I have garnered through that consultation. I don't know if I can add anything more to it right now, other than the fact that if we do want some expert presentation on this, I certainly have contacts in Department of Energy and also the Nuclear Regulatory Commission that can discuss the status of this. Some of you who have been on the panel for a few years will recall that I believe it was in the end of 2017, I made a presentation on the status of spent fuel storage in the United States and its history. Admittedly, it has not changed much since then, honestly. So that's about all I will add at this point. But certainly, if there is specific information that the panel wants, let me know, and I can find the people for it.
Haley from Senator Sanders' office, can you send me a little IM? What can you add to this discussion, please? And make sure you're unmuted so we can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, Haley, you should be unmuted. On my end, she looks to be unmuted. No, we're not hearing you right now. Did you self-mute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. This is Haley Perrell from Senator Bernie Sanders' office. I've attended some meetings, particularly when they're in person, and I know Tom Barry is also on the line from Senator Leahy's office. And as our offices have done in the past, I just want to reiterate we're happy to give, kind of a general federal update. Typically, that's going to look like a summary of any legislative action, any new bills on nuclear issues, decommissioning, and, budget issues, particularly with Senator Leahy's role on appropriations. So we're happy to do that. I'm not sure it's to the level of detail that you may be looking for to take an advisory opinion. If we have advance notice, we can certainly draw on some of our resources. We have, obviously contacts in Department of Energy, the NRC, and we also have access to the Congressional Research Service. They can provide some memos on particular issues. So I just want to set expectations that we aren't, experts on this issue alone, and I wouldn't rely purely on us, but at any point that you would sort of like an overview, and if you want to do that either on a regular schedule, I'd be open to that, and imagine the other offices would be as well. Usually when issues come up between meetings, I'll email Tony and/or Josh and Lissa as well to keep you apprised or mention any comment periods, anything of that nature. So again, I'm not exactly sure if that's what you're looking for, but just wanted to let you know what role we can provide. I don't know if Tom wants to add anything to that.
Tom, do you have anything for us? Nope. Looks like he's all set. Any additional comments regarding this topic or an idea of how we would like to pursue this or not pursue this particular issue?
Josh, Bob Leach here again.
Go ahead.
One thing that I've kind of mulled over in my mind is this whole issue. We've got one representative and two senators, and it might be worth our time and effort to draft a letter off to all three of those individuals supporting Yucca Mountain so that they could kind of get that darn thing rolling. It's close to being ready to accepting fuel. It just mostly just needs the money in the budget that is already there. It's money that the ratepayers have put in there in a fund to go ahead with the licensing and open that thing up. It was our Congress that picked that spot out of all of us, all the different sites in this country that were looked at. And if they're the ones that set it up, then let them finish it. And let us put together a letter telling our representatives to support that activity. It's just an idea. We could put it on the next time these, the committee for our issues to discuss by the panel, we could look into it a little bit and set it up for the next meeting if the panel is interested.
Well, this is the kind of thing that, I want to open up because I would completely disagree. I mean, first of all, Yucca Mountain was just recently not funded. It came up in front of the Congress and they didn't want to fund it. The people in Nevada don't want it. It's on an Indian reservation and it's been deemed geologically unsuitable. Further, it would already be full. I mean, we're creating nuclear waste every day and we have no place to put it. Even if we could use Yucca Mountain, it would already be to its capacity, according to what I've read. So it really is an important issue nationally, and I do feel that the panel should at least educate ourselves about it a bit because it does affect us greatly in many different potential ways, having that spent fuel there for the for the foreseeable future, maybe forever. What does that mean? Their government is creating a new nuclear waste administration agency. From what I understand, it will no longer be under the auspices of DOE. At least that was the recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Commission that Obama set up. It seems to be something that the Trump administration is following in the footsteps of them. So these are important issues, and I think, we as a community that has waste should really weigh in at whether you like nuclear power or you don't like nuclear power. We can't keep creating nuclear waste if there's no plan for dealing with it. It hurts everyone. So I do think it's something that we should take up. How we do so is the question I'm putting in front of you guys. We talked about having Jim Hamilton come in. He's with the National Spent Fuel Collaborative. I don't know if it's still called that. But we need more advocacy on this issue.
So I would suggest, since we're already about 2.5 hours into our meeting, that we obviously have varying opinions on this particular issue within the committee, and it's really hard to do a whole heck of a lot through a Skype meeting like this and work through an extensive issue like this through this particular avenue. I suggest that we move this on to the next meeting, which I'm assuming will probably be in person. Chris Campany did send me a message that he has a comment to make. So, Chris, I'll give you the floor before we close up this topic and move it to a next meeting.
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. All right. So,
Josh, this is Bob Bates again. Just let me add one little tidbit to this wet waste transportation. Way back when they were originally looking at sites for where they were going to put this waste, Vermont was one of the sites that was being considered. Congress elected to put it in Nevada. They elected to put it there because the federal government owns most of that state, and there's not a lot of people there. Well, Vermont, the federal government doesn't own a lot of Vermont, but it is a state that doesn't have very many people and doesn't have a lot of representation. So before we shoot down Yucca Mountain, we may pick a new site, and it might be Vermont. Just a tidbit. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, Bob. As I mentioned, we will move this on to the next meeting. Representative Sibilia, you have something for us real quick?
Just a comment listening to this. I'm not sure that advocacy so much as public facilitation and education is our role. And I've heard advocacy on this issue being discussed. So I just want to flag that will be a concerning word for me in future discussions.
Well, we're already advocating for consolidated interim storage because we're already on the record as supporting that without a vote. What I'd like to see is a discussion, and if we are in favor of supporting federal efforts to create an interim consolidated storage facility, then we should talk about it. We should vote on it, because right now that's what people think. That's what the advocates are using the letter that we signed to do. So you talk about advocacy, it's already being used as a tool of advocacy by others, our position taken without a vote on this very important matter. So, I'd like to move that we create a subcommittee to draft an advisory opinion on this matter. I'd volunteer to be on that subcommittee. If anybody wants to join me, I'd like to actually put something in writing to present at the next meeting rather than just kicking this can down the road, which is in fact what happens nationally and what's been happening for the past 50 years. So yeah, I mean, it's not something people are always eager to get into, but for those who'd like to produce more nuclear reactors and for those who are concerned about the buildup of waste at sites throughout the United States, it matters. So I think it matters for this panel to keep moving. And if anybody would like to join, maybe I'd make a motion that the issues committee create a little subcommittee that can sit together or Zoom together and create a document that might start drafting an advisory opinion on the matter. That's what I'd like to put a motion for. Does anybody second that? Guess not.
I second it. This is Sarah.
So moved and seconded to establish a subcommittee to discuss, I guess, spent fuel issues and the direction of the panel in an advisory manner. Laura, Representative Sibilia, you have an additional comment?
I don't know, Mr. Chair, respectfully, I don't know that you captured the motion that I heard. I think I heard a motion to have a small group draft an advisory opinion.
Correct.
So if that were to go forward, I would want to understand how. I would want to make sure that there was plenty of time for public participation in that.
I agree. So there's a there's a motion and a second on the table to establish a subcommittee regarding this particular issue. Let's take a vote to see if we want to establish that subcommittee, and I will go down through the names. Please say yay or nay as we go down through. Maddie Arms.
Nay.
Chris Campney.
Can you come back to me?
Yes. Sarah Coffey.
Yes.
Corey Daniels.
Nay.
Emily Davis.
Yay. Yay.
Reluctantly. Dr. Irwin.
Yes.
Bob Leach.
Nay.
Brett Long.
He ain't here.
Did we lose Brett? Okay. David Pearson.
Nay.
Chuck Shore.
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain. Representative Sibilia. Please unmute yourself so we can hear you.
I'm going to vote no, because I need more information on what we're doing here.
Commissioner Tierney.
This is a tough one. The reason I think it's tough is I really want to see the citizens guide this panel, but my view is no.
Okay. Josh Unruh, that's me. I vote nay. Alyssa Wyman.
Yes.
Back to Chris Campbell.
Yeah, my concern is that, sorry, I know the echo is bad. It's just really hard to have a good conversation in this context where we're having to do it remote. I'm okay with having the conversation. I just think it needs to be when we can actually meet face to face again. There can actually be more public engagement. So I'm inclined to no right now. Defer it for another time.
Okay, so the motion has been defeated, and if I'm doing my numbers right, Anthony 8-4.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting here as well.
Okay.
Well, now we can see why nothing happens on a national level.
All right, so we'll move on to the next agenda item, schedule a remaining 20.
Oh, dear.
I'm still here, Tony. It's Sarah.
Yeah, okay. Can folks hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to eliminate some of the echo, and I think I accidentally muted everyone.
That's okay. So everybody get your calendars out, and Anthony, I'll ask you to take the lead on this one with your calendar as well to schedule the rest of our 2020 panel meetings, or at least our next couple, being that we're in the situation that we're in and not really knowing what tomorrow holds.
Okay. Okay, so going by what we did last year, we met in May and then we did not meet again until October. We had tried to meet in September and we just had conflict after conflict. So I guess my first question is, do people want to try to meet, say, for example, in June? That would have to be another webcast because we're not going to be able to get a facility. The schools are closed. My suggestion would be to try to meet again in September. Mondays and Thursdays seem to work best right now, so I'm moving forward in my calendar to September, and pardon me just a second here. I went a little too far. Yeah. We would have to rule out September 7th because that is Labor Day. We would have to rule out September 28th because that is Yom Kippur. But I don't see any other significant conflicts. So what would people prefer, meeting on a Monday or a Thursday at this point? Or is there another day of the week that works for people?
Mr. Chair, June Tierney here.
Go ahead.
I am agnostic on whether it's a Monday or a Thursday. I have very strong views about whether we're meeting in person or not. I don't see us meeting in person anytime soon. So we need to get used to this format, if you ask me. And that should open a few dates up if the panel wants to use it, because it's much easier for me to participate when we're participating in this manner, as opposed to having a 2-hour drive down and back to get to the handicap meeting. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay, and I'll be honest, I'm on the opposite end of that spectrum, and I really wish everything would reopen right now. But
somehow I'm not surprised.
yeah, I'm a capitalist. I'm sorry.
Well, I wouldn't concede that I'm not a capitalist, but I've been eating, living, and breathing COVID-19 response, as have many people in leadership positions in the state, and I'm not going to be somebody who's giving back any of the governor's gains. So sure. I'm staying safe, and I want everybody else to stay safe too.
So I got a couple suggestions popping up on the screen. One is September 22nd. The only concern that I have September 21st. The only concern that I have is that seems kind of far out. Looking at Thursdays, as Anthony had mentioned, would the 3rd work for people, the 3rd of September?
Josh, may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
for those legislators, we're talking about having to be back in session for sometime in August and September, which we will not know about for a while. But I do know that Mondays will always be a free day for me. So if it comes to pass, so I could potentially say okay for a Thursday, but it would be a little bit harder for me to be able to say with complete confidence.
Okay. If Mondays work better for you folks, because you will be in session at that point, how does the 21st work for everybody? That was one of the suggestions. My only concern is that the length of time it is away from today. But if we don't have anything pressing, which it doesn't seem like we do, anything we need to make decisions on, September 21st is an option. What do we think about that?
Bob Leach here. I don't have a problem with it.
We can have our issues committee meeting, at which point I will re-enter a discussion about the future of the spent fuel at Vermont Yankee.
Okay, so that settles it. Let's make September 21st our next IndyCat meeting.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
Yes,
question,
go ahead.
Request.
Sure.
I want to thank Tony for putting this meeting together. There's a lot of people here. Facilitating these types of meetings is incredibly difficult. This is in no means a comment on Tony's work, but I have been participating in nonstop virtual meetings through all bunches of mediums, and this was by far the worst quality. I would like to suggest that we go to GoToMeeting, or the state is using Microsoft Teams. If Zoom is not a possibility, the legislature is using Zoom. So just something to think about. It doesn't need to be debated here. I just offer that as hopefully something to be considered for the next meeting. I agree it should be planned to be virtual just in case.
Okay, Anthony and I will work together on that particular issue. I agree this was a little cumbersome, but honestly, this is the first virtual meeting that I've had throughout this whole COVID thing, because I've been working 60 hours a week, so in person. So this is my first experience with any of this type of thing through the COVID. So Anthony and I will work for a better solution going forward, and I think that is it. We'll send an email out regarding the Issues Committee meeting prior to the September 21st meeting, and go from there. Does anybody else have anything from the general public, comments to the panel?
Okay, all lines to the public should be unmuted.
Kevin Camps, if you unmute yourself, we can hear you.
Okay, Kevin, try it now.
How about he type the question, Tony?
Hello, can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is Kevin Camps with Beyond Nuclear, and I just had a couple of questions. I tried to ask them earlier, but couldn't get through, and I had a couple brief comments. I'll keep it brief. The questions I had were regarding a Susan Smallher article in the Brattleboro, Vermont newspaper, The Reformer, back on March 2nd, that described North Star getting a waiver from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission regarding how long it takes for the waste shipments to travel to Texas was an increase from something like 20 days to 60 days. And my specific question, I guess, would be what takes so long for that train journey? And a related question is, are these rail cars resting in rail yards for long periods of time? And if so, what kind of dose rate is being given off? Because the workers in those rail yards or residents nearby would be exposed to that dose rate that whole time. That's one question. A second question, I guess, for North Star as well is, has the radiological surveying where you said nothing surprising has been found, unexpected, has that yet extended to where those leaks were taking place back in like early 2010, late 2009, the underground pipes that were leaking? Those are my questions. My quick comments, I was really concerned to hear the advocacy or the support for the Yucca dump in Nevada and even for the consolidated interim storage facilities. So I'm speaking on behalf of our members and supporters in Vermont and New Hampshire and Massachusetts who are directly impacted up there. But I just have to point out that Yucca is not going to happen. I mean, as was said, the state of Nevada and the Western Shoshone Indian Nation and many others are adamantly opposed, have been for 33 years. It was mentioned the Western Shoshone land title. That's going to be a bit of a problem to overcome, for one thing. But on consolidated interim storage as well, Beyond Nuclear has a lawsuit against both the Texas proposal and the New Mexico proposal because it violates the Nuclear Waste Policy Act, and that's going to court. And we're joined by others, a coalition of environmental groups across the country in the host states. Just to name one, the Sierra Club, the biggest environmental group in the country, is opposed to these proposals. So I just wanted to get that out there as a concern, and really you can't depend on those anytime soon. That's why hardened on-site storage for the foreseeable future is the only way to go. Thank you.
Okay, so Corey, I'll turn it over to you to answer the couple questions at the beginning of Mr. Camp's statement.
All right, the first question with respect to the waiver has to do with the reporting requirements. Whenever a shipment leaves by rail, the reporting requirements are that we track that and we know where it is at all times, and it should arrive at its destination within 20 days. If it does not, we file a report with the NRC saying we understand where that material and shipment has been and why, and where we are in Vermont and where the waste facility is in Texas. We're about as far across the country as we can get. And unfortunately, we were learning that 20 days regularly does get exceeded, and it has mostly to do with the rail operations. But the postings and the placarding and the controls for all the materials and the shipments are in compliance with all DOT regulations. And where those shipments are and the rail yards go, I can't give you a definitive answer for the exact dose rates that any member of the public would receive, but it is within the Code of Federal Regulations governed under 10 CFR 39 and the Department of Transportation rules for shipping materials like the ones that are being shipped. So it's really a reporting requirement. We extended that periodicity to 45 days, and we've been able to meet the rail turnaround time for that. But to answer your question, yes, rail traffic is complicated. Sometimes trains do get stopped, broken up, recoupled, and shipped part way. And often it does take longer than 20 days to get a rail shipment from Vermont to Texas. As far as the second question goes, there is significant monitoring around the area where the tritium leakage from the condensate train lines did put water into the ground back in 2009 and 10. A good component of that area has extensive monitoring. The well that Dr. Irwin specifically asked about, GZ10, and sample data for it, which we'll find out about and get some information in. There is no source term there anymore, and we have seen an extremely appreciable degradation in tritium values ever since the plant shut down, and actually well before that when we did all the mitigation efforts with the half-life of tritium. The values of those, for the most part, all the wells that are outside of those areas, we've seen well below the drinking water standards. So to answer the question fully, we have seen an expected reduction in the tritiation of the water that's in the ground in that area. And in most cases, it's down to non-detectable or well below the drinking water standards. I think I got this question, but I'm open to follow up if I missed anything.
No, thank you. I guess in addition to the tritium contamination, I remember there being other forms of radioactive contamination. I don't remember the exact isotopes, but there were several, I think. So are you going to do more extensive testing of that area where the leakage was, or is that well the only testing that you're doing?
Some of the wells that are associated with that are in the groundwater monitoring sampling program for our radiological samples, so that's an ongoing process. But for specific radiological constituents, I'm not familiar with what you're describing, and I'm not sure how to answer a question that's not defined.
Okay, is there any additional public comments or questions?
I thought we had another one coming in. I'm scrolling back to see.
I don't see any. I've been paying attention to it as well.
No, I'm not seeing anything else.
All right, very good. So I make a motion to adjourn.
Actually, I do have one thing I'd like to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, everyone, thank you for bearing with the Skype meeting this evening. With regards to using Teams, Teams more or less has the same interface as this, so I do not think that's a viable option. I suspect that some of you heard me swearing when the entire interface on my laptop disappeared in the middle of the meeting, so I thought the entire meeting had crashed. So my apologies for the unprofessionalism there. I'm not sure what we can do to make this a little bit easier. If we can go back to GoToMeeting or GoToWebinar, I would certainly be willing to do that. I was much happier with that setup than Skype. Zoom is a possibility, assuming I can get it installed on my work laptop. However, what I see on that is unless we pay some additional money for it, the meetings all cut off at 30 minutes, which would not work here. So that may be a reason to tap some of the funding that North Star has offered. But thank you very much, everyone.
I'll second Josh's motion.
Very good. So moved and seconded to adjourn. Let's see. Let's go down. Well, we probably don't even need to go down through the list. Please unmute yourself and say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All right. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you everyone for tuning in to this video in our series about the COVID-19 virus in Vermont. Today, I'm pleased to have with me Dr. Rebecca Bell. She's a pediatric critical care physician and is the president of the Vermont chapter of American Academy of Pediatrics. She's with us today to talk about community immunity and herd immunity and how to protect our most vulnerable, which is really critical at all times, and particularly in this moment. So thank you for joining me today, Dr. Bell.
I'm really pleased to be here, and I really appreciate you taking the time to have this conversation.
From what I understand, as we move forward, we obviously don't know if there's going to be a specific day when the danger is gone until really there's a vaccine or a serology test that tells us we have a super high rate of inoculation naturally, which is just not likely right now. And the vaccine is really in the early stages of development. Can you tell us a little bit about what you understand about either the timeline of a vaccine and or what we can do in the meantime to figure out how to find a balance between full lockdown or stay home, stay safe, which was a nice term for basically locking down, and when we have vaccine and full herd immunity?
There are a lot of questions about vaccines. So first you hit on what's the timeline? And we don't really know yet. And we know that with the H1N1 epidemic, that vaccine took 6 months to get into production, even though we already had a flu vaccine in place. So we suspect that this vaccine for the novel coronavirus is going to take quite some time, so much longer than that, perhaps a year or more. Then the next question is, how will it provide immunity? And to what populations will it provide immunity? So we don't expect it's going to be, unfortunately, a vaccine like the measles vaccine, where you get it, it's very effective, and you're immune to measles after that. Likely, this is going to be something closer to the flu vaccine, we think, where it may only provide immunity for a temporary amount of time. And then the question is, who does it work well in? And some scientists are thinking that perhaps it might not provide great immunity to older folks, and it may be more younger folks who, when they get vaccinated, it produces a robust immunity, and not so much in older folks. So there's a lot of questions around vaccines right now. And what we're seeing right now is this really extreme example of what happens when we don't have herd immunity or community immunity. So when we think about, say, the flu vaccine and the flu season, every year, all the healthcare workers who are at risk of taking care of people with the flu, we all get vaccinated. We really make sure our vulnerable populations get vaccinated. So older folks who are immune compromised, and then young kids. And we wish we could do that right now, but we can't. I think what's really interesting and really heartening is to see what our response as a community has been to protecting those vulnerable folks, the extreme measures we've had to go to. And I hope that when we come out of this, we're really able to think about how we prevent this from happening in the future, and really look towards our health department as guidance. So our public health workers have really tough jobs, because when an outbreak or an epidemic happens, they have to answer a lot of questions as to why this wasn't prevented. At the same time, when they work towards prevention, when they sort of raise red flags and alarms saying, we're really vulnerable to this, we're really worried about school vaccination rates, for instance. Oftentimes people say, well, we're not really seeing any outbreaks. Why are you so worried? There's not a problem. And so I'm hopeful that when we come out of this, that we'll be able to, just as a society, better understand the work of public health officials and why it's so important to prevent this from happening in the first place. And thinking through about how we now as individuals, we all feel so vulnerable to this virus because none of us have immunity. And thinking about how nervous some of us might get going to the grocery store now. And that's how people who are immune compromised might feel all the time. They feel very vulnerable. And so thinking about what we can do to continue to protect the most vulnerable, I do have hope that we're going to come out of this with a lot of empathy and compassion for those who are vulnerable in our community.
We are starting to hear and see different information around the world around natural rates of inoculation, that maybe more people are getting this than are exhibiting symptoms. Maybe that's a good thing in a way, but it's also troubling because folks can be carrying it and shedding virus and nobody knows it, and leading to more fear for those who are vulnerable. Are we learning more about that, or is it too early to tell in terms of the rates of basically natural inoculation with people that aren't showing symptoms?
I think it's too early to really make any definitive declarations on this, but every day we're learning more information, and as scientists and physicians, we are desperate for more data on this. So we want to know who's got the virus and they're symptomatic, who's got the virus and they're not symptomatic, who develops immunity, and what does that immunity actually mean? So I mentioned before, we don't know with the vaccine how long-term that immunity might be. And that may be similar to those who get the illness and then develop antibodies on their own. How good are those antibodies for, So many viruses we can get over and over and over again. And we suspect that this novel coronavirus will be the same. We don't suspect that you'll get it and then become immune forever, but we don't really know. And so this is going to need to be a timeline where we follow rates of infection, we follow rates of who's got the virus, and then who develops antibodies, but then do they get sick again with this over time? And what does that timeline look like? And then we can really paint a picture as to how we can move about in society. Like right now, we're a little bit in the dark because we really don't have a good sense of what is the natural course of this? What does natural immunity look like? What does vaccine immunity look like? We're gathering more and more data. And I will say also as a physician, what has been really remarkable these last few weeks is the amount of global cooperation among scientists and researchers and public health officials and people sharing all kinds of information. I think it's important for us to understand that a lot of this data is preliminary. A lot of it's anecdotal, and so we don't want to make sweeping generalizations, but the amount of sharing and cooperation and collaboration that's going on is really heartening.
I actually just spatially appropriately saw a neighbor who is a retired immunologist who said he was on a 1,000-person immunologist conference around the world on this topic. And so I think that reflects on what you were just talking about. And the scientific community, I think, thankfully doesn't get into the world of the political community that some of us are in terms of who wins and who loses politically. It sounds like your work is about, everybody winning through better public health. And I appreciate your work in that regard, not only around COVID-19, but around children's health in general, which is, your area and your role as president of the Academy. So thank you for that.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, my friends, understand that Florida has been caught hiding, not reporting coronavirus deaths, and it's absolutely sickening, and it will lead to more people dying. For about 10 days now, medical experts have been expecting Florida's coronavirus deaths to spike. Why? Well, because Florida started reopening beaches 10 days ago. They have a totally incompetent Republican governor, Ron DeSantis. He's proven himself to be absolutely clueless. We know Florida has the fifth oldest median age in the country. Their population, the median age is the fifth oldest in the country. And coronavirus, by a large margin, is disproportionately affecting older people. And yet the Florida death numbers, just like they never really got that bad. You look at the case numbers, they're not testing that much. You see about 33,000 cases. Okay, that's a lot. But for a state with more than 21 million people, the case numbers are kind of low. That could just be testing. But then you see the deaths, and somehow the official coronavirus death toll in Florida was, as of the moment where we looked at it, 1,268 deaths. Now, it would be fantastic if that were the case. It didn't make sense. The numbers just didn't pass the sniff test, given the size of Florida and the policies and the number of population, densely populated areas. And now we have the answer. Florida officials have been withholding. They've just been not releasing the data from medical examiners about coronavirus deaths for more than a week now. The Hill reports that Stephen Nelson, the chairman of the State Medical Examiners Commission, said to the Tampa Bay Times, the state health department intervened, and they told me they are going to remove the causes of death and case descriptions for mortality data, which will hold down the official death toll from coronavirus in Florida. Now, many Republicans want to argue it's fine to reopen, shutdowns aren't necessary. They support it by saying, look, we don't have that many deaths here in Florida. And yet they're lying about the deaths. They are hiding the deaths, according to this report. Not only is this disrespectful to people who have lost their lives, it's disrespectful to people who, seeing these fake numbers, will go outside instead of staying home, will not wear a mask instead of wearing a mask, will go and protest and lobby for opening instead of understanding why it is that we're doing what we're doing. So when you look at the measures that can be taken to deal with the virus, stay-at-home orders, closing businesses, social distancing, masks. What Florida has chosen to do is just lie about the number of people dying, claim nobody's dying. It will also backfire, by the way, because if you use fake numbers to support opening up when you shouldn't, that will drive a crazy explosion in the number of cases and deaths. You would imagine eventually it would get out no matter what. Well, here we have one report. They are blowing the whistle and saying that the number is fake. And it never made sense. I'm trying to think if it was on the show or on live streams. A week and a half ago, I was saying the Florida numbers should be spiking. Okay, heat and humidity may play a role in slowing the spread, but from the studies we've seen, it's only a minor role. It only makes a little bit of a difference. Where are Florida's deaths? What is going on? And boom, in comes a whistleblower who says they're just not reporting them. If this is true, and there's every indication that it is disgusting, sick, and it will lead to even more death. We have the latest numbers from last week's new unemployment claims. 3.8 million more people, additional people, have lost their jobs. We've been tracking this weekly since the start of coronavirus. I mean, we always track it weekly, but we've been looking at numbers this bad since the start of the virus. Some weeks, the numbers have been as high as 6.8 million in 1 week losing their jobs. This is now a reduction in new claims. 3.8 million more people lost their jobs last week. So in total, this is the terrible news, 30 million people have now lost their jobs due to coronavirus. To give you a little context for that number, before this started, the workforce was believed to be 158 million in the United States, 158 million. 30 million is about 19%. 19% of all working people have lost their jobs in the United States in the last 6 or 7 weeks. This is nightmarish. These are numbers that are so outrageous that 8 weeks ago, they would have been unimaginable numbers. The slightly okay news, if we're looking for trends, right? Like if we want to find something, the slightly okay news is it's not 6 million every week. It's been diminishing. We had 6.6 million people lost their job. Well, you get 6.8, then 6.6, 5.2, then 4.4, and now 3.8. So hopefully over the next 4 to 6 weeks, we'll see the numbers of new claims continue to diminish. Eventually, hopefully, we will see a net decrease in the number of people who are not working. But this is not going to be quick. You know, Trump talks about this V-shaped recovery that'll be as quick or even quicker than the decline. Doesn't seem like it's going to be that way. Many jobs that are being lost are permanent job losses. Many businesses are not going to reopen. And what's also becoming completely clear is that there hasn't been enough stimulus from the government. We're now well into month number 2 of this. Some states are here in Massachusetts, we're very close to entering month number 3. And there are still people who have not gotten their $1,200 checks. And even when they get the $1,200, it's not going to be enough. This is going to be a big deal. Remember that before this, half the country couldn't even afford an unexpected $400 expense. That was before this. Those numbers are going to go way, way up. They're going to get much more ugly as this continues. We are going to need more stimulus. I would like to also see infrastructure done. And I'll talk next week about how much more stimulus we are likely to need, as well as what an infrastructure deal would look like. And, you know, the thing about Trump is everything is always a crony capitalist hit job. Even when, as I said earlier, Trump is using a lot of the right tools here to deal with this recession, which could become a depression, or maybe already is, but is not yet reflected in all of the numbers. Trump is often using the right tools, but it's always done in the wrong way. It's always done in a corrupt way, eliminating oversight for the stimulus money. The PPP program, which saw huge swaths of the funding go directly to big businesses and organizations that don't really need it, even organizations with large endowments, and a lot of small businesses getting absolutely zero. So next week, we'll talk about what would infrastructure look like, how much more stimulus are we likely to need depending on how this goes, and related topics. My question to you, you can get back to me on Twitter at dpacman, is where do you think unemployment will top out? There are people saying 40 million. We're at 30 million now. Some people say 40 million. Others are saying it's going to be a full 50, 55 million, like a third of the workforce if this extends for another 6 to 8 weeks to this degree. Let me know where you see that tragic number. I'm on Twitter at dpacman. We've got a tremendously good program for you today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Yvette Cooney and Daniel Lightwing. Yvette and Daniel, thank you so much for your support. Also want to say a quick thank you to Richard Firestein, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Hard to believe it, Richard, but you've been a member almost 5 years. Very much appreciate it. Grab a membership yourself. It's quick, it's easy, it's painless, and it feels good at joinpakman.com. Let's go to the phones, which are exploding today. at 617-830-4750 and see what's on people's minds, starting today with our caller from the 443 area code. Caller from 443, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Anthony calling from Maryland.
All right, Anthony, we've got you. Sounds like you have gremlins in your phone, but go ahead.
Ben Shapiro recently made a video titled "Fascism is secretly a left-wing ideology." He said that left-wing means more government and right-wing means less government. He said that fascism is left-wing by that definition and anarchism is right-wing. Would you agree with that, sort of that description of the political compass?
No, I wouldn't. More versus less government is very different than saying more or less libertarian, for example. What matters is what government is doing. What matters is how is government interacting with people, and government doing things is not fascism. But Anthony, I'm going to let you go because your connection is so bad. It's just a very, very strange noise that's there. And hopefully it's not another one of those embarrassing instances where the problem is on our end. We'll find out with our next caller. Let's go to our caller from the 707 area code. Caller from 707, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, David. This is Bart, and I'm calling from San Francisco.
Hey, Bart, what's going on? Your connection is pristine, I must say.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yes.
Question for you is, did you figure out your YouTube issues with the algorithm? I know you were having issues with that, and I emailed you a while back about that, and I was just wondering if you had what the status was of that.
Well, I don't know which element of that you're referring to, because the YouTube algorithm is sort of like a lobster regularly shedding and molting and having a new shell, and it's a constant new series of issues. But certainly, so YouTube has whitelisted us for coronavirus monetization, so that issue has been solved. But there's always issues, you know. There's search issues, there's other issues. So I don't know exactly which issue you're referring to right now. The biggest issue is
it was the monetization. Sorry, it was the monetization. I was just gonna say there's people like me out there, tech people out there, I think that can help you. But just in case you're interested, there's people that follow you that I think could be helpful.
Got it. Okay. Well, we always, any tips and advice are welcome. But right now, I mean, the big thing now is because of the virus and fewer advertisers wanting to advertise, CPMs, or how much you make for every 1,000 views, are down about 35%. That's more of a systemic issue than an algorithmic issue, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Then move on. I know you have the other callers. My next question is, what can we do to help the Never Biden folks you mentioned that are saying Never Biden and so on? And who are the leaders of that movement? How can we help, convince them to go down a better road, to at least get through this transition point?
The leaders question is an interesting one. I don't know who leads the Never Biden movement. Again, I think that in the same way that support for Bernie was overstated if you just looked at Twitter and Reddit, the size of the Never Biden movement may be overstated if you're paying too much attention to Twitter and Reddit. I think it's a smaller movement than maybe people on the internet think. But I don't know that there are necessarily leaders to convince. I'm not sure. I don't know if there are. Are there prominent Never Biden people? I'm asking genuinely. I don't know.
I don't know. I was just listening to your comments about that and how you were mentioning that there's a movement. I was just trying to figure out ways that we could help convince that movement and where to go on Twitter or wherever, to talk to people and to help them understand the situation
for
better.
me, what's been the only thing that's been at all effective, and there are probably more effective things, is to really drill down on, okay, so who do you want picking the next Supreme Court justice? Whose policy do you prefer on the environment? Whose policy do you prefer on taxes? And usually with most of them, listen, if they actually prefer Trump's policies, then they should be voting for Trump, and there's not much to argue about. But usually people will realize, I prefer Biden's policy on everything. Why would I do anything that helps Trump get reelected? It's counterintuitive, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely. Last question. And why can't reporters do real-time debating with Trump? So what's the real issue? Is it just access? And what's your take on that? And how do we convince them to be a little more forthcoming.
Yeah,
in
Trump
that
just
regard.
silences them. He moves on. He controls the bully pulpit, and it's hard to insist on a debate with Trump in the press briefings. Although I also wonder what the outcome would be. I think it would just turn one lie into four that now you're trying to fight. So we've talked about that before.
Okay.
I don't know. Thanks, Bart. Really appreciate the phone call. Hope to hear from you again. Let's go next to our caller from the 513 area code. Who's calling today from 513?
This is John from Ohio.
Hey, John, what's up?
So we only just started getting some recognition of the Tara Reade story, like in the mainstream media, but it still hasn't been getting the attention that I think it should get.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a take on why that is, or do you have a take or opinion on the issue in general?
Well, listen, I mean, my view has always been that people who come forward and say this happened to me should be heard and their claims should be taken seriously and investigated. And that's my view, regardless of who's being accused of or political party, full stop, right? I mean, that's my view. And then, there should be a full and proper investigation. In terms of why it's not getting more coverage in corporate media, I have two ideas about that. One is that there is skepticism among some in corporate media about elements of the story. Now, I'm not an expert on the story, so it would sort of be beyond me to go through all of those details now, just on the basis of your phone call. I'm not prepared to do that right now, nor do I think that it's necessarily the best thing to be doing. But I think part of what's holding down coverage in corporate media is skepticism of some elements of the story, and whether that's right or wrong is a real debate to be had, right? I mean, if you believe that accusers' allegations should be taken seriously, then, take them seriously and investigate. And then I think the second thing is also we're just in a crazy situation with coronavirus constantly, and a lot of stories that would normally get more attention, stuff related to insane government corruption that would normally at least make more of a blip. The Tara Reade story arguably is part of that. Some recent thing that's being widely misinterpreted about UFOs, but still, there's a lot of stories that I think, were it not for coronavirus, would be getting a lot more attention.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
All right,
Thanks.
my friend. Thank you. Great to hear from you. Very much appreciate it. Let's go next to our caller from the 831 area code. Caller from 831. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Phil from California.
Hey, Phil, what's up?
Hey, so recently New York decided to suspend the primaries, and last couple of weeks, people have been researching into the exit poll discrepancies between Super Tuesday and some other states. Do you have a lot of faith in the elections these days, and how confident are you in your vote being applied accurately in November?
Well, so there's two kind of, the latter question is an easy one. I'm pretty confident my vote will be applied accurately in November. That's my belief based on what I observe voting here in Massachusetts in prior elections. But that's the more important question you're asking is the first one, which is general confidence in the election system. I mean, listen, there's no doubt that there is one party that has been working for 15 to 20 years to try to suppress the vote or to disenfranchise. And this includes everything from redistricting and gerrymandering up through and including voter ID, voter purges, etc. Right now, based on what's going on right now, my instinct is that November 2020 is not going to be as determined by maybe voting machines, as has been the focus in the past, but how people are interacting with the voting system in general, meaning vote in person versus vote by mail, and how coronavirus is going to affect turnout. So because that is unprecedented and crazy, and we see one side, Democrats saying we should be voting by mail, you see Trump saying we should not be voting by mail, that is making me scared about what is going to happen in November of 2020. Now, all the other things like voter ID, those are all still issues. But for me, what's most present and foremost importance for November is where are people going to vote? How are people going to vote? And how is that all going to be carried out? Because we know Trump knows vote by mail is bad for him.
Yeah, true. And I was also, I have a lot of Bernie friends that, the earlier caller was talking about the Never Biden thing, and
Yep.
they've discussed it. I think most people are going to actually vote for Biden because they kind of are going to do the math, and if they're going to 2 + 2 is going to equal 4 for them, and they're going to vote
Most
for Biden.
people are. Most
So
people. I mean,
I
remember,
can
listen.
see a lot of
In just real quick, in 2016, I think you had about 10% of Bernie supporters ended up voting for Hillary. And that's, I'm sorry, ended up voting for Trump, 10% of Bernie supporters voted for Trump. That's roughly in line with what we see in terms of abandonment in prior elections. Like there was not a crazy number of amount of that in 2016.
Yeah, well, and Hillary's supporters voted for McCain more than Bernie's supporters voted for Trump.
Yep.
But I just think it's one of those things where the Democratic Party had a real chance to ignite a base, and they may have just created more independents and more people that just don't feel, like the party represents them anymore. Because, frankly, the whole campaign just felt like a smear. Everything on the media, it was just so negative. So I think a lot of people just have a bad taste in their mouth, and voting for Biden is not going to help them.
We will see where it all shakes out. I think that there's a universe where you are correct, but Biden still wins, right? I mean, the number, you could be right and Biden still could get the votes he needs to become president. We've got 6 months to go, and a lot can happen between now and then.
Yeah, we can put a lot of pressure on Biden to make our things happen if we want him to. So that's a better way to do it than trying to deal with Trump.
Yeah,
exactly.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's go today to our caller from the 707 area code. Who is calling today from 707?
Yes, my name's Gabe. I'm calling from Humboldt County.
Hey, Gabe, what's up?
Okay, so I was making sure you could hear me.
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I'll be real brief. I really appreciate you taking me on. I live in a rural part of California, and one of our major crops here is marijuana.
Yes, I've been up there. In fact,
distributor.
I was up there once for a conference, and the conference was in.
Oh yeah.
It was near Ukiah. Arcata, exactly. I was up in
Oh,
Arcata.
that's in Mendocino. Yeah.
And it was just like weed country. Country. It was crazy. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I live in a more rural part of California, and I'll try to be brief in my questions. So, first of all, Joe Biden does not have a pro-legalization stance. Now, my father was a grower. I'm a second-generation American, and my family still deals with immigration issues. So on that, I am extremely anti-Trump. But on that, I'm also anti-Biden because he not only doesn't support the main cash crop from my county, but he also was in power when I've had family members being deported. So I'm more so wondering why I should vote for Biden in terms of what's the difference. Because to me, I'm looking at it like you got red version and blue version of the same person. And by voting for Biden, I'm not only continuing my own family's destruction, but my country's destruction because it's a one-party system.
Right. Well, let me ask you
and
this.
I'm curious if there's any answer for this. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. If we think about the future of marijuana legalization, which we're seeing a lot of at the state level, right? So a lot of what we're seeing, the next 5 to 7 years of marijuana legalization will come from the state level, not from the federal level, is my prediction. Do you believe that we will get more favorable rulings of cases that are appealed to the Supreme Court related to cannabis if Trump picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg or if Biden picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg? What does your heart tell you on that?
Okay, so I'm actually really glad you asked me this. I thought about this a couple days ago. I was talking to my wife about this. So Trump and the Republican Party are pro-money. And right now in Humboldt County, there is huge, massive, multi-million-dollar corporations coming here and spending money. They're lobbying. I think that marijuana legalization, even with a Trump in office, is closer than you think. Now, again, I will never vote for a right-wing death cult. I'm not going to vote for Trump, the Republican Party.
Yeah.
You know, they want to see my state burned to the ground. And so on that end, I just want to tell everyone here, do not vote for Donald Trump. Don't do it. But on that same level, it's like the difference between the left and the right in this one is minimal, because it's like, okay, yeah, you may get someone who may not be favorable towards it, but financially they'll let it go. I mean, it's just like, alcohol prohibition, I'm
All
sure
right,
a
so
lot
hold
of
on,
the
Gabe.
folks
Let
that
me slow things
legalized
down,
alcohol.
Gabe, just a little bit here because you're saying a lot. Let me. I so I
Oh, yeah,
I
go
don't
ahead.
I don't
Go ahead,
agree
I'm
with
sorry.
you. I think there's no doubt. I think
Okay.
there's so hold on. I think there's no doubt that whoever Biden picks to the to go to the Supreme Court would be better on this issue than whoever Trump picks. I also believe.
Oh, no doubt.
I also believe that, remember, back during the Obama Biden era, they said, even though weed is illegal federally, we're not going to send federal agencies into states that have legalized it. When Trump put in Jeff Sessions.
But they did.
But
They did, though. Obama administration, there was many raids by the feds during those times.
There's no doubt that there were, but they were dramatically diminished. Whereas Trump's AG ran on, we're going to ramp that back up. So
Yes.
for me, it is not what
Trump's a
Biden
fence
is not.
walker. He believes in nothing.
Gabe, thank you for the call. I very
does.
much appreciate it, and I hope that you make the decision that is right for you. Let's take a quick break. Don't hang up if you're holding, because we will be right back with your calls in a brief moment.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Let's go back to the phones at 617-830-4750 and see what is on people's minds, starting with our caller from the 240 area code. Who's calling today from 240? Where are you calling from?
Salutations, David. This is Rob. I'm calling from Maryland.
Hey, Rob, what's up?
So I've always worked at small businesses. I've always resisted going to big corporate places for work because I know that I would suffer. It would be spirit crushing. I prefer places where, rather than there being a very established culture, the place has a malleable personality that I can actually come in and contribute to.
Okay.
And because I work for those types of places, I'm unemployed right now. And it's looking less and less likely that those types of places are going to come back after the dust settles, because they typically have much lower margins that they're running on, that if they miss a month of profit, they can't keep up. And so now I'm very reluctantly applying to the Safeways and the CVS's and the Burger Kings of the world, because that's all that's going to be left after this. And we're also kind of creating an entire generation of the young people right now who are seeing that they really only have three kind of options as far as career paths if they want their careers to be pandemic proof. They can either go into public service like government, healthcare, or education. They can go into they can go work for a massive fast food chain or at a grocery store, or they can get one of those corporate jobs where they can work from home, and those are diminishingly rare. I mean, those are the jobs of our parents' generation, not ours. And so we are going to, for a long time, have this shift, I think, that crushes the dreams of a lot of people who may have been better in non-essential fields such as cosmetology or the arts or culinary or being in a research field of academia where you have to actually go somewhere to study something. And I wanted to know just if you had any ideas about how we could incentivize, or if this is even a good thing. Like, should unnecessary jobs just disappear? And if not, how do we incentivize people to still follow their dreams?
So there's a lot there, Rob. And so first of all, I don't know that I agree with you about the jobs that are pandemic proof. I mean, what we just learned this week about the nearly 5% GDP reduction in the first quarter. And half of that GDP reduction was in healthcare, which is counterintuitive because with so many coronavirus patients, how could that be? It's because almost all non-emergency healthcare has been shut down, and it certainly has not been pandemic proof for people who work in dermatology offices and the like. So I don't totally agree with the premise, but what I would tell you is just because a job is not essential in a pandemic doesn't mean it's not an essential job. So as an example, transportation is essential to 99.99% of human existence. We're in a pandemic shutdown where people aren't traveling. So everything from cab drivers to airline pilots are suffering right now. But I would not want to disincentivize people from working in those fields because they're so important 99.99% of the time. What we need to do is we need to be more proactive, as I spoke about on the Wednesday show this week, about softening the blow to a lot of these industries. And by that, I mean to the workers, not to like the hedge fund people that are speculating in these businesses. We need to have an economic system that's more proactively protecting them. But the last thing I would say is, hey, during however long this is, if it's 2 months, if it's 9, whatever it is, to say there were jobs that weren't really useful during that time. These are jobs that are absolutely necessary to society 99.99% of the time, and I would not suggest people abandon them. We just need to be better prepared to deal with situations like this. My friend, I'm going to let you go because I have so many people that want to get on, but it's an important question, and I'm glad that you asked it. Let's go next to our caller from the 603 area code. Who's calling today from 603?
Hi, my name's Eric, New Hampshire.
Hey, Eric, what's up?
Not much. I just have a quick question. Because of the pandemic, how wider will the separation between classes become without any policy or tax change? If say, Trump gets reelected and, everything becomes the way it has been for the past 3 years, how far do you think the haves and have-nots, that separation will grow?
I don't have a mathematical answer, but it's going to grow. And you're asking a really important question, which is we are now seeing, that there's this implicit understanding of blue collar and white collar that exists. The idea sometimes is made very simple by calling it office work versus factory work. The reality is it's much more complex than that right now. You see, as I mentioned, for example, airline pilots very much affected by what's going on right now. You see people who work in restaurants, but also people who work in certain types of retail and even people in certain areas of healthcare that are being hit because they are typically non-emergency healthcare, et cetera. So we are going to see a growing. Yeah.
I was more talking about the people that the shareholders of the airlines, not the pilots.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about the ones that have the wealth.
Yeah.
They're going to seize opportunities, whether, but not the person that goes to work. The ones that tell the people to go to work.
Absolutely.
Will,
Absolutely. Listen, at any time there is a cataclysm, a crisis, a pandemic, a natural disaster, something like 9/11. These are opportunities for speculators and those who are flush with cash to make a ton of money with speculative and non-productive use of assets. There is no doubt about it. And you're completely accurate in that there is going to be a widening income gap, a wealth gap rather, as a result of this because of people who are in a position to seize some of those opportunities. Totally.
Okay, great. I mean, that's why I thought, unless there is policy or tax change.
Of course.
To
so like one example, now this is something Trump actually floated this, but he didn't do it, which is what about suspending the payroll tax for a certain period of time, the Social Security, Medicare? That would actually be an interesting thing because if you, I don't remember exactly where the line is, but it's around $125,000 a year. You only pay Social Security, Medicare up to your first $125,000 a year in wages. So people who earn a lot more than that in wages, or people who are earning their money through capital gains, they're already not paying that. So suspending that would be a way to directly do fiscal stimulus to people who are actually mostly working for a living. It wasn't done, right? But that's an example of a policy that would have helped.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
All right, my friend. Thank you so much for the call. I very much appreciate it. And it's great to hear from our mostly friendly neighbors to the north in New Hampshire. Let me go next to our caller from the 312 area code. Who's calling today from 312?
Hi, David. This is Priscilla. I'm from Chicago.
Hey, Priscilla. What's going on?
I'm just wondering, what's your take on, there's a lot of Joe Biden sexual assault allegations, and I am not a Trump supporter. I would never vote for him in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly also don't feel comfortable voting for someone who's had so many sexual assault allegations, and I honestly feel like at least some of them are credible. And yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
So I'm aware, we talked earlier about the Tara Reid allegations. Which other allegations are you referring to?
I'm not sure of the name specifically, but it's mostly just, am I comfortable voting for someone who even has these allegations against them at all? Because it would be hypocritical of me to be like, oh, I don't want to vote for Donald Trump because he's a rapist or whatever, but then go and vote for someone like Joe Biden who's allegedly done the same thing to other people.
But so is there any allegation other than the Tara Reid one that you're aware of?
I am not specifically aware of any other names, but I've heard that there are multiple allegations. So maybe I'm just not informed enough. I don't know.
Well, I think there's definitely people that are, there's definitely a blending together of like Biden hugged a senator's daughter and it was weird, and the Tara Reid thing. So here's my view, and I've sort of stated it already, but here's how I think it applies to voting. Every woman's allegations should be taken seriously and investigated. What Tara Reid is alleging is serious, and it deserves investigation. She deserves to be heard. This is my view, regardless of the political party of accuser, accused, whatever, period, and full stop.
Okay.
Where I would next go to is, great, you don't want to vote for anyone who's been accused of anything like that. Perfect. The next question is, what else do you care about, right? In the sense that, so Trump's been accused by 16, 17, 22, 46 women, according to one book. We know that he's paid off some women. His own wife, under threat of perjury in a deposition, accused him of raping her, etc. And then we do have the Tara Reid allegation with Biden. Where are you on climate? Where are you on taxation? Where are you on coronavirus response? Where are you on education? Where are you on diplomacy? Is there any difference there in terms of your view on Trump versus Biden?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I just think Biden is stronger on all those issues than Trump, and it goes back to what you always say, it's kind of picking who I would rather have,
Right.
Definitely not my ideal. I voted for Bernie in the primary, and I wish I could vote for him again in the general. However, I am still considering voting for Biden just because I really don't want Trump back in. And
Right.
also,
So
like
in
you
other words,
said,
Priscilla,
Ruth Bader
is there
Ginsburg is
if I
leaving
say to
too.
you, who do you prefer, Trump or Biden? Is there a clear answer in your mind?
Biden, yeah.
So then is there any question about what you should do in November?
There is still, just because I don't know, like he's just not the person I want, and it goes back to, do I really want, it's so hard because I am pulled in both directions. Like, yes, I don't want Donald Trump, but I also don't want to just give Biden my vote just because, and I
Well,
feel
let
like
me ask
that
you,
is kind of
Priscilla,
what the
it-
corporate
it-
Democrats are expecting.
It sounded like you were saying it's not just because. In other words, you said you preferred Biden over Trump. I listed 6 or 7 policy issues and you said Biden's better, right? You said that about a minute ago.
Yeah.
So it's not really just because. It sounds like you've analyzed their positions on policy and you've decided which one's better.
Yeah, I have. I don't know. I feel I still feel some hesitation, and I'm not sure. I still feel like I will vote for him, but I don't know. And I know a lot of people are in my same boat, that they're just kind of feeling,
I get
don't
it.
know. It's like we're in a rock and a hard place. We're forced to vote for someone who we're not completely behind, which I get that's kind of the
Well,
way it
that's
works,
always
but
the case
I
to
don't know.
different degrees. I mean, no, I'm not, I've never voted for anyone I'm completely behind. It's always, who are you more behind?
Right.
And it sounds like you're pretty damn clear about that.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I am. I've just been such a Bernie supporter since high
Sure.
school, and now this is going to be my first time voting.
Wow.
And yeah, it's just not the way I planned, but thank you for your time.
Priscilla, I can tell from talking to you that you're going to do the right thing in November.
Thank you. Have
All
a
right,
good
Priscilla,
one. Thank
take
you for
care.
your
Have a
show.
good one. All right. I apologize for everybody I was not able to get to. We are out of time today, but we will take calls again. Really appreciate you joining me. Quick break. More after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind the scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let's get into audience questions for the week, starting with, hey, David, what do you believe is the future of the progressive movement in the Democratic Party, or is the future of American progressivism outside of the Democratic Party? So there's a philosophical debate here. There's an ideological debate to be had about, will the Democratic Party allow itself to become a truly progressive party, or will it not allow that, meaning that if progressives want a real foothold in the United States, they will have to work outside the Democratic Party as third-party candidates or whatever else the case may be. Beautiful conversation. I love it. Completely irrelevant if campaign finance is not reformed. And arguably, if we don't actually change our system of elections away from a first past the post, winner take all system. I think that if you look at the Tea Party movement of 2010, if the Tea Party movement had decided to work exclusively outside of the Republican Party, instead of just having Tea Partiers run as Republicans, had the Tea Party succeeded at taking seats, it actually would have weakened the Republican Party, and by its by the inverse, it would have strengthened the Democratic Party. Why is that? If the Tea Party candidates were not running as Republicans, they would have been running against Republicans. They would have disproportionately taken votes from Republicans. They would have played spoilers for Republicans. And they likely wouldn't have won as many seats either, right? So you would have had some cases where Republican seats would have been lost to Tea Party seats as third partiers, and that would have weakened the Republican Party. You also would have had seats that a Tea Partier running inside the Republican Party could have won, but would not have, because Republican money would have poured into the Republican candidate and not the Tea Party candidate. So because campaign finance is what it is, and because we have a voting system that is what we have, the Tea Party won a bunch of seats in 2010 in the midterms because they ran as Republicans. At the local level, some didn't, but nationally they ran as Republicans. Eventually, the Tea Party became integrated into the Republican Party, and the Republican Party overall was moved towards the Tea Party. This was a massive win for the Tea Party. You don't really hear much about the Tea Party anymore. It's just part of the Republican Party at this point in time. That's an example of a success at changing the party. Now, there's an argument to be made that Democrats are not Republicans, that the Democratic Party would not ever be so influenced by a progressive wing like the Tea Party was able to influence the Republican Party, because they're just fundamentally different parties. I completely disagree with this. And the evidence is, look at how the Democratic Party has already moved in the last 5 years, since Bernie Sanders in 2015 started more prominently talking about Medicare for all, free college to a lesser extent then, more in 2020, minimum wage increase. A lot of the stuff that was made prominent by progressives back in 2015, 2016, 2017 is now relatively mainstream in the Democratic Party. Now, there is no question that because the Democratic Party, as much as the Republican Party, are very corporate influenced establishment parties, you still see, a majority of Democratic senators don't support something like Medicare for all right now. But I think the evidence is clear that the progressive wing, progressives, have already influenced the Democratic Party. So my position is, if we don't change campaign finance, move to public funding of elections, limit the duration of a campaign, limit how much money can be spent, eliminate PACs, all that different stuff, I don't believe progressives have a serious chance outside of the Democratic Party. It pains me to say it. There's actually also a backfire risk. If progressives outside of the Democratic Party did a good job of taking some seats away from Democrats, running independent third party, in the short and even medium term, it probably helps Republicans by strengthening them in comparison to the Democratic Party. The progressive wing, these progressive independents, would be too small to really get very much done. In the long term, it's a question mark, and we don't know. So right now, if progressives were to break off and form their own party, it could very much damage the Democratic Party. If you're an accelerationist, right, if you prefer Trump over Biden, if it can't be Bernie, then maybe you like that. Maybe you want to see the Democratic Party destroyed in order to, at some point in the future, build it back up. That's a philosophical discussion. In practice, I don't see any way that if we don't reform public campaign finance, and if we don't reform how our election systems work, I don't see any way that progressives succeed at the national level. Local is different, by working outside the Democratic Party. Go bigger than the Democratic Party, of course. But in terms of electoral politics, you've got to fix campaign finance and how we do elections first if you want progressives to have a shot outside the Democratic Party at really making an influence. Hey, David, does the hashtag Never Biden movement help or hurt progressives? So there are elements to this question that are similar to the elements of whether the progressive wing of the Democratic Party should simply separate from the Democratic Party altogether. First and foremost, the Never Biden people who insist Biden can't win, these are the exact same folks who believed, even when it was very clear Bernie had no shot to the nomination, that Bernie was going to be the nominee. So in terms of their ability to do political prognostication, I would not put too much weight behind the opinions of the hashtag Never Biden movement. But I think that they bring an important question to the table, which is over the long term, does the progressive movement benefit or not from Joe Biden winning in 2020? Now, I did a segment about this a couple of months ago. I am no stranger to this idea. If you sort of take a game theory perspective, you can argue that the best thing for progressives is for Biden to be the nominee, but to lose to Trump. Why could that be the best thing for progressives over the long term, second term, right? That's the game theory question. Now, in practical terms, how much damage is done for decades if Donald Trump gets to pick one or two more Supreme Court justices during his second term? Well, that's not trivial. How much damage is done to the environment if we get 4 years of Trump versus 4 years of Biden, who supports the Green New Deal as a framework, if not fully, admittedly? How much does our economy suffer if we get 4 more years of Donald Trump's tax plan as opposed to Joe Biden's, which is better on marginal tax rates, which is better on the taxing of capital gains? I could go on. So I believe that if you want to ignore the damage and destruction that Donald Trump will do in a second term, in a game theory hypothetical perspective, there is a very good case to be made that in the long run, maybe the progressive movement is more jump-started by Biden losing in November than winning. In practical terms, as a person who gets one vote and has the decision to make, do I take an action that reinstalls Trump or do I take an action that removes him? I have to vote for Joe Biden. That's my moral compass. I can't take an action that would make it more likely Trump gets 4 more years. And this gets us to incrementalism versus accelerationism. When I look at history, and I've done this before, I won't bore people by doing it again. When people say, hey, let's burn it down to build it back up, I don't see instances in the last 150 years of American history where that was actually what worked, other than through cataclysm and massive death. When we look at the progressive era, the New Deal era, and the civil rights era, yes, there were protests. Yes, there was some violence. Yes, and I'm not minimizing it by saying some. I don't mean, what I mean is, in the grand scheme of things, those were advances that happened because of peaceful protests, because of who was on the Supreme Court at the time and was able to uphold some of those changes. So the theoretical question of the long-term progressive movement's success, if Biden loses versus if he wins, let's do it. When it comes to November, I can't take an action that helps Donald Trump. Okay, last question today. Hey, David, are you worried about violence if Donald Trump loses in November? I want to be really careful when talking about this because I worry that I'm stepping into a minefield where I might be giving people ideas, and I really don't want to do that, which is why I've sort of resisted talking about this. But I think at this point, it deserves some discussion. Okay, let's game it out. Joe Biden wins by a lot. What do Trumpists do? Joe Biden wins by a tiny bit. What do Trumpists do? I actually think the more dangerous scenario is if Biden wins by a little bit, because if Biden really just crushes Donald Trump, my instinct is that you will see Trumpists sort of just like pretend nothing ever happened and say, hey, you know, coronavirus was a unique circumstance. This isn't really a big loss for Trump. This was, people voting because of a pandemic that affected every country. This doesn't say anything about Trump. Okay, Biden's the president. Good luck with that, guys. And I think you would see Trumpists be relatively quiet if Biden absolutely blows out Donald Trump. Now, more likely is that it's going to be maybe a closer election, no matter who wins. The scenario that scares me is if Biden wins very narrowly, very, very narrowly, and Trump fuels the idea that something unfair happened, that the election cannot be trusted, that the results have been doctored, that it was rigged in some way. That's the scenario that really scares me, particularly in the period between Election Day and what would be Joe Biden's Inauguration Day. That period, in my mind, could become one of these where you want to stay home when the virus is spreading. Maybe you would want to stay home during that as well in certain parts of the country. I believe that law enforcement, locally, state, federally, is more than equipped to handle it. But that doesn't mean that there could not be dangers. And yes, it is something I'm thinking of, and I am hopeful that it does not go that way. If Trump wins, I think it's less likely that you see that violence. I think the scenario most likely to lead to violence would be a narrow Biden victory, which Trump casts doubt on the integrity of the election in a way that really gets his base going and going crazy. I hope I'm wrong. Let me know your thoughts about what you expect, what you think there. We've got a fantastic bonus show for you today. It is Friday, meaning producer Pat Ford is taking the reins of the bonus show. So that's it for me for the week. I will be back with you on Monday.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I
gentlemen, and welcome to the 370th edition of Energy Week. Today is the 7th of May, and we're covering news on energy and climate change from April 30th to the 6th of May.
That's what I got.
That's what you got. I am George Harvey, and the other voice you hear is the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. And we are doing this because of the coronavirus. We're doing it from home. And Tom, you almost always have comments. I have to say where the information is available. Do you want to go ahead or should I?
Yeah, we got a picture coming here. I hope you have the picture.
We do, but I would say anybody who is watching this show can read the articles that we're talking about either at my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and you can click on the date that we're starting on the 30th of April, or there is a file that's uploaded to BCTV and from there to elsewhere, and there's also a link to the blog that we use to set the show up. It's almost a script. So you were going to say, Tom, I'm sorry.
Well, there's certainly some good stuff to look up. If you listen to the show, some of these things you will find very interesting. Some of them are very long. And I'll try to call that to your attention.
Okay, good.
So we got an amazing thing that we've never seen before. It's called a nodding donkey.
We've been seeing a lot of these guys lately. This one is, and the actual title on the article was had to do with sunsetting on the nodding donkey.
That's exactly what I have here.
This article is from CNN. What do you got for a title, Tom?
The world may never recover its thirst for oil.
The world is learning to live with less oil. The coronavirus pandemic has destroyed demand for gasoline and jet fuel as billions of people stay home, and there's no guarantee it will ever fully recover despite rock bottom prices. The oil industry is bracing for the effects of the crisis to linger.
Well, we've been talking about this exact stuff, and we will mention it again. This came from CNN, by the way.
Yeah.
And they usually do a pretty good job.
They generally do, yeah.
And I got a little takeaway here. Citizens in once polluted cities, having become accustomed to blue skies, demand tougher emissions controls, encouraging governments to redouble efforts to tackle the climate crisis.
Yeah.
That's a mouthful.
It is. And of course, we've also got more behind this because people are learning to work at home in a lot of cases who have never done it before.
Yeah.
And people are learning that air travel puts you in a position where social distancing is next to impossible in many cases. And
absolutely.
You know, we're seeing the world is
the world will change.
Yeah, the world is going to change. There's no doubt about it in my mind. So should we go on?
Yeah, let's move along. We got another unusual picture here.
Yeah,
it's an offshore wind farm.
Yes. And this one comes from gcaptain.com.
That's what I say. Yeah. Never heard of them, but I picked it up.
I never heard of them either. I tried to figure out what I could about them and didn't learn very much.
Well, this is the title. Renewable energy helps utilities survive virus slump.
This is really interesting. Energy companies from Ørsted AS to Iberdrola SA reported robust first quarter earnings in a period that has been bedeviled by a slump in energy demand and a collapse of gas prices. Large wind and solar portfolios have so far protected those companies from the worst effects of the crisis.
Well, this is a quote from the article. There is complete consensus that the road to economic recovery must be green.
Well, that is something that I'm seeing a lot of. I don't see anybody writing articles saying we need more coal, oil, and gas. I just don't see it. And
well, there's one more sentence here that I've got. A roundup. The article is a roundup of the key energy earnings from Ørsted, Iberdrola, Vattenfall, and Naturgy.
Okay.
So shows you what these companies are doing.
Yeah. A year ago, on the idea that the price of oil would go below zero, what do you suppose you would have picked as a number?
I don't know how long I would have left.
Okay. I think do you think you would have gone with 1 in 10,000, 1 in a million?
Something like that.
Okay. What would you have picked as a number if I'd said, what are the odds that the price of oil is going to go up to $500 a barrel?
I would say the odds are good.
Okay. Now
I would have said the odds were good.
Here's the problem. If for these companies that are dealing and people who are dealing with fossil fuels, they're looking at this and saying, in a lot of cases, if the price of oil can go negative, what can happen to it on the up end? Because if they're dependent on oil or gas to power a fossil fuel powered generating plant, or to drive their fleet of buses or whatever it is, they have to be able to pay for the power. And it's easy to pay for something that's negative. But that's not going to last very long. What if the price goes up? And this whole thing of the price going negative has made people who are dependent on the price of oil scared.
Say that again. I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean.
Price of oil went negative.
Yep.
And it scared the people who are dependent on oil because they know if it can go negative, it can go high many times that amount.
If it goes negative, it means they don't get paid for their oil. They got to pay to store it.
I'm talking about the users, the people who build natural gas power plants, for example. And natural gas prices are tied to the prices of oil. If you're going to build a power plant, would you build a natural gas plant right now knowing that the price of oil is so volatile that it can actually go negative for a period of days?
Well, the downside of that is it can go very positive high within the next few days. It's very uncertain, and companies are going bankrupt because of it.
Yeah, the uncertainty has become blaringly obvious. That's the point I was trying to make. Maybe I should escape from that. Do you want to go to the next one, or do you have more to say about this?
Let's move on to the next one here.
Okay.
It's more of the same.
More of the same. We have a coal-burning power plant. Imagine.
Yeah, we do. I've got it here. It's just that I got it hasn't come up on my screen yet, but there it is.
There it is.
Coal-burning power plant in Bergheim, Germany.
Yeah.
And what it says is here is the COVID-19 crisis will wipe out demand for fossil fuels, says the IEA.
Now,
You're going to tell us what the IEA is.
I am indeed. That is the International Energy Agency, and that is an agency that's in the UN. And I want to point out this is not the EIA, which is the Energy Information Administration that is part of the U.S. Department of Energy, and it's also not, and this is the important one, the IRENA, which is the International Renewable Energy Agency. I want to point that out because the International Energy Agency used to be blamed a lot for being actually almost being so optimistic about fossil fuels that they sounded like they were promoting them. And here...
It's alphabet soup to me.
What?
It's alphabet soup to me.
Yeah. Well, they're not doing that anymore. The International Energy Agency said the outbreak of COVID-19 would wipe out demand for fossil fuels by prompting a collapse in energy demand 7 times as great as the slump caused by the global financial crisis. It said renewable energy will continue to grow.
I think that's pretty accurate.
I think so. And
well, there's a takeaway here is global energy demand was likely to plummet by the equivalent of the combined energy demand of France, Germany, Italy, and the UK. This is significant.
It is. It's a significant decline.
And there's a takeaway here is renewable electricity will be the only source resilient to the global energy shock.
See, this is the thing that is really important to understand. We're going to see this in the next article. Maybe I should hold off on talking until we get to that next article. Do you have more on this one?
No, I don't, and this one's coming closer to home.
Yep, it is. This is from Power Engineering Magazine, and we have a picture of the Indian Point nuclear plant.
Well, the article refers directly to that, and it says Indian Point 1 gigawatt nuclear plant Unit 2 is closing permanently.
And the synopsis I have says tonight, April 30th, with the push of a red button, one of two operating nuclear reactors at the Indian Point Energy Center along the Hudson River north of New York City will shut down. The plant is 24 miles from Manhattan. Demolition is projected to cost $2.3 billion. That's billion with a B.
For sure. Came from Power Engineering magazine.
It sure did.
Now, what I say about it is the 1,020 megawatt Unit 2 reactor will close for good. And the 1,040 megawatt Unit 3 will close next year in April 2021.
Yeah.
And the energy they are providing will be replaced largely by natural gas plants.
Yeah. I want to point out one thing that came up a lot in the news in the month prior to this closing was people saying we've got a pandemic going on. This is a bad time to close a nuclear power plant. And the thing that these people didn't understand is that right now it might be impossible. It might not be impossible, but it might be impossible to prevent the Unit 3 reactor from closing down because if it didn't close down in April next year, it would have to refuel. And it takes over a year to get the fuel. So it, at this point, is kind of touch and go whether they'd even be able to get the fuel.
Yeah, they would have to be ordering it, as you say, right now.
Yeah, they should have ordered it a couple of months ago, but they've made a deal that the plant would close, so it's probably going to close. The thing is, these nuclear plants are baseload plants, and people who say, and they still say, we need baseload power to know that we're going to be able to turn the lights on at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday morning in the spring when the power load is the lowest on the grid. That lowest is the base load. And base load power plants are designed to cover that load. And the thing that makes them what they are is that they have been built with the idea of efficiency of scale specifically for that purpose. And
historically, if they need more power, they've had to go to a peaking plant, and the peaking electricity has been expensive.
It's been expensive, but you know what happens if you have a pandemic like we've got, and the base load that you have expected is actually significantly greater than the real demand. That means that these baseload plants have to close, and it can take a nuclear plant a week or two to come back to power once it's closed. Yeah. And that's also true, but not quite as long for coal and natural gas baseload plants. And the result of that is that if the demand is that unpredictable, then baseload plants actually have to operate at less than full efficiency, which means that they become very expensive to operate. And then what's happening is we're seeing renewable energy coming on the grid that is cheap, and you know we're going to have an article about that later in this show. Solar power breaking but
absolutely. Well, it's happening. I mean, it's inevitable.
It's happening, and what's happening is that if you want to shut down a wind turbine or shut off a solar farm, you can do that. It's easy, and then if you want it back again, you just tell it to come back again. And if the wind is blowing in that particular place, you've got it. But if it isn't blowing in that particular place, it's going to be blowing someplace else. So,
well, the technology to store energy is rapidly advancing.
That's the other one, Tom. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with that. You did indeed.
And that's going to change a lot of things.
Oh, is it ever? Okay, we are up.
Along here, we got a nice picture of some underwater things.
Underwater things. This is
like a clam in the middle there and a bunch of tubular life, I guess they are.
They're called tube worms.
Well, I won't call you a liar for that one.
We're up to Friday, May 1st, and this article comes from Clean Technica.
And it says, I quote, "The ocean genome helps fight disease. Here's how we save it." This is important.
It is. One thing that the authors of this, and there were like 5 authors for this thing, and the names made it sound to me like possibly not all of them spoke English as their native language. So I'm not going to blame them for this, but the word genome that they used is not correct here. What they really meant was biome. Genome is the genes in an organism. They're talking about the ocean biome where they
are.
Where they are talking about the mix of animals and plants. But anyway, to quote them, even though they're using this word a little incorrectly, the ocean plays a surprising role in fighting COVID-19. This is something I didn't know. The ocean genome is a rich source of antiviral compounds and enzymes from remarkable hydrothermal vent bacteria have been key to the technology in virus test kits, including those used to diagnose COVID-19. Who'd have thought?
Well, this is a long and informative article. This is a good article.
It's a good article to read.
You got about 3 weeks to read it.
Yeah. You know, I just noticed right next to that clam is a shrimp.
I didn't see that.
It's climbing on one of those tubes. It's looking up.
Oh yeah, small. Yeah.
Isn't that funny? But anyway, that's and what they're saying is these animals and plants that live in the ocean, we need them. We need them in order to deal with problems that we have on land, and that makes that ocean, the ecology of the ocean, the environmental quality of the ocean, very important.
Well, there's something from the article. It's originally a quote from the World Health Organization.
Yeah.
It says countries need to do 3 things to successfully fight this pandemic: test, test, and test.
What was that second one, Tom?
Test, test, and test.
Okay.
Multiple threats face the ocean genome. Again, the wrong word.
Yeah.
Which is this is what they define it as: the genetic material present in all marine organisms.
Well, you know, that comes pretty close to being genome, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the information it encodes is the foundation upon which marine ecosystems rest.
Yeah, maybe they got that word right and I got it wrong.
Well, this seems to be the way they're using it anyhow.
Yeah. Okay.
And the information. Well, the article lists 5 ways to protect and share the ocean genome, which I'm not going to list here, but it's worth looking up.
Worth looking at, yeah. Okay.
Oh, we got a nice picture here.
Yes, of a map
of the U.S. U.S. with the U.S. shale plays in it. It's interesting to note that there's none in New England.
I was actually going to say that too, Tom. There are a couple of places where there's none, but we don't have to worry about shale oil or shale gas in New England. But you know, obviously the Marcellus play and so forth, the Bakken, which is in northern North Dakota and Montana, and
well, we don't have to go very far from New England because over the border in New York State, there's a very large play that begins down almost where the 3 states, New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, come together.
Yes,
and it goes right straight down into West Virginia, and it's a big play.
It is a big play, and it is one of the reasons why people, you know, the oil companies were very upset when the state of New York said, we're not going to allow you to do any fracking.
And this is all frackable stuff.
Yeah, it is. Okay, this is from CNN, and you have the keys to the title.
The oil bankruptcies are just beginning. Here's who could be next.
Wow.
That's scary.
The oil crash is blocking U.S. fracking companies from accessing cheap credit that fueled their prolific rise. That reversal of fortunes could prove fatal for over-leveraged shale oil companies, and the weakest players are likely to get tipped into bankruptcy. Don't worry. The economic stimulus will save these guys. You can do a lot with $2.2 trillion.
Oh, you can't do that. Well, the article here says that virtually unlimited borrowing allowed shale companies to dramatically ramp up production, whether that oil was needed or not.
Yes.
So U.S. prices now, at the time they wrote this, average just $30 per barrel, a price too low for virtually any U.S. shale company to turn a profit.
Yeah.
Now, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So no one wants to lend money to a shale oil company that can't generate enough cash flow at cheap prices.
And the shale oil companies are not borrowing money to do something that they're not already doing, except for one thing, and that is to pay off loans that they've already got that they can't otherwise pay off. That is bad. That's like supporting yourself on credit cards.
Well, there's one big wild card according to this, and that's President Trump's promise to rescue the oil industry.
Yeah, well,
The next article that we're going to talk about is exactly on that.
yeah, and well, yeah, okay. Should we go on?
Yeah, we might just as well.
Okay, our next article is on Saturday, May 2nd, and it comes from Echo Watch.
And it says the Trump administration sits on $43 billion intended for clean energy loans, while unemployment soars.
Why?
Yeah, well, you're going to tell us. There's a picture there of the Alamosa Solar Project in Colorado.
Yeah, I'll mention that too, but let me read the synopsis first. While the nation struggles to find ways to ramp up the economy so people can get back to work, over $43 billion in low-interest loans earmarked for clean energy projects stands undistributed by the Trump administration, according to the New York Times.
He's not spending the money.
Why would he do that? I mean, there's a stimulus, and this is money that had been already put in the...
allocated.
It had been allocated before the stimulus was needed.
Absolutely.
Those solar arrays that you see in this picture, by the way, the Alamosa solar array, those are not quite what they appear to be.
Oh, yeah?
Well, they're not regular solar panels. They're concentrating solar panels that are held inside containers where the sunlight is concentrated with Fresnel lenses. And if anybody doesn't know what a Fresnel lens is, it's a lens that has its surface stepped. And you see this, for example, in a lighthouse. There's a circular lens around the light, and it has steps in the glass. And the reason why it's got those steps is because they're not really all that concerned about exactly where that light is going. They just want it to go out. They could build a lens that was really, really thick, but what they do is they step it down so it's not so thick. And
they can make the lens really thin.
They can make the lens really thin. Sometimes you see that in the back window of a camper, for example, where there's a thing that's maybe a foot square and it's circular. That is a very powerful lens that gives the person driving the vehicle a picture out the back window, a broad angle picture. But those Fresnel lenses on these mounts that these things are on, each of which I think maybe carries 50 of these solar panels, are gigantic. And those boxes in the middle of the screen, I think, might be 5 or 6 feet tall. And
those are the electrical connections.
Those are the electrical connections. They might be 4 feet tall, but these panel assemblies on tracking mounts are probably 8 inches to a foot thick, and these are big. They're really big.
So these lenses are concentrating the solar, which would be raising the efficiency of the solar panels.
In most solar panels, it would destroy the efficiency by making them overheat, but this is a special kind of solar panel.
Well, there's a lot of people working on a lot of ideas, and some of them are going to be good ones.
Yep. But here we are. We have $43 billion in low-interest loans that could be made for clean energy, and the administration, for some reason, even though it's throwing money at the, conservatives that I've known, and I've always been kind of conservative, and I had a lot of conservative friends, would have been horrified at the idea of just saying, let's throw money at this problem. They talked a lot about how the liberals' solution was to throw money at problems, but what's going on in Washington now is not, I think, what they would have approved of, even though the last of them that I talked to, and most of those guys were getting old and have died, but he was saying, well, we'll just see where this administration is going. I think he died a year ago, and I think he would have been very disappointed at the idea of throwing money at a problem. But these low-interest loans should be part of the solution. and they're not.
Well, they've been earmarked from Congress a long time ago, but he's not spending them.
Well, I think, in fact, he would prefer to see renewable energy go away.
I think he would, too. He's certainly not a fan of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on here.
Okay.
There's a picture of some very similar panels.
Yeah.
And the sign there says, "Have a sunny day."
And that's what the caption says.
Absolutely.
Which it says because I wrote it. Okay. This is an article from Clean Technica.
Houston surprises. 100% renewable energy will lead to $65 million in savings in 7 years. Huh?
Yeah. Mayor Sylvester Turner announced that the city of Houston, this is Houston, Texas, not Houston, Montana or something like this. This is a city. This is a big city. Has committed to purchasing 100% renewable energy through a renewed partnership with NRG Energy. The city will realize $65 million in savings over a 7-year contract that they signed.
Well, to give you some idea of the size of Houston, it's the top municipal user of renewable energy in the country. And it plans to power all municipal operations with renewable energy, which is estimated to see a $9 million reduction in its annual electricity bill.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're looking at this pretty closely, and they're hoping for some good savings.
Well, it looks like they're getting them.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting them already.
Yes. You got more on that, or should we go on?
No, let's move on to the next one.
Okay, this is from Environment and Energy Leader, and we have a picture of wind turbines in the mountains.
It looks like that. Yeah, it does. Could have fooled me.
Fooled me. Well, there's a lake in the foreground.
Yeah, there is, isn't there?
Yeah. It's not terribly obvious given the colors we've got, but that's I believe that's what it is. If it is,
I think that's what it is. Yeah. Well, a report. Are you going to read that? International report makes business case for renewables investment.
Okay. A report from the International Renewable Energy Agency. Remember, I was talking about the International Energy Agency and not the International Renewable Energy. Now I'm talking about the International Renewable Energy Agency, which is called IRENA.
IRENA, yes.
Makes a business case for investment in renewables. It says future decarbonization is still possible despite the economic shutdown from the pandemic, and it highlights climate-safe options for investment.
I'll list those 4 because they're quick.
Okay.
Rapid decline in renewable energy costs.
Yeah.
Air quality improvements.
Yeah.
Enhanced energy security.
Yep.
And socioeconomic benefits. They all make sense.
They all make sense, absolutely. And, enhanced energy security is something that I think the Trump administration doesn't understand. They think that if we pump as much oil as we can to the point that we're exporting it, that means that we are energy secure, but it still makes us dependent on oil and gas. And if we want to be dependent on something, it's a whole lot better, I think, to be dependent on the fact that the wind is going to blow fairly frequently and most of the time, and the sun is going to shine every day. And by the way, I should mention this because a lot of people don't understand it. Photovoltaic panels, the PVs that are used for solar power, produce electricity even when it's raining if it's daylight hours.
If it's daylight, they work. Absolutely.
They still work. All they need is light. They will not produce as much as electricity as they would if the sun were shining brightly. But, a friend of mine who has a big solar array and batteries and is entirely dependent on that has told me that the batteries produce about 50% sometimes of what they would on a sunny day. When it's raining and dark out, they still charge the batteries.
Okay. Makes sense.
We are up to Sunday, May 3rd, and this is an interesting photograph of what is called MV Osprey.
Yeah, it's delivering jackets for the Moray First East Wind Farm. Moray First East Wind Farm.
Yeah. Tom, are you aware of what they call semi-submersible heavy lift ships?
No.
Well, this is what you're seeing in this picture is a
very unusual looking ship.
Yeah, That is a semi-submersible heavy lift ship.
Okay.
And it's called the MV Osprey. I was fascinated by this, so I did a little research on it. You'll notice that there are 2 tugboats pushing that ship up to the quay.
Okay.
That ship has 2 bridges.
I thought it did.
A bow bridge and a stern.
Yeah, it looks like that.
And the reason is because you know those big substations they put out on offshore wind farms?
Yeah, we've talked about them.
This is
they're like hotels.
Yeah, this is the kind of vessel that delivers them.
Okay.
And you know, as I went through pictures of these, it wasn't this ship; it was a different ship. It happened to be owned by the same company, OHT, which is Offshore Heavy. I'm going to say Transit, but it's a Norwegian company with an English title. But nevertheless, you remember the USS Cole, which got bombed by Al Qaeda years ago?
I don't remember that.
Well, it was an Arleigh Burke class destroyer.
Okay.
Okay, now my father was on 3 destroyers during the Second World War. One of them was Wickes class. It was First World War. It was a tiny bit more than 1,000 tons. The second and third were Fletcher class, and they were a little over 2,000 tons. But the Arleigh Burke destroyers, believe it or not, are over 6,000 tons.
They're big.
That's the size of a light cruiser.
Yeah.
And when the Cole was bombed and a big hole was put in its side, it was brought back to the United States for repair on a ship that looked like this.
Oh, no kidding.
And what they can do is they can submerge that ship so that flat deck goes maybe 10 meters below the waterline, and then float the ship that they want to transport onto it, and then lift it out of the water and go for a trip.
Well, that's interesting.
Isn't it? I saw another picture of a similar ship that was carrying 2 minesweepers. You know, I mean, this is a very different thing, but that's a 50,000-ton ship. And those stands are tall. You know.
Yes, big. They're big.
You know, they may be, I don't know. I'm going to guess they might be 12 stories, 15 stories tall. Okay, this article comes from Northern Times, and you, Tom, have the title.
Port of Nig takes delivery of massive offshore wind farm jackets for the Moray East development.
And one thing I should point out to anybody who wants to look at this article is that the Northern Times will not give you access to it unless you've got ad blocking off. Okay? Anyway, the synopsis is the heavy lift vessel MV Osprey delivered the first 8 out of 103 jacket structures to the 100-turbine Moray East offshore wind farm. The jacket structures will be taken to the wind farm site in the Moray Firth for installation. And the reason why 100 turbines need 103 jacket structures is because 3 of them are for the what are those things called? I just mentioned them.
Just talked about them.
Yeah, the
combination of a hotel and a energy collector.
That's what it is. But what do they call them? They call them. The word is just out of my.
We just talked about them, and I forget the word we used.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. A firth is a word meaning the same thing as a fjord or an inlet or a bay.
Yeah.
And a Moray Firth is in the far north of Scotland by Inverness.
Yes.
So it's way up there.
Way up there.
And did I read the title here? Yes, I did.
You read the word that we were trying to think of was substation.
Of course. Well, an installation vessel is going to lift these jackets that we see there into the sea and precisely connect them with pre-installed piles. So the turbines and the 3 offshore substation platforms, that's the word we were looking for, will then be installed on top of the jackets. And they hope this to be operational by 2022.
And this is a big wind farm, 100 turbines.
Very large wind farm, yeah.
Do you have the capacity of the wind farm? I don't know, but I would guess it's probably at least 500 megawatts, because those turbines are going to be at least 5 megawatts.
I don't have that number.
Yeah, but I just don't know. It could be double that.
Oh, they could be easily.
Yeah. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we got a nice picture coming up here.
I have a picture of the Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park, and every time I look at this picture, I want to shield my eyes.
I wonder why they named it after him, huh?
I don't know.
Well, it's from Dubai, so they speak Arabic there, and they got a lot of Mohammeds.
That they do, yes.
Well, Dubai achieves, in case you were wondering where it was, it's in Dubai. Dubai achieves a record lowest tariff for a solar project. I think we've mentioned this before.
We have, but we're going to mention it again next week because another one came in. Dubai is, well, let me read this. The Dubai.
It's one of the Arab Emirates. It's right near the east coast of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh, yes. Okay. Dubai achieves, let's see, Dubai Electric and Water Authority awarded the 900 megawatt PV fifth phase of the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park to a consortium led by Aqua Power, ACWA. The winning tariff, which was 1.6953 cents per kilowatt hour, establishes, so this
less than 2 cents, baby.
Yeah, this is a little bit less than 1.7 cents. Establishes a new global benchmark for the cost of solar PV energy, and this is from the Arab News. And I will tell you that in next week's show, we will be bringing up the fact that this record low has been broken.
Already. Wow. I wouldn't have bet on that.
I would not have bet on it, but the interesting thing is this was to supply Dubai, and the new one is to supply Abu Dhabi.
Okay.
Which is almost in the same place.
Well, these used to be protectorates. They were British protectorates.
Yeah.
And they saved them from being part of Saudi Arabia, basically.
By making them into the United Arab Emirates.
Eventually, that's what they became.
Yeah.
Yep. And this article says that the solar park will be the largest single-site solar park in the world.
Yeah. By the way, the new tariff that broke this one,
yeah,
a little bit below 1.7 cents. It was 1.35 cents, so it was a huge drop.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing? But
the current operational capacity of this one is 1.013 megawatts. And the fifth phase will bring the capacity to 2.863 megawatts, with future phases to reach 5,000 megawatts by 2030. So they're not playing games here.
No, they're not.
They're pretty serious.
Yes.
And they got plenty. They still have oil.
Yeah.
They still have oil, so they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, I suppose they are. Okay, we should probably move on. We've got an article next on Clean Technica and a picture of a Modvion tower on a ferry boat.
That's exactly what we're seeing there.
And there's a good example of why a bridge is called a bridge in this picture.
I think you're right. It looks like a bridge, doesn't it?
The
sign on the back of the truck says long load, wide load.
Yeah, it sure does. Okay, what do you got for a title?
Modvion completes the first wind turbine tower in Sweden. We haven't talked about Sweden much at all.
No, but there's stuff coming up. Cross-laminated timber is lighter and stronger than steel. Now, we talked about this particular kind of tower, I think last week or the week before. But
we certainly talked about cross-laminated timber.
Yep, but there's more about it in this. It permits a narrower base for tall wind towers. The towers are modular and can be shipped in sections to be assembled on site, eliminating many of the transportation issues of wider steel masts. Now Modvion has built its test masts. These things, you can have parts of them and bolt them together, or however it is they're fastened, which means that you can where the tower is particularly wide, you can have that wide section divided into pieces that can conveniently fit under bridges and things.
I guess that's what's going on here.
Yeah.
Well, the article says as the steel wind towers rise above 300 feet, the base diameters exceed 15 feet.
Yeah.
There's the limit for transport in most parts of the USA and the UL and the EU.
Yeah.
So these modular towers solve this problem of the base diameters exceeding 15 feet.
Yeah. And by the way, the bridge in this ferry boat?
Yeah.
Those types of bridges first appeared when sailing vessels started getting side paddles.
Is that so?
From the stern of the ship, where the control was done, because the wheel had to be was conveniently near the rudder, you couldn't see a lot of what was in front of you because of those side paddles. So they built a bridge from one of them to the other as a way to be able to see past the bow of the ship.
Okay.
Okay?
Interesting.
Move on.
Move on to Monday, May 4th.
Very good idea. And we have an article here from the Sydney Morning Herald.
A picture of some interesting trees that are called snakewood.
They are, and you know, I thought these things might have been about 5 feet tall until I realized those two dark things above the one on the right are birds in flight. And,
oh yeah.
And if you look closely, there's a couple of birds perching on the tree on the left. But what do you got for a title?
Says trees.
Yeah, they're big.
Well, it says that the West Australia watchdog Greenlights, the world's biggest hybrid wind and solar hub.
This is mind-boggling. It's so big. A 15 gigawatt solar and wind renewable energy project in Western Australia got a green light for environmental approval. The proposed Asian renewable energy hub would supply the Pilbara power grid. This is a region of Western Australia. And it would develop a hub for generating green hydrogen, which is going to be exported to Asia.
Well, this is significant. The $22 billion project features a 1,700 solar panel array dotted through with 37 wind turbines.
Maybe that's where the money went that the Trump administration is sitting on.
Well, they're going to commence construction, they hope, in 2026. So this is going to happen. This isn't going to happen this year.
Not quite yet, but the size.
But it's a big project. I was looking it up on the map, and it's very large.
Yeah, and 15 gigawatts is like, it's huge. We were just talking about how big the one in Dubai was, and this is
bigger.
That size.
Like
yeah.
what?
Okay, is that enough on that, or do we want to? Well,
we've covered it on that. We don't have a picture of the map where it is on the area, but this is huge.
It's huge.
Pretty large. It's about 50 miles square.
I actually went out to find that picture of the snakewood trees because I wanted to show a picture of what the ground is like on Pilbara. And the map, I think to most people living in the United States, that map would really not mean anything. So there it is. The next picture that we have is the BNEF LCOE chart for 2019. BNEF is Bloomberg Renewable Energy Finance, and LCOE is Levelized Cost of Electricity. And the article comes from Renewables Now.
And it shows what has been happening to the price of renewables and more particularly what's been happening to the price of batteries.
Yeah, this is astonishing. That price of batteries thing is really mind-blowing.
Well, it's declining prices over 10 years.
Yeah.
And you got batteries, you got offshore wind, you got PV, and you got onshore wind, and they're all going down.
And the batteries are going down at an average of 30% per year.
Well, people have been making a lot of progress on batteries.
Sure.
After about 100 years of nothing.
Yes. I think there's probably people in the battery industry who would say, Tom, we haven't just been sitting here doing nothing. But what do you got for a title?
It's time Coalition listened to experts on climate change and energy and plotted a Green New Deal. This is a long article, and it's very interesting.
Yeah. Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison often says he has yet to see evidence that lowering emissions fast enough to avert a climate crisis can be achieved in a way that doesn't create an economic crisis, too.
Well, he's got an axe to grind.
Huh?
He's got an axe to grind.
He's got an axe to grind. And, I didn't put it up as a picture, but the picture that accompanied this article was Scott Morrison with his eyes closed.
Well, as you say, clearly he's not looking.
Yeah, clearly he's not looking. And,
Well, the evidence has been abundantly available for years.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It can be found in the works of the International Energy Agency, the UN, the Australian Energy Market Operator, the big utilities, and any number of private and public think tanks and universities. And the article cites the sources to back that up.
Now, Tom, when you and I started on our show, which was, I think, 2013, we were talking about how renewable energy would soon be so cheap that it would achieve what was called grid parity, and it would start taking over. And that's where
That's happening.
It's happening, and you can see it in this graph. We achieved grid parity for parts of the world 2 years ago, and for much of the world last year, and now they're saying for most of the world.
Well, the article says that wind and solar are now the cheapest option for new generation for 85% of the world's power supply.
Yeah.
The cost of wind has plunged 9% in the last 6 months alone.
Yeah.
Solar, like 5%. And battery storage costs, as you see in the picture there, are falling even faster.
Much, yes. We have to keep going, Tom. We don't have much time left.
Well, let's take a good look at Deep Green's exploration vessel.
Speaking of deep green, have you ever seen a sea that was this blue?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I've been across the ocean and it didn't look that blue.
No. Okay, this is from Clean Technica.
Well, oceans may be the best place to get EV battery metals. This is a very interesting article.
This is a fascinating article. A study which was commissioned by deep sea mining company Deep Green shows it would be better to get the metals needed for batteries from ocean nodules than to mine them on land. There is less net cost to society and less environmental damage mining metals from the ocean. And they're talking about nodules, and they have pictures of nodules, and they
look like black golf balls.
Yeah, or I was going to say they look like the charcoal briquettes that you use for cooking in cookouts in the summer, and they're almost 100% valuable.
Here's where they're coming from. Polymetallic nodules on the sea floor, which apparently exist all over the place, can be collected without having to move rocks or dirt.
Yeah.
They're made of almost 100% usable minerals compared to ores mined from land, which have increasingly low yields, often below 1%.
Yeah.
And the land-based nodules often contain toxic levels of deleterious elements, and they give very specific findings here.
They do.
It's an interesting article.
Interesting. Okay, we're up to Tuesday, May 5th, and we have a picture of a utility-scale battery.
You'd have to tell me that's what that was, because I couldn't figure it out by looking at it.
Well, this is actually only part of the battery, and
this is true.
It consists of a large number of battery cells.
All connected together. When you know what it is, it makes sense. But before looking at it, what the heck is that?
Okay, this came from Renews.
California utility lakes 770 megawatts of storage deals.
We've had reports after report after report of these utilities making deals on large amounts of storage, and here it is. Southern California Edison has signed 7 contracts totaling 770 megawatts for energy storage, battery energy storage, to help enhance the state's electric system reliability needs and to integrate new renewable power. Most of the contracted battery projects are to be co-located with solar power plants, which makes perfect sense.
Makes sense.
Absolutely, it makes sense. And this again is one of the evidences that battery storage is cheaper than natural gas, and it is not only that, but it provides better quality electricity than natural gas does.
Well, it's really a match made in heaven.
It is.
The solar plants charge the batteries.
Yeah.
And then when the sun isn't shining, power comes to the batteries.
And the batteries can change output according to demand in tiny fractions of a second, where natural gas plants take a bit longer. And
a little bit, for sure.
Yeah, depending on the kind of plant, it might be a minute or 2 minutes up to 10 or 15 minutes. So
let's move on here.
Okay, we have a picture of a solar array with a coal plant in the background, or maybe it's a coal plant with a solar array in the foreground. I don't know which, but
something like that.
Okay, this comes from Sour Energy, and I want to point out Sour Energy is not SOUR energy. It is SAUR energy, and SAUR in German means the same as SOUR in English, but I kind of suspect that this is neither German nor English because it's
Like sauerkraut, huh?
yeah, like sauerkraut. This Sour Energy is an organization in India, so I think it probably
Oh, that's interesting, yeah.
comes from a different source altogether.
Well, renewables top coal in U.S. generation every day in April.
Yep. Data from the Energy Information Administration shows that renewables generated more electricity than coal every day in the month of April. This impressive stretch actually began on March 25th and is still going as of May 3rd. And by the way, it is still going today as we're recording this, apparently. This point was not expected to be hit until 2021.
Well, the figures are even more remarkable when compared to 2019's annual total of 38 days.
Yes.
So we've exceeded that.
Yes.
That was for the whole year.
Well, what's happened, of course, has been the coal-burning power plants have been shut down because, and this is, again...
They cost too much.
They cost too much, but that baseload power has to be there. It absolutely has to continue generating power 100%, or it's going to produce its power very inefficiently. And so what's happened is when the demand goes below the predicted base load, those plants get shut down. And it takes a long time to get them back up again.
I was just going to say, even though it takes a long time to get them up again.
This is a desperate move in a lot of cases. Shutting down a coal-burning power plant because there isn't demand is not a good sign.
It's expensive.
It's not, and it's not a good sign for the coal industry.
For sure.
Which
we've talked about it here. The coal industry is itself a fossil.
Yes, I suppose it is. And we have a picture of the Hambach coal mine coming up.
That's an interesting picture. That's a very interesting picture.
Some of these mines in Germany...
It's a big mine.
Yeah, some of them are bigger than the island of Manhattan. This thing is miles and miles.
And it's soft coal. It's lignite.
Oh, it's horrible. This is very dirty coal.
Very dirty coal. Well, Meyer Burger, which is the name of a company, plans 10 gigawatts. 10 gigawatts. Gigawatts is bigawatts. Of floating solar for the North Rhine-Westphalia area.
The CEO of Swiss technology company Meyer Burger said it is developing plans to build a factory in Germany to make photovoltaic panels that are up to 44% efficient. That's high efficiency.
24.
24. Yes, you're right. He said 10 gigawatts of the panels could cover the lake left behind when this Hambach coal mine closes. This is a Clean Technica article. And that coal mine is going to have to close sometime soon.
For sure. So as of now, the best panels you can get are 22.8% efficient from sun power.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to do something to get even better.
Well, they've got the technology. We've got like 3 minutes to do 3 articles, Tom. So,
well, let's move along then. We got another picture coming up.
Yep, this is from Neoen Solar Farm, and we are at Wednesday, May 6th, and we have an article from PV Magazine Australia.
And it says Neoen to build Australia's largest solar farm after a power deal with Clean Company.
French, huh?
It's CleanCo, I guess.
CleanCo, yeah. French renewables developer Neoen will build a 400 megawatt solar farm in Queensland after a contract to sell most of its power to CleanCo, a state-owned clean energy company, which is state-owned by the state of
Australia.
No, it's not Australia. It's
Queensland. Yeah, they just mentioned that.
West Downs Green Power Hub will be Australia's largest solar farm.
Well, that's largest exclusively solar.
Yeah.
Because we've talked about a farm's going to be much bigger than that. But it's detached.
But also is not going to be built for a little while.
That's true, too.
Our next article, it has a picture of a BYD electric truck, and it came from Clean Technica.
Build your dreams.
That is a big truck.
It's a big truck.
And it's all...
California on the verge of making truck manufacturers produce electric trucks. They're going to say you got to do it, guys.
Yeah. California Air Resources Board released a final draft of the Advanced Clean Trucks Standard, a policy that will require truck manufacturers to sell electric trucks. There will be a 30-day public comment period followed by a board vote on June 25 to 26. So this is the final draft. They don't plan on changing this draft, but they are going to get public comments from people who say this is a great idea. It's a terrible.
This is what they're saying. This will require 4,000 electric trucks to be sold in 2024 out of roughly 75,000 total.
Right.
And the proposal will result in roughly 100,000 electric trucks in California in 2030 and 300,000 in 2035. But the policy alone won't transition the heavy-duty truck vehicle sector from one fueled by diesel to one fueled by batteries and hydrogen. It's going to take additional actions. So this is just a first step.
It's just a first step, but it's saying if it's a new truck, it's going to have to be like this. And our
4,000 of them anyhow.
Yeah. And our last article is from Manifold Times. And I chose this article just because I thought you'd get a kick out of it, Tom.
I did get a kick out of it. I was looking at a picture of it and say, what the heck is going on there? And it seems that those things are actually sails.
Yeah, well, they also have solar panels on them.
Got solar panels on there. They got a word for it that I've written in here somewhere, but I can't.
Yeah, it's
energy sails.
Energy sails, yes.
And they turn around to face the wind.
Yeah, so they can pick up wind power or they can pick up solar power, and they'll work either way.
It's not enough to propel the ship, but it saves enormously on
fuel.
On fuel.
Yeah.
Well, it says the Aquarius Marine Renewable Energy Solution undergoes a feasibility study for an LR2 tanker, which means a large range 2. It's a pretty big tanker. Anything bigger than that is a super tanker.
Yeah.
800 feet.
Marine renewable energy technology company Eco Marine Power, based in Japan, announced that it has started a feasibility study regarding the implementation of an Aquarius marine renewable energy design for an LR2 tanker. And I looked at this and I thought, wait a minute, you're powering a tanker with renewable energy? What are you carrying in that tanker? Oil?
Interesting. I didn't think of that aspect.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what it reminded me of. 20 years ago, I worked in a law office in Washington, D.C., and I was living in Winchester, New Hampshire, and commuting to Washington, D.C., and I'd go down, stay down there.
Long trip.
I'd stay there for a month, and then I'd come back for a weekend. And it was always by train. But while I was down there, I had a dealing with one of the lawyers, and I said, I have something I've invented. And I said, if it makes me a billionaire, it means that I would be able to exercise a desire that I've had for years to do something in each of 3 areas. And the 3 areas were high technology, ships and boats, and music. And he looked at me very puzzled, thinking, how in the world are you going to combine those?
I'd be pretty puzzled, too.
And I said, I'm going to build, if I have $1 billion, I would build the world's first nuclear-powered collier. Now,
nuclear-powered what?
Collier. It's a ship to carry coal.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying. It just didn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. So he laughed at the idea. Of course, this was not serious at all. It was just a joke. But he laughed at the idea, and he said, what does that have to do with music? And I said, I would name it the Cole Porter.
Okay.
And for our younger viewers, Cole Porter was a very famous composer once upon a time, many years ago, when I was a little teeny kid. So there you have it. And Tom, I guess that's the end of the week. So we
just wanted to mention that picture of that ship, that whole ship is an experiment.
Oh, yes. It's an experiment.
They built it to test all sorts of technology. It's just the article.
Yeah. So it's time for us to say goodbye. So we will hope that you all come back next time. And have a wonderful week in the meantime.
With that, I will say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay, I'm going to stop the meeting. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? I gotta adjust his monitor.
It is Monday, May 4th, 2020, 6 p.m. After 6 p.m. And we are meeting Newfane Select Board via Zoom tonight. And I want to thank Cord Trowbridge for making this possible this evening. She has offered to be the host for us tonight to set everything up. And we're all very appreciative of her. Given that this is basically still new to us, we have to say a few things. Number one, one of the things that Cora said is that what we're going to do is try to have our meeting in the normal fashion as well as we can do it. So if anybody wants to speak, Cora suggested that you raise your hand. In some instances, I might not be able to see your hand when it's raised, so then call down. We get a call in from the public, or if a public person walks into town hall, I am to ask that person to identify themselves and ask them what the purpose is of their being here. They probably want to speak about a particular item on the agenda. So we will have the person identify themselves. And so that's it. So we're ready. If you have your agenda in front of you, I'm going to start. I'm calling the meeting to order. And the first item is additions or amendments to the agenda.
So I have an additions amendment. I'd like to take a vote on the administrative assistant returning back to work into the building. And also I'd like to have a motion to vote regarding the situation with Christopher Williams from the last meeting on April 6th.
So first you want to have a vote on having Winetta come back to the office. And Kelly?
Yes.
Okay. And the second one was about Chris Williams, and what is it that you wanted with that?
Regarding his behavior towards me in general in the meeting, profanity and disregard for proper conduct during the meeting.
Okay, so you're going to speak about that. Is that correct? You want that added to the agenda?
Correct.
A public agenda. Okay, anybody else have an amendment?
I've already asked for an executive session, so apparently that's not something that anyone has put up to a vote for Christopher Williams. So I could put that up to vote as an executive session. I'm not sure how that happens on this forum.
Yeah.
Nobody sees anything now?
They're seeing, but they're.
Can we mute Mike's microphone for a few minutes until he, thank you. I believe the Christopher Williams issue should be an executive session when we're all together and address it at a time where we can all talk, where it's not on Zoom.
I think you can do it on Zoom as an executive session with a closed.
However, it's not a 100% confidential meeting because Zoom has had issues where people hack into it. Yeah. So I think it being a confidential issue as an executive session, it should be done when we're all together at the town office when we can do it in a meeting.
So are you making a motion, Angela?
Yes, I'll make a motion to have an executive session when we can meet together in person.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of postponing what Shelley is suggesting about having a meeting regarding Christopher Williams. Until we are together again, face to face, please say aye.
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 Anybody else? I'll say aye. I'm in.
Is Mike on camera?
He's Mike.
Yeah.
We just made a motion. Did you hear the motion?
Yeah.
How do you vote?
No, if you're going to do it, then we'll do it in executive session. I said aye.
Oh,
okay. We didn't hear you.
Aye.
Christopher, do you want to vote on having this in an executive session when we're all together in person?
I don't care.
So we have 4 ayes and 1 who doesn't care. Seems like the ayes have it, and we are going to postpone executive session regarding Chris Williams in reference to Shelley Huber's request until we meet again. And that's it. Okay.
So we're adding to the agenda tonight about voting to return for the administrative assistant to return to work.
Yeah, I have that on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay. Next item is approval of minutes. The first one is, can somebody make a motion to accept the minutes from March 27th?
I'll make a motion to accept them.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
My discussion on it is that regarding that under new business in the minutes, that we did not vote not to have meetings by the select board. It was just, and per the minutes, it doesn't say that there was a vote on it. So my problem is that we have not been meeting on a regular basis, and every other town has been. So I just want to make a note of it that we have not been having regular meetings.
Yeah, we had a meeting on April 6th. That was our first Zoom meeting.
Yes, but we also didn't have another one in April.
We missed one meeting, that's right.
My recollection was we were to continue the meetings and 2 of us were to do pay orders unless we had business to discuss at the April 6th meeting.
What I'm noting is that there was no decision on that. It was just a blatant, decision.
I thought we voted.
No, it's not in the minutes, and I don't recall a vote being called. So I just want to make a note of that on behalf of the town of Newfane, that they're aware of it.
Okay. Okay.
And there's some misspellings in the minutes.
Okay. Anything else?
As far as the March 27th meeting, emergency meeting, that's all I got right now.
Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor for approving the minutes of March 27th, please say aye.
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 As noted, aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay. The ayes have it and the minutes are approved. The next set of minutes are taken from the April 6th regular meeting, and that was the meeting that we held by Zoom. I'd like somebody to make a motion to accept those minutes.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, any second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Again, there's a spelling error. And I made a note here under administrative assistance report that she's been meeting with you as the chair to discuss, that's the misspelled word, how we are following the governor's executive order. So my question is that the executive order decision-making for working remotely or at the office is a decision for the whole select board. It's a majority vote. And you as Madam Chair should relay that information to her, because we work as a team, not as an individual. You were asked to work with her. You were chosen as the chair because you were retired and able to devote the time. And we also reserve the right, I reserve the right as a member of the select board to have understanding of what's being done. And when we make a vote on it, majority rules.
Okay. Anybody else have a comment? Okay, so we're ready to vote. All those in favor of accepting the April 6th minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed accepting the minutes? Okay, the ayes have it and the minutes are approved. Next on the agenda is the road foreman's and road commissioners report. Jay, please.
We have set the pre-bid meeting for the Monroe Bridge as May 26th at 9 a.m. If it has to be changed, we will, but it looks like now with conferring with V-Trans and so forth, that should be safe enough time to have a meeting. There's progress now again on both the sand salt shed and the Depot Road box culvert. The V-Trans bridge inspectors have been down to do their yearly inspection of the arch bridge. They had recommended removing some loose concrete from the bridge sides and bottom. I was a little concerned about that, so I called Carolyn Coda, who's in charge of the new bridge, and she suggested it'd be better not to disturb anything on the bridge. We've been cleaning culverts as well as graveling, grading roads now that some of the restrictions have been eased. And we have a chance to buy a number of used large concrete blocks from a local resident. These would work well to keep the gravel from running into the driveway, as we could build a retaining wall with them. We can buy them for approximately $1,200. This would be half the cost of new ones. And I don't know if the board was interested in those or not.
Is that in the budget?
I think since it's an improvement to the town garage, I think it could come out of the capital for the garage.
Is that what the blocks are being used for, is to retain the sand from running into
The gravel pile.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that part of it.
To make a,
firm.
The way it was, the gravel just kind of eventually worked its way down into the driveway, and we cleaned it all off. We've got it back out of the way again. And we were just thinking if we put a retaining wall there, it'd make it easier to keep everything.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, not just that, that's what separates that with water too, right?
Right, yes.
Chris, are you raising your hand right now?
Yes, excuse me. I make a motion that we buy them.
Second it.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor of buying that, please say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Say nay. Okay, the ayes have it, and that will be purchased.
Just one more thing. The signs are posted underneath that bridge, the arch bridge, to tell people not to stay underneath there or swim or you know, be underneath the bridge, and they tend to not pay attention to it. But that's their biggest concern with those blocks, with the cement being loose, that it could fall, you know, onto the river below. I don't have a better answer than the signs that are already there, so I don't know if you have any ideas.
Well, can you tell us what the signs say?
I believe it said something about danger, falling. I can't remember exact verbiage, but to do the effect that there's falling objects and to stay 50 feet away from the bottom of the bridge.
Do you have police yellow tape across there?
We have some caution tape. I just don't know if we could get it to stay there. That's the only problem.
Also going back to keeping the bridge as is versus, you know, I think that we should do what the person you spoke to, just keeping it as is
She's afraid because that bridge was filled with gravel, that if we disturb anything, we could start to lose part of the bridge.
Yeah, definitely.
So that was I mean, we do have signs, we've warned people, but just to let you guys know that, you know, there is loose concrete, and I'll go down and once the water is lower, I'll go down and just look and see if there's anything else we can do to make it so it's harder for people to get underneath there.
Can you post signs at the edge of the bridge too?
I believe there is one as you go down the path.
Okay.
I believe there's one on each side, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
How many more years before they tear that thing down?
A year from now.
Mm-hmm.
Not soon enough.
You know what I was thinking? Remember you and I talked. I said probably the only thing you could do if you really want to stop it and maybe tighten it up is get somebody come in with that gun knife and spray it on the thing.
Right.
Like you do a swimming pool, and that might seal it and hold any loose pieces in place.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Because if you disturb that arch,
right.
we was told that made it so they could travel across it because the arch is still rugged.
Right.
And if you take any, like you said, you take any chunks out and you start losing dirt, I think it's going to probably weaken and go down, you know. At least if they cover up some of them spots, they had to, you know, if it looks like it's going to be a real problem. Got like Mike and him did on the rails there a couple of years ago.
I think they're going to be down again. Some of the other bridge people are, and they'll take another look at it, they said. See if they can come up with anything else we should do.
I guess it's still, you can still drive over it without any problems. It's secure enough.
Yep. They don't even recommend posting it for lower the weight limit or anything. So.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I would suggest if you check and see if there's any way you could put more tape to caution police head around.
Okay.
And thank you.
I'll go down and take a look.
Can I ask about the sand salt shed?
Sure.
What kind of progress is happening on that?
Today, the engineer was supposed to have the haste report, which shows where everything is and the timeline for continuing. And I think the drawings are supposed to have the additions that all the state people have given him to change. Because a bunch of people review it, and so it's still in the engineer's hands. They're doing their thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
And what's happening with the South Newfane, South Wardsboro Road? I saw that trees got caught, it got filled in, and there's still cones there. So is there anything more that needs to be done there?
We're waiting until the river engineer and our local VTrans engineer can come out and look at it again and reassess it. I think they're both able to travel now. So, of course, they haven't traveled for 6 weeks, so they're probably behind.
Yeah.
As soon as I can get them up there, we'll look at it again and see what we have to do.
And another thing, are you able to work on, oh my gosh, I can't even think what the metal, I want to say gutters, but they're not gutters. They're
culverts? Guardrails?
Yeah.
Guardrails, yeah. Yes, I've got them coming down to do some work. They were able to start work, I think, just recently, as in the last week or so. So they're supposed to be coming down first thing this spring.
Oh, so that's a private
Yes.
company that does it, not you guys. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, there's quite a lot to putting them up there. They need some pretty specialized equipment to do it.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah. Okay.
Chris, do you have anything to add or report on with as road commissioner?
No, I've got something to add, but I don't know when I should add it. It's to do with safety.
Okay.
The town of Newfane's people, particularly the fire department. When should I bring that up?
Does that have to do with roads right now? Or just the fire?
Not, well, yeah, it is to do with the road, with a trail.
Then why don't you bring it up now? Can you hear me, Chris?
Yes?
Yeah, why don't you talk about it now?
Okay, I am very, very concerned about the firefighters and rescue people with the amount of out-of-state traffic down at Williamsville Station that's going up into the town of Newfane on the trail. The firefighters, somebody gets hurt, has to go up and drag them out of there. They usually do every year. All out-of-state people, and I'm very concerned about the safety of the fire department, the rescue workers.
You're talking about the town trail, town
No.
forest?
No, the swimming hole.
The swimming hole where they park for miles just by Depot Road.
Yeah.
I mentioned that in the bottom of the emergency management report too. There's a little spot on there where I mentioned that too. They're working on that right now with the state police and the property owner. They're trying to limit the use of it. I noticed there was a lot of people there this weekend, but they are working on it.
They're also parking over on Grimes Hill and going in that way too.
Yes.
Because there's a bunch of cars in there this weekend.
The biggest concern the fire department has is we're constantly trying to order the gowns and the goggles and so forth, and you only get a little bit at a time because everybody needs it.
Yeah.
To go and carry somebody out, we're going to go through like 10 sets of it.
Wow.
And we don't have enough to do that. You know, we have enough for regular calls, but not enough to have 1 or 2 calls down there would wipe us out of everything. So what they're working on is trying to cut down the use of that for a while until things get better.
You know, Jay and Chris, I took a walk on the West River Trail going over the Green Iron Bridge. You know that? And you make a turn on Rice Farm Road and you walk down.
Oh, towards Black Mountain?
Yeah, well, it's a sign for Black Mountain entrance.
Oh, yeah.
For the West River Trail.
Yes.
It says there that if you have traveled 10 miles or more to get to that site, you're too far away from home now. We want people, because of violence and because of rescue, they don't want people traveling long distances away from home because they are concerned about exactly what Chris and Jay are talking about.
Wow.
And then the other day, when was it? Sunday, I went up to Townsend, to the Townsend Trail, right past Gerdas. No, right before Gerdas, you know that one. Yeah. And so I went down there, and there was 3 people from the Rescue Inc. at picnic tables. And I just thought, oh, maybe they're having a little lunch together or something. So I took my walk by myself. I came back, and it turned out that they have, what do you call those things?
Oh, drones.
The drones, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but they have a drone up in the air that is going to be used to see if anybody's hurt or if anybody needs rescuing, because they're also concerned about people going too far away. So you might want to talk to them, the Rescue Inc., and see how they're dealing with things, because that was very impressive.
Yep, they've been involved in this also.
Well, can we close down like our town forest trail situation?
That's been pretty good. They've been spacing out, and there's a steady group of people using it, but never a huge number at once. So that hasn't been so bad. They've been, you know, seems like there's 2 or 4 people maybe at a time walking the whole trail system.
And they're also putting up signs at these places for the entryway to the trails about social distancing and masks.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if we should put signs up.
Yeah, I think that might be something very good to consider. Okay.
I've never been on that trail, so I don't know if it's dangerous. You know, if people often there's calls to the town.
No, that one's pretty well laid out. So
yeah, you have to check it out someday.
any other thoughts or comments about this? Okay, well, thank you, Chris and Jay, for your concerns. And
I make a motion to accept the road foreman's and commissioner's report.
I'll second it.
please, second. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Who seconded?
I did. Shelley.
Yeah, I said so. Okay, so that's been approved, and we move on to treasurer's report. And Melissa, thank you so much for being here tonight with us. And I read your report before, and it's really great to be part of this meeting. So could you read your report to us, please?
Sure. Okay, so I've been working remotely from the house for the past month. Everything's been going good. It's been a smooth transition. I've got my calls forwarded from the office to the house, so anybody can get a hold of me. I stop by the office regularly to pick up the mail and timesheets and everything. I do regular bank deposits still. I've been stopping at the town garage, and Jay and I have been exchanging things through the mailbox out there. So last year, I don't know if you guys remember, we had put 5 accounts into CDs. Those CDs actually are becoming mature this week. I've looked into CD rates, and there's nothing decent out there right now. I think it'd be too hard to switch them over into a savings account, not being able to get into the bank. So the shortest thing that they have right now is a 91 days, and it's for 0.30%. So I don't know, I would suggest maybe just rolling them over for 91 days and see if we get a better interest rate at that point.
That's what I'm thinking. I make a motion that's what we do.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Any comments?
What's that?
In favor of accepting that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Okay. Good, Melissa.
Okay, I'll take care of that this week. We also received the VLCT grant for the Waynesville Hall alarm, so that's all should be finished out and completed. I have the current balances for the reappraisal is $58,090. The capital is $338,845. Village tree grant is $1,310. Monument upkeep is $2,148. Fred Adams Fund is $706. Records restoration is $12,235. And the general fund right now is $1,978,000. So that seems a little high right now, but we do have $890,000 of that, a little over, going out to pay the school taxes this accounts payable, this pay order.
Melissa, I just want to make a note. There's an extra number in that.
I saw that as I was reading it.
So
that's why I cut it a little short.
So just to make a correction on that, but
yeah, I think it's $1,978,974.80 is what it is.
Oh wow, okay.
Okay, and like I said, $890,757 is going out tomorrow for the schools, so that'll shave off quite a bit, along with everything else that's going out. We do have a couple of larger invoices coming in for the state of Vermont, and then the Wyndham courts. Plus the rest of this money does have to carry us all the way through till August, if that's when our next tax roll is going to be.
So,
providing everything goes out on time.
Mike, I had requested copies of the reports that you give us, but I haven't seen any of those.
Which reports?
I think a general fund report, I believe, or it's where you itemize everything out and where we're, budget report.
Yeah, I probably didn't get you the budget reports last month with everything going on. I
So-
can email it to you.
Okay, that would be good so I can see the ups and downs, where we're doing what we're doing, financially. But can you give us kind of an overview of how you feel our money is at this point?
I think we're definitely in good shape. People are paying pretty good. So no real concerns. There's people that have made arrangements already. But I think we'll be good. Hopefully if the taxes get out on time in August, then we should be in good shape.
Okay.
That's good news.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of makes me wonder, like this whole money thing with that school, where we haven't even had school now for months. I mean, how come they're in such a bad shape? I heard they're wicked, they're in the whole wicked, the school system. And I also heard today that our taxes are going to take a hell of an increase. I was talking to somebody up Stratton, and they're talking like 20-some% or 20 some cents on the school budgets.
I did see some numbers. I can't recall where I saw it. It was increased.
I don't know what the hell they're thinking, but it's going to be crippling us pretty quick, Chris, we try to cut here and there on the roads in the town, and that thing just keeps going haywire. Chris, they don't have school now until September.
Well,
I would think they could be cutting a little bit of that money back.
I got a return from my car insurance for not driving as much. I got a check for $21, but
Well, just saying, like school, but just like I think we was talking the other day, so as we were talking about this whole school system, the way it works, it's because we don't have enough kids, and they got north, they got so many kids, but each school is supposed to be treated equally. Each school is supposed to have the same kind of education programs and all that. I guarantee you go up Burlington and them places, probably twice the school systems that we're offering down here. And if it's supposed to be all treated equal, that state maybe ought to start handing some of that money back towards us.
That's true, because it's a pupil equalization program. And so the less, the smaller rural communities are supposed to get as much of a ability to have programs as the more wealthier areas are to get,
If I had my way, I wouldn't even send them the damn payment until they come down and explained it to us a little bit more. Because I just think it's a bunch of bull, because they're not in school. I don't think half the teachers are on them lines every day. Maybe they are, but they should be saving money instead of costing money.
Well, there is a vote coming up soon for the school board.
If they raise that tax like 20 cents or whatever on us, do we just all sit back and just pay it, or do everybody start then at that time start complaining? But sooner or later, they're going to drive everybody out of these towns, where the only one left is the native, and they ain't going to be able to afford it. Can't afford it now for most people.
Melissa, are you in contact at all with the school systems about?
No.
I think you have to go.
I just do the kids doing schoolwork online right now, but that's it.
Well, they don't talk to us much, but I said if you didn't send that payment in, you'd get their attention. And then you'd hear them talking.
Well, I think we have to legally send that in. I think we're
maybe so,
The letter from the attorney, our town attorney. So I think what we have to do is, as a community, people have to go and participate in the school board meetings and make an effect there. We don't have control of it anymore,
No, I know we don't have control of it, and that's what I'm saying. If all of a sudden they just come in and say, oh, they need another 20 cents on the tax rate for it or whatever, when do people start saying that's enough, you imagine how that raise your taxes here in town? What we're doing, we try to set budgets, and we didn't even know what they got for a budget yet, do we?
No.
Our taxes already might have gone way to hell up.
When are we expecting to get a tax, a bill from the school? Or we already have. We're paying on it, correct?
Yeah.
That was last year, though.
Oh.
They haven't voted on their budget yet, have they?
No. I think that's coming up, though, isn't it?
I
believe so.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out how they're going to do it, ain't they?
So
yeah.
You're paying the tax of $890.
This is the last payment for last year, right?
Correct. Last quarter payment.
And then we'll get a new one.
Okay. There a motion, please, to accept Melissa's
I'll make a motion to accept Melissa's report.
second, please?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor of accepting the treasurer's report, please say aye.
Aye.
And I just wanted to make a note on her report that she's got all of her monthly and quarterly reporting completed, and some biannual FHWA 536, the Vermont Agency of Transportation, done.
Yeah, that was a new one.
She's on the ball, I tell you.
I had to have Jay help me on that one a little.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've never done that one before. But we got it done.
Is there anybody who says no to accepting her report? Okay, so the report is accepted, and thank you very much for all the work you do, Melissa. And
Thanks.
it's been working out for you to work at home, and you do a great job as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is administrative assistant report.
I'm sorry. I believe we haven't finished the rest of the emergency management committee report. We only did a little portion that had to do with the fire department.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
So we should go back to that and then Juaneto's report.
Thank you very much. So Jay, would you continue with
Sure.
the emergency management report?
So we've had one or two members of the committee who've been on all the conference calls since the beginning. Generally, there's been at least 2 per week. I believe they're going to just 1 per week from this point on now that things have slowed down a little. We've not received any requests for assistance from any of our residents. I've heard of many neighbors assisting each other, so it seems like the needs are being met. There is a group of volunteers that are available to assist with shopping and so forth, and they are in the process of trying to get the word out that they're available. The select board needs to adopt the current town emergency plan tonight. And then this summer, when things settle down, Vermont Emergency Management may have some suggestions of additions to the plan. We can then revisit the plan at that point. Newfane has between 1 and 5 cases of COVID-19 in town, but they won't give us the exact number. So people need to stay vigilant, especially as more businesses open up.
Wow.
And the fire department and state police have been in contact concerning the swimming holes on the Rock River. They've also been in contact with the property owner try to limit the use of the swimming holes. That's it.
So you said that we have to vote on the emergency
To
management?
just re-adopt the current one
Okay.
for now.
I'll make a motion to re-adopt the current town emergency plan.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we're accepting the emergency management as it is and continues to be. And Jay, thank you very much. You've been in back with us. And, you and the guys are doing a great job.
Can I just ask Jay, that one piece of paper, the emergency management sheet, that's what we're adopting, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the same plan as what you had last year, but we just have to redo that one page each year. And it doesn't require signatures this year. I just have to type in the name of the chairperson.
Okay.
And once we get a chance to see if they've got any updates for us, then we'll kind of take a look at it. So.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
So now we move to administrative assistance report. Juanetta, please. Come up here.
I've returned the computer and the printer to the town office in order for the select board to continue to have meetings and to comply with open meeting laws. I have downloaded a program that allows me to connect remotely from my laptop to the desktop at work. I'm able to access all of my emails and files that are on the desktop. The Vermont State Police contract is coming up for renewal on June 30th. I want to remind the select board that you previously discussed the possibility of splitting and sharing hours with the Windham County Sheriff's Office. There was also a slight increase in the budget for added patrol due to plan for traffic calming. As of Thursday morning, all of the town employees and some of the elected officials at Town Hall have completed the return to work certification form. I have taken the following paragraphs from the State of Vermont Governor's Office Addendum 11 to the Executive Order. This Addendum 11 shall take effect upon signing and accept as modified in this addendum the Executive Order and the addendum thereto and directives issued thereunder shall continue in full force and effect until midnight on May 15th, at which time the governor, in consultation with the Vermont Department of Health and the Department of Safety, Division of Emergency Management, shall assess the emergency and determine whether to amend or extend this amendment. All businesses, nonprofits, and government entities shall continue procedures to support work from home and telecommunication for all workers to the extent possible. We cannot allow for the resurgence of COVID-19 that would undermine or lose important health outcomes achieved to date. Our work to transition Vermont out from under the stay-at-home order swiftly and responsibly will take just as much effort and goodwill as we have all expended in recent weeks. Working closely with the Health Department and Safe State Emergency Operations Center and dedicated professionals across the state, we have developed and will continue to refine critical steps to ensure the health and safety of Vermonters and the continuity of healthcare system.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for Winetta's report, please? Or do we have a motion to accept the report?
I make a motion to accept the administrative assistant's report.
I'll second it.
Well, I have a question as far as what's going on in as far as administrative assistant's duties and stuff.
I'm still doing the same work that I was doing here at the office. I'm able to access everything on the computer at home. I come in for meetings with Marion after the office closes for her safety and for convenience when I was watching my granddaughter while her daycare was closed.
People in the office right now, and you're sitting close to Marion, and the safeguards are that you're supposed to have masks on, you're supposed to be 6 feet apart, and that's not being done. So the other concern I have is that other administrative assistants and town managers are back to work. And in our building, we have a large space, as you can see, and you're located in the corner, the north corner or whatever of the large expansive room. And I think at this point, regarding the, I think it's order number 12, and also on this report here, update on new work safe additions to stay home, stay safe order. It says services operating with a single worker, such as appraiser, realtors, municipal clerks, attorneys, property managers, etc., may operate if they can comply with the mandatory health and safety requirements listed above, with no more than 2 persons, service provider and client, present at one time. So this was dated as of April 17th, and now we're on May 4th, and I think it's time that we have you come back into the office.
Well, as Winetta just read, it says that in bold letters, if you have the copy of it in front of you, it says that government entities shall continue procedures to support work from home and telecommunication for all workers to the extent possible.
Yes, and I also spoke with our VLTC attorney, and it's a decision by the select board, and it's also by order by the governor that you can allow people to return to work. We have to get back to work.
Okay.
We all must move forward, and our employees need to get back to work.
Kelly, did you hear Vanetta saying she's doing all her work?
I'm not
doing all her work.
I also have clients in other places, and I am going into their workspaces.
How about taking
format? So I don't see why there should be a problem with her returning back to work.
Well, she's following the government.
We need to take a vote.
Yeah, let's take a vote. All those in favor of having Winetta and other people who are still working, who are...
I'm just talking about Winetta as an employee. The other elected officials have their own decisions.
All those in favor of having Winetta continue to work from home as it states in the amended addendum that she just read until May 15th, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those in favor of Winetta coming to work before May 15th, please say aye.
Aye.
Mike, are you voting?
No.
Okay. So there are 3 people who are saying that she should continue staying at home and working, as it says in the amendment here, until May 15th, and we'll have to hear what the governor says then. And we have 2 against. So, I mean, one against. So, yes. So the ayes have it for Winetta to stay at home and work, and that passes.
If she is working at home and doing her job and doing what she is supposed to do from home for the town of Newfane, I support that until the governor lifts the May 15th ban. So I'm with that.
So Chris and Marion saying aye, and Shelley saying against, nay, and Mike is abstaining.
Marion, can I just say something?
Sure.
I've been trying to order a couple of no-touch infrared thermometers because we're supposed to do temperatures every day.
Exactly.
And they seem to be all back ordered for like 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So I'll continue tomorrow to see if I can find any, but we should have one in the office and one here.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Jay.
Sure.
Okay. Any other comments about Winetta's report? All those in favor of accepting the report?
Can I make a motion to accept her report? We already did that, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yes, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
So my understanding is as of May 15th, she'll be back to work.
Hey, Shelley, I've been talking. I'm talking. We voted to accept a report, and we also just voted whether or not she should work at home, and the ayes had it, that she's working from home until May 15th, until the governor accepts if he says it should be long. Okay? And that's that. Okay, next on the agenda is unscheduled members of the public, and there are none. And we have old business, which is the cat excavator. And Jay and Mike, Jay, would you like to talk about that, please?
Sure. So I think everybody has the 2 things that came from Caterpillar.
Yes.
Do you all get that?
Mm-hmm.
So the first one, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I just got it today, yes.
So the first one sounds like we'd have to pay it for 1 more year and then plan further ahead, and then if we want to do something different for next year. And then Mike had asked for a payoff figure, of which they sent today. And hopefully you have that one too.
It was like 217 or something if we wanted to.
212, I think it was.
12?
I think so.
The payoff total?
Yeah.
$215,732.84.
So basically, it's saying that I didn't have a lot of time to read this, but my estimation is that we had a non-appropriation clause in it, but because we did not bring it to the town, they didn't have the option to vote on it, correct?
Right. The money was budgeted for it. Yes.
Well, he told me that the selectmen could have pulled it out of the budget too, but the whole thing is, like I said, the only reason I voted on it last year is because when I talked to that salesman, he told me we had 29,000. There was no other, that's what I told him. I said, there weren't all those loopholes in the contract. And the guy kind of makes you a little bit mad that all of a sudden they come back with us because it's really not the right machine for what we wanted for the town. And stuff like that. And I said, now we're stuck with it for another $29,000. Like I told him, I said, well, maybe the best thing to do is see if you can find somebody else that'd buy it throughout the year. I would pay that money and get it off our hands, and we got what we want at that point.
My understanding is that there's still a little discrepancy in agreement if this is a good piece of equipment for the road crew. Because I think that the road crew in the past have said it's a useful piece of equipment. And so there's some people who think it's not worth it, and some people.
Why I asked for payoff is because if we are thinking about buying a damn thing, and like I said last year, when we decided to spend the 29,000 on it, I said I wanted it, if it was going to go out as an article, because I didn't want the townspeople think that we were sneaking something through just to pay for it from year to year, and after 10 years we own it. I wanted them to see what that thing was going to cost and see if they wanted to spend $300,000 to buy an excavator like that, because that's what it would be by the time you got interest. So I asked him the other day what the payoff was on it, because I didn't know maybe the town could get a cheaper rate if we did buy it outright. If we're going to be stuck with it, might as well get the best deal you can get on it. But I still don't think it's from like I said, from what the road crews all told me, that's not the right machine for what they wanted for the roads.
So my thought is,
even the guy from Caterpillar even told me that he said that he admits it's too big for our roads. I mean, that's what he even said. So, I mean, but that was the smallest size that Cat has. But it's, right now we're stuck with it to pay the rent. And if it is something we want, I think what we ought to do is look and see if we can get out from under it by letting him sell it to somebody else. And then we go for what we want.
well, also I want to bring it to everyone's attention that there's a lot of people in our community that are without work. They're, may be having difficulties. And I think right now for us to think about purchasing a piece of equipment would be inappropriate under the circumstances. We don't know what the future is going to hold for us all. And I think that we stay with renting it for another year, put it up to vote for the town to make a decision for next year.
Well, I think, Shelley, that we actually discussed this last meeting, didn't we? That we would bring it up at the town meeting.
Well, I mean, we're dealing with it now, Marion, because we have.
No, I'm saying, I'm agreeing that what you just said is something that we already discussed.
I believe you're both correct that we had discussed that it goes up as an article next year after we pay another year's rent, and then the townspeople decide whether we're going to keep it or not.
So I think we need to make a vote on that.
Didn't we do that already?
No, I think we tabled it because Jay and Mike were going to get in touch with the people and get these figures for us. So I think it was tabled until we had this stuff. So then now we can make a vote on it.
What, do you want to make a motion, Shelley?
I make a motion that we continue with the lease agreement, and we bring up the renewal for the next financial term, at the town meeting.
As an article.
as an article.
in
And it must be put in.
2020.
Someone note that. 'Cause we
I will,
forgot that.
I will second that motion.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor of bringing it up next year at the town meeting, and in the meantime, we continue to rent it, and we'll ask the townspeople to vote on whether we keep it in 2021, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. The ayes have it, and so we will do that. Thank you. Chris, do you want to?
We have a loader that the town of Newfane owns. I don't know if we own it all yet or not. That was bought exactly the same way that this was, what we're doing with this excavator.
On a lease?
Yes, nobody complained about that.
So we paid off the lease and then, do we own it yet, Melissa? Do you know?
We have one payment, I think.
Got one payment left?
Yeah.
He keeps muting me.
Oh, there you are.
Someone keeps muting me, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm not me, but I just asked the question, do we know how much longer we have left on the loader? That
I think we have one more payment left.
That's what Jay was saying. And then
Yeah.
we'll own it.
Yep, own it outright.
So while we're talking about it, what's the condition of it, Jay, and the life of it?
It's still in very good condition.
Well, I think at the time of next town meeting and the sum of money that we're looking at, it's appropriate for the town people to make that decision as to what we do next.
Okay. So we voted on it. So that's
Any
it.
other discussion?
We voted. We will do that. Voted on it, okay, and it's accepted. Okay. New business. The new business was going to be Shelley's request to talk about Renetta coming back to work at town hall, and we already.
Yeah, we already handled that.
Yeah. And so the next thing is correspondence. Renetta?
Yes.
Good.
So in this kind of a situation that we're online, is there any way of getting our copies that we normally get regarding, or do we have to just, I've requested to have the copies of the minutes and the agenda and stuff mailed to me versus me having to copy it all down, print it all out.
Well, we all have the ability to make an appointment with Carol to come to the town office and clean out our mailboxes. We just have to call her and let her know what time.
I didn't get a reply as to how that was to be handled as a request.
But yeah, the town offices are still open by appointment, so we can call anytime and go get our mail anytime we need to. We just have to call and make an appointment with Carol.
So Carol is still operating regular hours?
She's operating the morning hours and Peter's there in the afternoon.
Okay.
But you just have to call because the doors are locked and they'll let you in and get your mail and go. I mean, it's pretty accessible as long as you give them a call first.
Again, I wonder why we can't have our administrative assistant back in the office, but that's a vote down.
We voted on it.
Yeah, so the town will recognize that. I had the question.
She is pretty available. Our administrative assistant is readily available for anything we have. I've called her a couple of times and she's been right there for anything I've needed to have a copy of. So
I requested a copy of all the stuff. I didn't get a reply as to how I could obtain the document. I guess I have to make it through Carol.
Well, that's because, we can go get our mail anytime we need to. We just need to call the town office and ask them to let us in at a certain time, and they will. And it's pretty simple.
We had it.
Shelley, I have made copies to put in everybody's mailbox, but it was upon your request that everything be emailed to you prior to the meeting, including the minutes, which I have completed and done the last few meetings.
I had also asked for the copies of it to be mailed to me or whatever. So now my understanding is I have to call Carol, who is at the building on a regular basis, and ask to get in to get my mail, my copies in my mailbox.
Carol's only there 8 to 12, and then Peter's there 12 to 5.
We're up to correspondence.
I'm going to read the correspondence from Marion. This letter's from Tristan Johnson. It says, Newfane Select Board. I did see on page 40 the notice about a select board member and his business was contracted for services. I appreciate you having included this and that response to my request. All the best and thanks, Tristan Johnson. And that was requested last year after the town report was out. Marion was still on the board, and we did make sure that that was addressed in the new town report this year.
I'm not sure what he's referring to. Cleanup?
He had questions about a select board member and the services he provided the state or the town, as well as the large amount of social appropriations that were concerning him and how the town was spending that money. That's when we addressed the double posting of the rescue and a couple of the other items. And that was cleared up this year when we didn't include that in the same postings. They were two different categories.
Oh, you're talking about a budget.
He expressed in his letter last year concerns about the budget as well as the town report and listing services that select board members provide for the town.
Okay.
He's acknowledging that we did that for his request.
Okay, I thought cleanup was like an outdoor cleanup with a select board member. I couldn't figure it out. I'm sorry. While we're speaking about that, I had requested on the agenda at some point or another about the special appropriations that were added to at the town meeting and whether or not how that was handled, because it never came back to the board. So maybe if we're not going to discuss it tonight, we can put it on the agenda for the next meeting, which is going to be held when?
We can do that. We can do it for the next meeting.
When is the next meeting scheduled?
May 18th.
20th. May 20th.
No, I think it's May 18th, Marion.
You know what? I'm looking at April calendar.
It's May 18th.
Okay, May 18th, next meeting.
And if all goes well, we should all be able to attend in person. If everybody feels comfortable.
Yeah.
Because that's when we're supposed to be able to go back to normal business, right?
Yeah, well, my question is, why is Marion and Juanetta sitting side by side with no mask on?
I'm not sitting side by side. I'm 3 or 4 feet away and I turn the monitor in my direction and Marion backs up. So there is social distance there. Could you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
So here's the question about the next thing on the item is pay orders. But there's been a question asked about whether we could do the Board of Liquor Control vote and then do pay orders. And truthfully, I'm not that familiar with, I think Chris and Mike know the answer to that better than me.
We have to adjourn the select board meeting, open up the meeting to the Board of Liquor Control.
Right. No, I know that. I know that, but what I'm asking is, could we adjourn the meeting now before we do the pay orders? Open up the meeting again for the Board of Liquor Control and then do the pay orders?
Oh,
I think we could postpone it, don't quote me on that, for a period of time and then start up again.
you Zoom? Does anyone have an answer?
Can you suspend it like what they do at town meeting when they open up the school board?
I don't know why we can't adjourn the meeting right now. Christopher, I'm the only one who's gonna be doing the pay orders anyways. And
Yeah,
then,
it'll be Christopher and Mike.
so we do adjourn the meeting, the select board meeting, go on to the liquor control thing. And then we do it, and then him and I'll go in and do the pay orders.
Okay.
I make a motion to adjourn the select board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the official select board meeting ended now at 7 minutes after 7 p.m.
Was there a second?
You don't have to have one for adjournment.
No, yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to open the New Fane Select Board meeting again, and it's at 7:08 p.m. on Monday, May 4th, 2020, and we're opening to have a vote for Board of Liquor Control for a renewal for Dutton Farm Stand.
I make a motion for the renewal of Dutton Farm Stand.
Second.
One second. Okay. Any conversation or comments? All those in favor of approving that, please say aye.
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 I have a question on that. No,
Yes.
I say aye on that. Can you sign that without the whole board signed it? If we authorize you to, make it easier if you were able to sign it. So the whole board doesn't have to sign it.
Oh, yeah.
Carol has already been in touch with them, and she has asked them if she can fill in the names, if you so agree.
Well, there's still three of us that here tonight that could sign it. Mary.
I'm fine with that.
Right, Chris
I want to do the pay orders.
I don't care.
are in the building here with me.
That's a majority.
Yeah.
That's fine with me.
Where's Christopher?
Chris is in.
He's in Carol's office.
Town clerk's office.
I'm sleeping.
Okay, so is that approved that the three of us will sign?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we can adjourn that meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you so much. Okay.
We're all done.
Yes,
Just
please
shut
stay
this thing down or what?
healthy, and we'll see you on May 18th.
Stay safe, everyone. Good to see you.
All right, I have 6:30. We will call this to order. So this is what is today? Today is Tuesday, May 5th. And we are called to order at 6:30 p.m. Additions to the agenda, I do have a few. Let's see. So under new business, we will go number 5. I would like to discuss a joint meeting and an update with the Planning Commission. Number 6, and Sandy, the email that we got about that church plaque, I feel like we could discuss that. Do you?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's put that on number 6.
I missed that. Everybody squirreled out there for a minute. What was number 6?
Number 6 will be the discussion of the historical plaque at the church. You all set?
Okay. I'll check with you after.
Okay. And number 7 is going to be an executive session, and that's going to be we'll call it a personnel issue. And that is all I have. Any other additions to the agenda?
Just the dates of the minutes we're gonna do.
So that would be Tuesday, May, oh no, how many of these do I have? Tuesday, April 21st was our last regular meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And those are the only minutes that I have in the packet. Was there minutes from the special meeting, Tom?
There are minutes from both special meetings that you have to approve in the minutes of April 7 that are done. Oh, there's Carol.
I'm here.
That you have to do. The April 7th are done. One of the special meetings are done, and the last week's special meeting is almost done.
But we only have the 21st.
Tonight, only the 21, correct.
I have the
On the
7th.
14th, all of the others will be done. On the 19th, all the others will be done.
Okay.
All right, so we're just gonna do the 21st tonight then.
Okay.
Okay.
So moved for all those additions.
All right. Moved and seconded by Ms. Harris. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Chair's remarks, I have none. I mean, I think that all in all, we're doing okay, given the situation. So, open public comments. Anybody have anything on agenda items? Seeing none. Guests, we do see Brana here. We have my son. I see Seth. We are still waiting on David. Yes, Brana? Can you unmute Brana, please?
David's here. And as for public comments, I just want to be able to add to your comment on town employee managing town, because the library has done stuff. And you know it. You personally, I sent an email a few weeks ago.
So you're talking about down under old business number 3? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I do see David Emery here. It's David Walker that we are waiting on.
Sorry,
can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, yeah. Where are you?
I'm here.
All right, perfect.
I don't know how, but I'm here.
Okay. All right. So we can go into the committee report. So we will start with David and Mark, if you would.
All right. Well, let me get started and again say thank you for the invitation and today's date, and it was hopefully the nicer weather's coming and everybody's feeling better. However, going to the topic at hand, the COVID-19 has not left. It is still here. It's still here strong. Vermont state numbers continue to climb. However, they're climbing very slowly. And so they're doing more tests, and the more tests we do, the more positive we're going to get. So as of today, they've done 17,518 tests. And out of that, we have 907 positive ones in the state. And the sad news is the deaths still climb, and there's 52 deaths that go along with that in the state. So with that, Vernon, you know, they started to release, the state started to release numbers for each town. Vernon has the number 7 of positive tests that have been in Vernon. And if you look at some of our neighboring towns and they don't have a number, it's because they are either at 6 or below. That was the magic to it. Not to say that they don't have any, because they certainly could have 0 to 6. And Vernon has 7, so ours becomes public. So with that, we are still at what we've been saying for 8 weeks. Wash your hands, social distancing, you know, and a scarf or something to cover your mouth. I know more and more people are being relaxed and are going out. The governor, as you do know, I'll just reiterate it, has allowed 10 people. However, businesses that are operating are now under a VOSHA regulation. The VOSHA regulation is the offset of OSHA. It's the Vermont version. VOSHA does not come and inspect your business or get involved with you unless there's a complaint or a reason for them to come. But they have released a training slides show. It takes about 30 to 45 minutes to complete it. When you complete the show, the training, you can print off a certificate or email it to your boss. And it should be on file. It has a date and everything on it. And so businesses need to do that. Again, VOSHA is not going to come down and see if you did, but if they do show up for whatever reason and you haven't, then you're subject to significant fines or whatever repercussions come with that. So as well as it's really good training. I took it. I actually found that it was quite useful. You can go online either under the Vermont Department of Labor or under VOSHA. And it's right there, you can click on it. I've had a few conversations with a couple of businesses in town and encourage them all to take it. And I know that the town employees I know have been encouraged to take it. So having said that, I really don't have a great other thing to say other than we're doing well. Vernon is doing very well. The state's doing very well. We still have the 14-day, if you come into Vermont, good job, Rich. If you come into Vermont from out of state and you're going to stay here, you need to quarantine for 14 days. That hasn't lightened up. That's still there. And whether or not there's sanctions, the Attorney General's office is still prepared to follow up on that if we have cases that we can submit there. It would be more of a police action at that point. I would turn this over to the health officer and let him go. You're muted though, Mark.
Yeah, Tom, you have everybody muted and they cannot unmute themselves. So you're going to have to unmute everybody and then everybody can go ahead and mute themselves.
everyone is unmuted.
Mark's
Uh,
not,
No, they are not all unmuted.
Dave Walker's not.
Well, they're all unmuted here other than Addison.
Michael is not, Seth is, okay. Mark is not.
Well, hold on, because they're all showing to be unmuted, but let me
Mark, can
do
you
it.
try and unmute yourself and see if it's. So can you unmute Mark Snow, please?
I'm continuing to.
Thanks, Tom.
Oh,
Oh, hey, Mark.
you are all showed as unmuted, though. I will let you know.
I'm here. Can people hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hopefully you're staying well and healthy and taking everything in stride. I have just a few bullet points that I'd like to mention. But like Dave, really not much new going on this end. Locally, I'm not aware of any direct problems related to the COVID-19. So that's really good news. As you know, Governor Scott continues to evaluate and lift restrictions, like Dave spoke a few minutes ago about. As the data shows that the governor can release further restrictions, he's doing so that Vermont can reopen and people can get back to doing things in their lives. Though I would like to remind everyone that we still all have a part in this COVID-19. We're not out of the woods yet. We still have to follow the directives that are handed down by the state. And that means the isolation distances, mask coverings, and certainly washing hands. Mask not only protect yourselves from others, it protects others from you as well. So it's very important to wear mask when you're in public and you can't keep the isolation distance of 6 feet or further. The Vermont Department of Health continues to maintain their webpage, which is healthvermont.gov on the COVID-19. They have a great deal of information on that website that people can log on and certainly find that information for themselves. There's also a section in there for frequently asked questions, so people can look at that because they may have a question but don't know who to ask. So somebody else may have asked that and it may be posted on their website. The other thing is now that there is nice weather, people are starting to be outside more and more. And as we all know, ticks are around. Ticks can be a health hazard. So just be aware when you're outside of the tick problem. And when you get inside or before you go inside, make sure you look yourself over to make sure you don't have any ticks on you or your pet. That's pretty much what I have at this point. Not sure if there's any questions.
While we have Seth hanging out here, Dave or Mark, I just heard the governor say on the news this evening that he would be releasing his, I don't know what his plan to reopen recreation. And that was everything from golf courses to, he really didn't elaborate on that, but did say that there would be some more information to come tomorrow about that. So that might be a press conference that you'd like to catch, Seth, just to
absolutely. Yeah.
out there.
Sounds good.
David, and I would assume, because he wouldn't allude to any more, that we haven't heard anything else about what the plans are there. Or...
No, I was on a conference call this afternoon, and basically they're saying the same thing. That's his next spigot or next quarter turn, is to look at places like that. However, that's one's a little more complicated because recreation areas that we think about may not be included in that.
Right.
It may be, you know, camping areas and stuff like that.
Right.
Not
certainly just nice to hear those words and have some hope that maybe things are going to start to certainly not normal size, because I think we're a long ways from that, but maybe we can start to get these kids outside and enjoying some of this fresh air and not being, I know my kids are not staying inside of my house all summer. That's just not happening.
Yeah. And I would offer to Seth that if there's anything that, you know, we can do to help when it comes to the planning part, it's going to be a tough one to do. But it's
Appreciate it.
Turn a new leaf. And I think his press conference is at 11.
Yep. Okay. All right. Do we have any questions for Mark or David? Awesome. Gentlemen, I believe that you're all set if you'd like to cut out, if you want to stay and listen to us. I don't blame you. It's probably the most excitement that any of us have. So.
Well, that's sad.
Yeah, it sure is. All right.
Thank you, and, everyone. Safe.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks,
Dave.
Let me know if you need anything.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
All right, so we will move on to Mr. Walker so we can get him out of here. David, are you with us? You've got him muted. Tom, can you please unmute him?
There is no one muted other than Michael Rutan. He's doing his own.
And Cindy Eternally, who is David?
There's no one on this list muted, Chris.
Well, I can see from my list that they are, Tom. So I don't know what we have managed to do in this meeting this evening, but for some reason, people cannot unmute themselves, and it has not been like this previously.
Right. I have no one on this list muted other than Michael, and he's controlling himself.
Who is the other Cindy Eternally that's in here? Because that one's muted.
That's you, I think.
No, it's not. I'm under Chris.
I think it's Dave Walker.
The host. That's the host.
That's the host.
We got
is
it now.
Tom.
All right.
Okay.
Just get it, Chris.
Okay, perfect. David, go ahead. What do you got for us?
Fuel bid. Guys got that one?
Fuel, you said, yes?
Yep.
Yep.
Petroleum bid. We
Yep,
sent out,
go ahead.
only got one back.
Yeah.
But I think you can see why we only got one back with fixed price.
So would you recommend going with them, David?
Yep, I'd recommend going with Barrels and Fisher again with everything.
Then, Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the bid for petroleum products from Barrels and Fisher Oil Company.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunkley to accept the bid from Barrows and Fisher for petroleum products. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Next.
A dump truck bid, cab and chassis only.
Okay.
Jeff, any questions?
Nope.
Gene?
Go with Patriot.
Gene, any questions?
No,
Jeff, I'm sorry, did you say nothing?
No, I mean, I guess I would go with the low bid, assuming that all the bids are equal, or for the same machine.
David,
Yeah.
same everything?
Yep.
Okay. Michael?
Get out of there. Get out of there. Yes, ma'am.
Michael, any questions, comments?
He muted himself.
Yep. Tom, can you unmute Michael, please?
Thank you. No questions.
Thank you. Sandy,
No questions.
can I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the bid from Patriot LLC for the 2020 dump truck bid not to exceed 136,054.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Carr. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Next.
Dump body bid. Plow
Yep.
and wing.
So what's the difference here? Because you got equipment specialties on one.
That's the name of the company that bid.
And that one just comes with the more options? Oh, no, that's the add-on. Okay, I
No,
see.
that's just the add-on. Yep.
Okay, all right. Jeff, on this one?
Go with a low bid. Tenco.
Michael? Can't hear you, Michael.
I don't have any questions on that one.
Sandy?
What does David recommend?
The other two bodies have got a Tenco. Go with Tenco.
Okay. Gene?
All set.
I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move we award the bid for the dump body plow wing for 2020 for $78,971.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? All right. Paving bid, David?
Have you go with the low bid, Allstate Materials Group.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move we accept the bid for paving with All States Materials Group for not to exceed 114,946.20.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this one? I know that paving tends to be a little, there's usually something.
Why we pave the road? Only one house.
David, any insight on Hubbard Road, why we own that, why we paved it, and why we maintain it for one house?
We've always owned it. I don't know how it came about. It's ours.
Do we have a schedule for paving?
Yes.
Does that one need to be done this year? Like, it seems to be a.
It's all cracking up.
Is there a reason that we couldn't just let that become a dirt class 4 road that doesn't require as much maintenance and money?
Actually, the dirt will cost you more, Chris.
Okay.
And actually what's on it, just so everybody knows, about 15 years ago when we did Governor Hunt Road, that's all the millings we took off of Governor Hunt Road, and we redid a bunch of roads, millings.
Okay. That makes more sense to me now.
Okay. And is that common practice, Dave, that we have access to those millings before they disappear and they make more money off from them?
Yep. You can hold them and have them come take them down to the garage, and we can do more dirt roads at another time.
They're great for pothole repair.
All right. And Lily Pond Road, same thing. That one needs it, or?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion. It's been moved and seconded to accept the low bid of Allstate Materials Group. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Could I get who made the motion?
I did.
Sandy made the motion and Jeff Dunkley seconded.
And that was the same for the Demco dump truck, I mean the plow and wing?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the amount of money on the Allstate?
Go ahead.
114,946.20.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Would anybody object, because we have Mr. Walker here, would anybody object to going into old business number 3 and have that discussion quickly? Because that will directly affect his staff as well. Actually, there's a few other things on here that will affect your staff too, David. What was that, Sandy?
It's fine with me.
All right.
Yep, that's fine.
So we had all agreed when this nightmare started that we would revisit payroll on the 5th of May. And here we are at the 5th of May. I think every one of us was hopeful that this nightmare would have ended. We all would have been back to work and living our happy, normal lives. But here we are on the 5th of May, and that is not the case. So now we need to figure out restrictions are loosening. David has continued to work with his staff. I believe you guys haven't really had any downtime, have you, David?
We haven't.
Okay. So I don't think that the payroll is an issue on his end at all. They're still out there. There is some, which I'm sure that you're well aware of, David, with the addendums to number 11, just as far as how many people can be in your trucks, the social distancing, all of that stuff, which when I've seen you guys around town, you've been in separate vehicles and life seems good.
We're going to keep maintaining that for a while.
Okay. So I guess that just brings up the few other employees. I know, Brana, you wanted to be here for this one as well. But there is still a few employees. Seth has some staff that we're, again, hopeful that that rec starts to open up and we can start to utilize them. But I guess we have to have this discussion here. So, Jean, what are your thoughts on this?
On continuing to pay?
Yes, sorry. That was very unclear in my rambling. I get it.
Well, I think about this a lot because otherwise you would be laying people off. And we don't have enough funds to cover that the way that this town does it.
Mm-hmm.
There's only $20,000, $22,000 for unemployment.
Okay.
And their wages are already in the budget. So
agreed. Sandy?
That's a good point. I was wondering how much we had in it. I think we should continue to pay and look at our unemployment status for the future.
Good point. Michael?
I agree with Sandy and her.
Mr. Dunkley?
Yes, I'm a little confused as to exactly what positions we're talking about.
So this would be the preschool staff. Correct me if I'm wrong, Seth. I'm looking at you like we're having a face-to-face conversation here. It would be preschool staff, the after school, which would only be another, what, couple?
About 5 weeks, I guess, something in that ballpark.
Right, and then last week when we had or I'm sorry, at our last meeting, we had the discussion and you were able to show us those numbers within your budget that would bring us out to the number that we needed to be, so that this wasn't affecting taxpayers in any way, that this was just kind of status quo and everything came out even in the end. Is that?
That's still correct, yes.
Okay. So that's the staff. I believe it would also be, we have a few office staff that have not been in the building. One that has been given doctor's permission. And I'm not, the other one, I don't know as if we saw anything on that yet, but certainly.
We have two with doctor slips.
Okay. So those are the people that we're talking about at this point, Jeff.
I would support continuing to pay any town employee that is a full-time position and receives benefits. I'm not going to support part-time jobs.
So what happens to the money that's been voted on and is set aside for those positions if that did not happen? Where would those funds return to?
Those would close out at the end of the year, Mr. Chairman, to undesignated fund balance, to the best of my knowledge.
Right.
To be clear on the part-time personnel for the preschool staff that we're discussing, those monies are not taxpayer dollars. Well, I mean, they are not as they come to us. They originally are. Those are our preschool partnership dollars that they're paid out of. It's not taxpayer dollars per se. So that does not go back into any general fund.
Right. I was talking about town hall office part-time staff.
Sure.
Seth, are you still getting the school partnership money? Do you still get that? Yeah.
Yeah. We have one last payment that we will receive in full. We've been assured by the district, and I've submitted for that, and it will be on its way. Actually, it may already be here. I'm not sure, but if it's not here, it will be shortly.
Great. Super.
I'm going to interrupt for 1 second. David, I believe that we have discussed everything. So if you would like to cut out, you're welcome to. You guys are still working, so I don't think this pertains to you. You are definitely welcome to stay, but I just wanted to give you that heads up. So if we chose to not pay the part-time staff, we would have to lay them off or furlough them or whatever, and then we would have to pay them out of the unemployment fund anyway. Am I correct with that?
That's my understanding, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And then at that point, we would have to go to the taxpayers and ask them to refund that account? Or is that coming out of their paychecks? How is that money getting into that account?
It's just been there. It hasn't get used enough to refund it.
So then this would be another thing at town meeting where we would stand up and ask people to put some more money into a fund because we used it now. Is that we would be looking to recoup that so that we had our rainy day fund there, right?
That's how I understand it. Or you pay the unemployment to the state based on all your wages every quarter, which historically
It's more expensive.
A lot more money.
So Jeff, given that information, I mean, where do we want that?
I guess I'm a little unclear about why would it be more money. I mean, is this a municipal thing, or because I mean, in private industry, that's not the case. So I mean, essentially, does it mean that we pay people not to work because it's cheaper than to furlough them?
If you have two people out on medical leave, you really can't furlough them anyways.
Yeah,
Jeff, the town does not pay the state any unemployment compensation money.
How come?
Because the alternative was to have kind of our own unemployment fund.
Okay.
So instead of paying that all the time, we've just had this fund that barely has been used, not very much.
It would be like you're self-insured for that particular program.
I believe the LCT offers unemployment as well. But would
Maybe
we-
it's something,
Or whatever.
maybe it's something that ought to be revisited.
I think.
Yeah.
I agree. This whole thing has sounded very strange to me since I found out about all of this, Jeff. I certainly think that this needs to hit an upcoming agenda. Tom, if you can make a note of that, and maybe we could get with the treasurer and find out how this came to be, why, and how much we're actually, if anything, saving by doing it this way,
Yeah.
so that we could all be on the same page.
So is
that-
it all right if I ask you to the next meeting then, Mr. Chair?
That would be fine. Yep.
Thank you.
So we can look at that in the future. I guess now we have to make the decision on, are we getting into the unemployment funds that's there and asking the taxpayers to refund that next year? Or are we going to just continue to pay these people? And the two office staff, because there's doctor clearance, I don't believe that we have a leg to stand on that one. So they would continue to get paid. So then we're talking the preschool part-time, but so Seth, is that money's there, that money's accounted for, that money didn't come from us. So I guess my opinion would be that we don't really have a say in whether those people continue to get paid or not. And maybe I'm wording that wrong because it doesn't sound right, but I'm a little curious here.
Correct, being that it is not, it's not monies that is governed by the select board per se. It is essentially like grant, or not, I don't want to say grant monies, but they're non-taxpayer dollars, correct? So it's like fundraising dollars that the department has the authority, so to speak, to spend that money how we feel fit, is my understanding. And I'm not trying to come across as, you know, you can't stop us. I don't mean it that way in any way, shape, or form. I'm having a hard time articulating it, I guess. But that has kind of always been my understanding with those. They're not subject to the same guidelines as some of the regular taxpayer dollars.
And could I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
So this is in lieu of these monies, Seth, that you're talking about. This is in lieu of monies that you would have collected in tuition that you're not able to collect in tuition. This comes out of a fund that allows you to spend money as you see fit.
So there's two separate things we're talking about here, Tom. Okay. We're talking about the part-time staff is paid through our ADM partnership monies. That's monies we receive from the school district. Okay. That is separate from our fiscal budget. So that's what our part-time personnel have been paid with. So they don't have an impact on our actual budget per se.
Yeah.
The preschool fundraising dollars that you're talking about are monies that the department wishes to utilize to offset, yes, tuition, so that the bottom line for the preschool comes in where we want it to, and as well as the entire department.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Brana, you had a hand up. Go ahead.
The first motion that you made, the library also, the trustees voted to pay all our staff, whether they work or not, until the first pay period. And then at our last meeting in April 8th, I believe, the trustees voted to continue to pay our staff, whether they work or not, until the end of the budget, the fiscal year, which is June 30th. Okay. So because as I think it was Jeff that said it when this discussion happened, 6 or 8 weeks ago, it wasn't their fault. This was not fair. It wasn't their fault. And it's budgeted. So that's it.
Have any of the library staff, with the exception of Jean, I know that she's there a lot, but is there things that could be done in preparation for reopening at some point? Sanitization of the books, the shelves, I mean, just going through and doing that thorough clean and emptying the shelves. And as I sit here and say that sounds like the most horrendous job ever to have to do all of that. But I'm curious, would that be something that we could be looking at in preparation for the hopeful near future reopening?
So I don't feel everything in there needs to be sanitized because it sat untouched for so long. And I do the, frequently touched surfaces. I'd been emptying the book drop, sanitizing those books. And initially I just let them set because I didn't know what the recommendations were in terms of how long the virus was going to stay on things. As we got more information, I realized that, we were in good shape with what I was doing. So after last week, when the governor loosened things a little bit, because the library being non-essential really meant that nobody was supposed to be in there. I had to do administrative things. So when he loosened things a little last week, I did have one of the assistants come in to get caught up on a ton of books that needed to be put away. And she's actually, I had them pack up all the toys because that kind of stuff won't be able to be out. Just starting to clean up things and put things away. And there are things that I'm going to be able to have them help me with when I can get to them. So I am starting to have them come back as I have work for them.
Okay, perfect. So, Jeff, any further discussion on that with this information that we have about our strange unemployment fund in this town?
Yeah, I have a little hard time wrapping my head around it. Taxes are due in 2 days. And again, I think we have a fiduciary responsibility to taxpayers to spend their money wisely. And so if the way unemployment works, it's less expensive to continue to pay people not to work, then that's what we got to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you just need to wait to listen to hear from the treasurer on this because she really is an expert on it.
Well, that's the solution to this problem going forward. That doesn't fix the current situation that we're faced with. So I guess I will take a motion on this, however anybody wants to. I will make a motion that we continue to pay our staff the way that we have been, and we will continue to follow the governor's recommendations and orders and adhere to those and revisit this as necessary for the remainder of this fiscal year.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay. So Carol, we had one nay, one recluse, yep, that word, and and 3 yays.
Thanks.
Okay. And then while we still have Seth here, and Seth, you can get out of here right after this. Let's get an update. You and Jean pulled off this gray t-shirt thing. We talked about it 2 weeks ago. Well, we put it out there and you guys made it happen. It is posted on our Facebook, on our website. It has been shared all over the place. I've already ordered some. I actually called her and asked her to make me a special hat, so that's coming too. And I know that Michael has some coming and he's sending them to his brother and sister, so it's getting out there. Any update on that? I just want to say thank you guys, because that's fantastic that you guys pulled that off. So any update or information that we should have on it?
Last I knew, we'd had several orders already come in. I haven't checked it this afternoon. I do have kind of a back end to the website so I can track orders. But I can, Gina and I can chat and we can stay in touch as far as how that's going for everybody. And No, I think it's going well. I think it's a good start, and as word gets out, I think it'll be even stronger.
So tell us how much the town gets out of this, though.
Sure. Every T-shirt sale for adult T-shirts, we get $10 per shirt. The adult shirts sell for $19. The children's sizes sell for $18. There's 2 different designs available, and there's 2 different ordering windows. Essentially a 2-week window that's open right now those orders will be filled, and then there's a second 2-week ordering window that those orders will be filled at the end of that. She's offering shipping if that's what people prefer, or a pickup, which we kind of went with the rec area just because it's an outside area and seemed like an easier spot to kind of have people come pick up their orders. So that's kind of where we're at with that.
Nice.
Yeah.
So every shirt that's bought, the town gets $10 back. The $8 or $9 stays with her company, which we were able to go with a Vermont company last time we were talking about New Hampshire. This is also a company that prints all of our rec shirts for sports teams. I believe they do banners and stickers for you guys too, right? They pretty much anything that our school needs, they take care of.
Yep, fantastic.
And she was willing to help. I had a nice conversation with her yesterday and thanked her for it. So I'm glad that we were able to keep this money as close to home as possible and that the town gets something out of it. So thank you for that. And with that, I think we are all set with you, sir.
Well,
I
would
Jean.
like to thank Seth, because he really had all the connections and really did the most of this. So
we work together on it. It's a
went
community.
really well.
You know what
Thank
makes
you.
me the happiest about this is the 2 of you working together. That's
Perfect.
what makes me the happiest.
It's perfect. It's a community-wide thing. It's not a department-specific thing. It's a community-wide thing. So that's the cool part.
Yes, Brana, go ahead. You had your hand up.
I have not found that information. I don't know how to find things on Facebook. So could you tell me who to call or how to order? And it would be on this, anybody listening to this?
Ronna, I'd be happy to email you the link tomorrow if that works.
Absolutely.
Can I do that?
Thank you.
All right. Yep.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Seth. Thanks for coming tonight.
You bet. Have a good night, guys.
You too.
You too. Thanks.
Thanks. Take care.
All right. Now that we've jumped all over the place, we want to go up and do bills and warrants. Or I guess we need to do, I'm sorry, we got to do the approval of the minutes from the 21st, please.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the regular meeting minutes from Tuesday, April 21st.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Harris. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Perfect. Now we'll do bills and warrants.
Okay, where are they? All right. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 22T, accounts payable, $19,595.83. 16S, payroll, $7,317.25. And 17S, payroll, $6,532.46.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Harris. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Mr. Tom, would you care to give us an update from that special meeting on the 29th? I know that you've been working hard to get it posted, so let us know where you're at, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I have to tell the board that my internet here right now is going in and out terribly, so I'm only catching like every third or fourth word as they come through. I hope you're hearing me okay.
Yes.
So we put the ad together. I sent the ad out, got some responses to it. We have had a nice conversation, and I thank both Chris and Michael with Casey over at the BDCC, who they have a LinkedIn account for their own advertisements, and they're allowing us to use theirs at no cost. And they're doing some kind of neat search terms for us, so that's going well, and that's at no cost. I sent out a one-pager late this afternoon for those who may have seen it. We've advertised at the Maine Municipal Association for $75, the New Hampshire Municipal Association for $150. This is all for, they do 30 days, even though we want ours, the ending date is the 21st for the select board stuff. VLCT is, the ad is Freedom members. I thought it was $80, but it's Freedom members. We're in the Commons for 2 weeks for $280. The Vernon newsletter, Martin has put us on that and on the Facebook page. In the Vermont Department of Labor I went to, and then Michael had contacts there where he was able to work some additional magic to what the normal advertising, filling the form out and putting the ad up. So I thank him for that. So those are all going as of last week and today. Those are all running. You've noticed that I looked at Indeed, which is a great online site. They'll run 4 days for no cost and then $23 a day thereafter. 10 days on that would be $230. The Reformer was just very expensive, although they did come back with a less expensive ad when I told them I couldn't afford it. It came down about $400. That's a different size ad. It's a 3 by 4.5. I still think it's too expensive. That's my own opinion. They didn't seem to offer anything other than the 4 days and the 2 papers. And then the Recorder, Greenfield Recorder, in their families. I'm sorry, Jeff, what?
Yeah, no, I had a question on, so the Reformer, the original quote was $1,000 for 4 days.
Yeah.
And then they dropped it to what, 600?
585.
Yeah. For 4 days.
I called them and said we couldn't do it. There was, the select board wasn't going to approve $1,000 for 4 days, and I still think 585 is too much.
I agree.
Now the Recorder papers, which is $364.15 and 30 days of online ad as well. It includes everything in the area, not just in Massachusetts. It's got the Monadnock Ledger, the Recorder, the Athol Daily News. I know that's on the other side, but it's still kind of rural up in this area. The Hampshire Daily Gazette. I don't know if it hits the Amherst Bulletin. The Valley Advocate. I don't think it hits the Concord Insider, but it hits 4 or 5 of their 8 or 9 papers. I think that that's a really good price given the geographic area near us.
There's a lot of exposure.
That it connects for $365. But I also think you ought to do Indeed. I think I've used that before in other venues, and it's been very good. A lot of people look to Indeed, but a lot of people look to the local papers too in the online version. But those two I would suggest. I would not suggest you do the Reformer and Banner.
I agree.
So we have kind of grouped number 1 from old business in with this. So I guess my thought would be that we throw it on Indeed, and I'm open to anybody's suggestion as far as the Recorder. But I mean, all in all, even if we did the Recorder and Indeed, we're still well under $1,000 here, Tom.
230.
About 1,000.
590. 800, about $1,000. That's right. Yeah.
Sandy, your thoughts?
I would do the Recorder too,
As well as Indeed?
as well as Indeed, yeah.
Jean?
The same. Recorder and Indeed.
Jeff?
I agree. Both of them.
Michael?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the number is $1,099.15.
Okay. Not bad when we had planned on over $6,000, so
Yeah.
I'm all right with that. Do we need a motion on this, Sandy? Your thoughts?
I think we should.
Okay, go ahead.
I move that we authorize the advertising for the positions in the, great, papers, you know that word, as listed.
The Recorder and Indeed, because the others are done.
Recorder and Indeed, yes,
Okay.
Recorder and Indeed, then the publications.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Perfect.
Mr. Chairman, is
I
that,
thank the board and I'll get that done tomorrow.
Go ahead, Carol.
is that Indeed, like INDEED?
It is indeed.
It
Indeed.
is indeed, okay.
Oh, he was waiting for that.
Spelled like it sounds.
Yeah. All right. Town policies update and review. So we have tabled this every time it's come up, and that has been my doing. Our town policy book, there's some outdated stuff. There's some things that don't pertain anymore. At some point, we really need to delve into that, look at it, and see. So I guess in an effort to not continue to postpone this, what is everybody's thoughts on this? My thought is that we should all have a copy of the policy book that we could have at our homes, that we can look through, see what makes sense. Maybe we split that up amongst ourselves and take a look at that. What's everybody's thoughts on that?
So is that the employee policies or?
All the policies, I think.
Or
Yeah,
all
it's the policies and ordinances.
and ordinances? Oh.
Yeah.
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 I just think there's some stuff in there that doesn't pertain to the town of Vermont anymore. So
I think if we had a chance to go over it, and then when the new administrator comes on, that would be a good way for them to get their feet wet and know the town.
okay. So I will do my very best to make 4 additional copies of these. I'll check downstairs and see what we have first, but make some copies, get it to everybody, and then we will, Tom, for upcoming meetings, I would like to table this until at least the second meeting in July. And that'll give everybody some time with it. We don't have to keep seeing it pop up here.
Okay.
So we'll move on to number 3, that is addendum 11. Tom, can you speak to that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The governor, as you know, and Dave Emery spoke earlier, is turning the spigot a little bit each week, trying to open up some things. And in his most recent addendum, addendum 11, there were a couple of things that the town needed to pay attention to because they were in, not conflict, but they weren't in consort with what the town had done earlier. One dealt specifically with the number of people in vehicles, where the town had a few weeks ago put the rule out that, you know, everyone was to drive their own vehicle and not have 2 in a vehicle. The governor's new addendum 11 allows for 2 people in a vehicle. The board can certainly keep it at 1 person. I just wanted to bring it before the board so they knew that the state had loosened it up a little bit to allow 2 people in a vehicle. Additionally, the order called for have a health officer, so to speak, on each shift, not like Mark Snow type health officer, but someone to be sure that people have done the training and they're not coming in sick and they're adhering to social distancing and all those types of things. Health officer on site every shift responsible for ensuring compliance with his prior addendum. My recommendation on that is Tim, Seth, and David, because they're the people that are dealing with people in town hall for the most part.
We should probably put Gene. Can we put Gene on that as well? Just
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
Okay.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. And that's the everything else in this that he's recommending, we're already doing, about wearing face covers if someone else is in the building, proper hand washing, You know, a lot of this has to do with having hand sanitizers available, soap and water, all those types of things we're already doing. Signs posted in the building like the library has, if you're sick, don't come in, those types of things. No congregation of employees on site, and you've already put that in the rules relative to the break room, like down at the DPW. So a lot of these things the board incorporated. It was just that no more than 2 people shall occupy 1 vehicle when conducting work. That was the one that kind of stuck out at me as being different from what the board was currently doing.
Can I ask a question? What about number F, or letter F?
Yeah, I've checked.
Are they being pre-screened, which does include temperature checks and a survey verifying it?
We are not doing temperature checks. I checked with our neighboring small communities. I didn't go to Brattleboro on this, but certainly I went up to Grafton. They are not either because there's so few employees. We can get some thermometers and do this, but given that all of the town clerks appoint people are on by appointment, and so forth, we just didn't see the need to do that, given the numbers of people that we have.
Well,
It's the workers.
I disagree.
I'm fine doing it. I just, in checking around, I didn't see another community, smaller community doing that.
But there's two things here though, right? I mean, it's one or the other, or it could be both, but one is the questionnaire to the employee. Do you have signs and symptoms?
Right.
Do you have a fever? Do you have sore throat? Are you having trouble breathing? Or it's the temperature check. So I think that at a minimum, we should have, there's no reason that Seth can't be asking his employees the same that David can ask his every morning. Hey, how you feeling today? I mean, that's a simple check-in with our employees to help everybody. I thought that I had read something, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that there was a mandate that we were to at least attempt to order contactless thermometers. I thought that that was part of his order, that knowing that we could not get them, that we at least had to attempt to order them.
And you won't get them. I've attempted.
Yeah. And I could be confusing that with the school stuff, but I thought that it was all under the same VOSHA thing.
I don't remember reading about the attempt, but I mean, being that temperature is one of the assessments, it kind of
important
lends itself to it.
Yeah, I don't see that, Chris. I only see what Sandra had brought up under F, including temperature checks and survey. And going to the next 2 pages, I didn't mark it, but I don't see it either. But that doesn't mean
I don't remember reading that.
All right.
And have all of our employees taken the VOSHA training?
Everybody in the library has.
Everybody in town hall has. I know that I'm 99% sure the rec department has, and I know David was working with his people.
Great.
All right, so how about if we send out a memo tomorrow, Tom, if you could, and is there a already laid out survey that the state or that VOSHA has given us?
I haven't seen anything that's come through.
Well, I think what they're saying is survey in terms of asking the people for these symptoms.
Right. So I didn't know if they had like a checklist that they had made for us to use that.
Well, you could probably make up your own Excel thing or something.
So could we get a memo out to all department heads that their staff need to have the VOSHA training complete by the end of this week? Because I believe the deadline was the 4th, wasn't it?
Yes.
So
yes,
it needs to be done, and that they need to ask very specific questions of their employees every day. Do you have fever, sore throat, chills, any of that stuff. And let's set it up for them so that they don't have to go digging for it if we could.
You know,
Right.
we don't have to recreate this wheel because the nursing home and the assisted living home, they're doing it every day, every shift. So you could probably just get a copy of theirs.
Yeah, you could. Tom, why don't you email Mr. Sleeper and see if they have a checklist?
Yeah,
that
I
we
just
could
made that note.
Perfect. All right.
You know, one
So-
of the other things in that addendum also says that indoor workspaces,
Yeah.
well, with more than 2 employees, must have good air circulation. So, and no more
As
than
hot
2
as that town office was yesterday, that'll kill anything.
hopefully, or no more than, okay, yep. So we got to be aware of that too.
Yeah.
Still need to distance and all of that.
All right. So that knocked out, where are we? That was
We're
number 3. All right. I sent everybody some pictures. I'm sorry, Brana, you had your hand up there and I skipped right over. You all set?
Yeah, I just have the VOSHA training thing packet right here, and you guys were right on about the temperature checks and getting the handheld, the temperature thingies, the thermometers. You were right. I just
Okay.
wanted to let you know I had the real wording here.
Brana, you can chime in anytime you want to tell me I'm right. That's fine.
Boy, after
Boy.
my
Chris.
faux pas earlier. Thank you.
All right. So I sent you guys some pictures earlier. A few weeks back, the shed that used to be out on the town property blew away. David Emery, Seth, and Ian picked it all up, and inside of that shed was some wonderful memorabilia from our police department that I think is probably worth just as much in a dumpster as it is in that building out there. But then if you look at those pictures, there's also there's some paper products that have been out there for who knows how long. And my opinion would be that the fire department's a great place for those. There is obviously our lime and that kind of stuff is out there. There's some tools out there, some bicycles that have been picked up that aren't in the greatest shape, but I think that if somebody wanted to try and fix those up for some town kids, they probably could. And then the only thing that I think that we would really have to spend some time and go through before we made a decision on, there is one whole shelf that has town maps, some old VHSs that I'm assuming are from the police department. So there's some random stuff over there that I think needs a little bit more care than just making a decision to toss it in a dumpster. But for the most part, that place is just filling up. And it seems to be a catch-all. It seems that that has kind of been a running theme in there. It's what I get from walking around. So I'm not sure what the end goal with that building is. Obviously, it has some value to the town, but I don't see any reason that any of our town buildings would just be a collection site for junk. So curious what the board's thoughts are on, I guess specifically the stuff that was in that shed that has a lot of mouse damage. There's some mold on it, and it is just ancient. I mean, we've got the old video cameras that you. So, what's everybody think about that? Sandy.
If you've got the yucky stuff, that's a health hazard, get rid of it. That used to be used as for the Boy Scouts, and then there was talk about using it for the police department. They've tossed around different ideas for that building. And when in doubt, just stuff it with junk. It's time to get the junk out of it and maybe find a purpose.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, we at town meeting, we hear everybody, well, we're just dumping money into this, we're doing that. There's no money going into that building, but at some point, it's going to need money.
Yeah.
It's a vacant building that's sitting there with no heat. There's not, it's just open to the elements, really. And I'm not sure, at some point, we're going to have to look at that and make a decision about that and what the end result of that building is going to be. So. Jeff, what are your thoughts on that stuff up there?
I'd say the items with no value, or as you put it better, they have more value in a dumpster. Those should be no-brainers. You don't want me to go through it because I have a hard time throwing anything out.
It's a family trait.
Yeah. True.
Sorry about that.
Jean, your thoughts?
Yeah, pretty much the same. I guess if there's kind of the hazardous stuff, we're gonna have to figure that out.
Okay. Michael?
Same, long as it's not accountable. If it's wrapped, done, get rid of it before it becomes a health hazard.
Okay. Perfect. All right. We added number 5 here, joint meeting update from the Planning Commission. So over the weekend, I didn't make any friends with a couple of people on the Planning Commission because I asked on Facebook what our residents wanted to see here. And Jeff, no offense, I don't really care if I upset anybody, and I think everybody knows that by now, because I think that it's time. I think that it's time that we have these discussions, and not to take anything away from the Planning Commission, because they've done more digging into things than I would ever want to. And they have a direction, and they have many volunteers that have put time in there. I was personally curious what other people in town wanted to see, what they thought this town was missing, what would make it more fun or whatever. So that's what I wanted to see, and see if there was any similarities between the two. But again, I think I rubbed a couple of people on the Planning Commission the wrong way. Maybe they thought I was stepping on toes and that wasn't the intent. But I don't remember the last time that the select board received an update from the Planning Commission. I don't remember the last time that we all met and had a talk, and where are things at? Where are we headed in town? What's the next step for all of this? And I think that it's time that we do that. And I don't see why we couldn't have a joint meeting where we discuss everything and we just, everybody walk away from that having the same amount of information that the select board has and that the Planning Commission has. And I am curious what your guys' thoughts are on that. Sandy.
Working together is a good idea.
Jean?
Yeah, I mean, I usually try to go to those meetings, but they're on the same night as library trustee meetings, so I don't always make it, which was the only way that, you know, I could keep informed. So they probably should really come to us, in that this would also be more available to everybody in town to see.
Michael?
I think it'd be good to hear where they're at.
Jeff, I saved you till the end on that one. Obviously I know that you're on there. So I'm not taking any low blows that I think you guys, that anything's being withheld or anything like that. I just think that it's time that all of these committees that have been put in place, that we communicate, that we talk about these things, and that we make sure that the direction that everybody, that it works, that this makes sense for everybody involved. So what are your thoughts on this?
Oh, I think a joint meeting could be productive. I'm not sure what you said, but I think it probably would be a good idea. Yes.
Okay. Perfect. So let's set something up for, or do we just want to invite them to the first select board meeting in June, or should we make that a separate meeting?
I think it's a separate meeting.
Make it a separate meeting. Okay. So maybe if we were to look, pulling up a calendar. So our next meeting is on the 19th. Jeff, when do you guys usually meet?
It's Wednesday nights. We haven't met for a little while. I think it's the second Wednesday of the month.
That will be, okay. what does everybody think if we set a Wednesday, the 27th of May meeting as a joint kind of collaboration between the two boards?
Do we have a meeting on the 28th?
28th.
Thursday.
Yes, for the TA position.
Oh, that's right, yeah. And that was all executive, right? Because that's going to be the application. What were we doing that day?
Looking at all the applications we're gonna get. What? Yeah.
That was the meeting where you were gonna all agree on the ones that you had looked at for the prior week.
Okay, so
The 27th is fine with me, but I just thought we had one on the 28th.
Jean, what are your thoughts?
Well, if we want it recorded so that everybody can see, should it be at a regular select board night? Or can we invite it to be recorded at another night? I don't know.
I mean, we could do it at a regular at the 19th select board meeting and just keep that agenda extremely light and plan to have the majority of that be the planning commission. Sandy, how do you feel about that?
Fine with me.
Jean, you all right with that?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yep.
Okay.
Fine.
Michael, you're good?
Yes, and I won't get my new schedule for the new office I'm transferring to till tomorrow, so I have no idea when I'm gonna be working soon.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
I'm transferring to Turner's Falls, so everybody knows.
Tom, could you please send a email to the chair of the planning commission and invite them to the May 19th select board meeting and inform them that that would be a collaboration, brainstorm, informational type of situation?
I'm making the note, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. All right. On to number 6. We received an email today requesting that a plaque be hung at the church. Sandy, I'm going to ask you to go on for this one.
Okay, let me find it. We got an email from Linda Morse.
Yeah.
And she's been in contact with Tom in regards to putting the application for Vermont Historical Marker for the Vernon Union Church on the agenda. The application asks, has the town or city manager been consulted and provided an opportunity to review the proposed text? She sent this to Tom. We've been working on this since mid-March. Because of COVID, things have stopped proceeding. The other question is, who was consulted and by whom? Date of consultation, please provide proof of town or city manager notification and review. This is done by a copy of the meeting's notes or a letter from the town or town's administrator. So they need to have that information to submit their application to the state. And that is a historical building with an amazing history. If you talk to Paul Miller about it, he gave a presentation that was outstanding.
Any questions? Jean?
No, I would just go with what they needed.
Jeff?
No questions.
Michael?
No.
Okay. I would take a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we submit the documentation that's been requested and support putting the Union Church on the Vermont Historical Marker.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Carr. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. I am going to keep number 7 and we're going to wait until the end so Brana can cut out of here when we go into executive session. So old business number 2, stair replacement bid. Tom, what do you got?
Yeah, as you know, we contacted the 3 local folks. I hadn't heard anything from them. I've recontacted all 3. Of course, right after we did that, the governor opened the spigot a little bit and let some of the construction firms go back and do some work. So Renault Brothers, she thought he had given us something. He has not, so they're going to work on that. Zaluzny as well. I spoke with them again today, actually, as well as the Kings, and they're all
What?
planning to have,
Your internet's going out.
other than the Renault Brothers, I don't think anyone has actually viewed it.
You have Valley Concrete right down the road in Mass too.
And your guys are frozen up again.
All right. All right. So it sounds like we need to continue trying to persuade them for bids. I absolutely hate the fact that we have to beg for bids. I don't understand this. So I guess my suggestion would be that if people aren't getting back to us, that we move on to the next company.
Yep.
That's my thought. I don't understand. That maybe they're better off than other people, that they don't need the work. I don't know.
I think that, I don't know. I think they may have had some deadlines, and as soon as it got opened up, they probably tried to get done with some back work. I don't know. I haven't spoken to them in any
So,
detail.
I mean, I guess if you reached out to them today, if by our next meeting we haven't heard, or unless the board objects, I would say that we reach out to a couple of other companies and see if we can get this moving.
Yeah.
Sandy, what's that, Michael?
Valley Concrete's right up 142.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that they would actually do the construction part of it.
That's what they do.
They just come and dump the concrete, I think.
Valley's not a concrete company. They're
Oh, no, Valley. Okay, Valley, yep. Sorry, thinking of the wrong one.
There's a guy named Jeff Carter. I don't know if he lives in Vermont or New Hampshire.
New Hampshire.
He lives in New Hampshire. Okay.
Field.
All right.
All right. So I don't see any objection from the board to reaching out to, is everybody, 3 more companies, and see what we can come up with?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that before your next meeting? I just want to get the timetable right.
Definitely.
I mean, you can move on that whenever you want.
Okay.
All right, so there's that. So we received a message and an email from a resident that would like to acknowledge our graduating students, whether it be from kindergarten, 6th grade, 8th grade, moving up to high school, college. And the only way that we can do that, until the governor expresses how we're able to actually have graduations this year, they want to put signs up. So they're going to be similar to like the political signs that have the metal posts, and they're going to be out there. Some of them will say, congratulations, class of 2020. Some of them, the parents have the option to put their child's name on it. And they wanted to know if they could use the front lawn of the town office to display those. So far, she's had quite a bit of interest in it, and she has put it on hold until we make a decision this evening. So, Jeff, your thoughts?
I think it's a great idea.
Jean?
Basically, I like the idea. I guess I'm concerned with having personalized signs. I'm not sure how you reach out to all the parents to give them the same opportunity. I'd hate to have a parent go down and say, my kid's name isn't out there, and they really didn't know how to make that happen. So, it's like all or none on the kids' names. I don't know.
So on that, she, and I apologize, I'm on my phone, I'm going through the messages. She has reached out to Mary Ross at Vernon School, who said that they were interested, and they had a 6th grade team that were going to formulate a plan for their involvement. So it sounds like she has done the legwork to reach out, I think as best that she can. So now Mary Ross would be involved, making sure that those parents know that this is a possibility. So I don't know if that helps at all, Jean.
Well, there's a lot of other levels that are graduating. You know, you've got BUHS and any kids at private school. I don't know. I just feel like putting certain names on the lawn is maybe not appropriate. They could have it at their own house, but then on the lawn, just recognize the class from every school that's having a graduation, you know. There'd still be a lot. There's a lot of schools involved in town. You're going to have kids like Pioneer, Mount Herman, BAMS, BUHS, Vernon Elementary, I mean, and colleges.
Yeah, so right now they have 7 from Vernon Elementary, 3 from BAMS, 14 from BUHS, 1 from NMH, 1 from Stoneleigh Burnham, and 2 from UVM, and 1 from WNEU, whatever that is. Okay.
I don't know, because it's being public property. I'm not, I just have this feeling like it's all of them or none of them in terms of personalizing.
Sandy?
Gene, makes sense. I was all for it, but there's something that, you know, someone might be left out, not deliberately. We don't want any discrimination thrown at us.
You know, they can have those signs in their neighborhood or whatever.
I've seen them on the decks.
And
Yeah.
I think so when Kim and I began talking, this was more so that it would be collective. It would all be, this is the town of Vernon recognizing, and let me back up. It is not the town of Vernon recognizing. It is the town of Vernon allowing parents to recognize them on the town property because of these extreme circumstances, which has made it so that there is no celebration for the move up ceremonies that these kids would have had.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, my opinion is that under these circumstances that maybe we bend a little bit in the breeze here and allow it. I certainly see what you're saying. I do feel confident that Kim has been extremely proactive in reaching out to all of these families and done but I respect what you're saying and I understand it as well. So,
who owns the property across the street from the town hall? Anybody
I'm
know?
not sure. Tom, can you unmute Jeff, please?
I didn't mute him. Okay, yep. Let me,
I think it's Chrysostomos. I bet he'd let us use that whole, let them use that. I'm just looking at the Vermont E911 viewer. It looks like it's all a part of his pit.
On this side of the railroad tracks, just across from what would be the old whistle stop?
Yeah, that whole strip.
Yeah.
I guarantee him or the farm probably owns it, and I guarantee they'd let them use that. That way we stay safe on everything they're talking about.
Jeff, are you unmuted now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, what do we want to do here? We've got to get an answer to her. So I'm all for. She can check with Sir Sosmos and see if they'll allow that property. She does have these. They have not pulled the trigger on having these signs made until they hear from us. So.
What about the school doing on their front lawn?
So we had talked about that. I tried to push it that way, but because of that fence where the ball field is, they're hopeful to have it on the 142 side as opposed to the Governor Hunt side. And they felt that fence there would either be an obstruction or we would have them on the other side of the fence, which would make it a potential target. So just because of how close that is to the road, it was just because it's such a short distance between that fence and the road is why they had that concern. Go ahead, Brana.
I have a question and a concern. The question is, who pays for these signs?
The parents.
What if I don't know what the price of a sign is. If it's anything like what I've paid for political signs, it could be a little bit, people may not want to. And And that would leave somebody out, and therefore people. And the other thing is the distraction of trying to read the signs as you go by on the car. That was my concern.
Oh,
It's true. If they did just the school, you know, class 2020 class of Vernon Elementary, you know, there would be fewer, but it still kind of celebrates the classes.
yeah, and the kids could, no, they couldn't. Individually stand under the sign and then you could photocrop it together.
I thought that, and I was trying to read this quickly because Braun, I thought she had said that, that there was, yes, I also have multiple people who are willing to sponsor a sign if we have a graduate's family who wouldn't be able to purchase their own. So that has been addressed as well.
Thank you.
So what do we want to do here?
I think what we want to do and what we have to do may not be the same thing.
Yeah. Yes.
I think some of that has to take a back seat, in my opinion. I think that we have to do whatever we can to give these kids some sense of normalcy, which was stripped away from them on what should have been one of the biggest and best years of their lives. And if we can give them a little kudos and a pat on the back and, man, we're sorry this happened and we wish it had gone different for you, then in my opinion, that's what we should be doing.
Well, I agree there, but I think putting it on the 142 side is wrong because of the traffic. If you're going to put it on town property, put it by the gazebo, where people would drive off to see it and then get right back on.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You don't need an accident because I'm trying to see how my kid's picture's out there or something, you know?
So what is the name of that road? Because I can never remember.
Burrows Road.
Burrows Road, Burrows.
So if they were to use the common side of Barrows Road, we would be okay with that in the area of the memorial gazebo, that section?
I would personally be okay, much more leaning toward doing it there because you're taking away the traffic hazard. I'm still concerned about someone being left out, but as long as they were very careful to get everybody. And they should have a list of all the kids that should be graduating from everything anyway.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah. The Cusick Scholarship Committee would have the list of who was a senior this year, at least some of them.
Okay. Jean, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the best we can do. I hope nobody is offended.
I know.
You know, that their child is, it's unbelievable how people do get missed. You know, you try as hard as you can to get the information out there, but people get missed.
And then it's worse.
Yeah. Yeah, I really wish it could just be recognizing the class from different schools and not personal.
I agree.
Yeah, I think Burrows Road is more appropriate, again, from a safety standpoint. Yeah, I guess I can't really speak to the point about some kids getting missed out. Yeah, it's kind of like some kids don't get Valentine's cards in class.
Yeah, I know.
But anyways, I agree as far as Burrows Road.
Okay, Michael?
I agree with the Burrows Road. I think if I was them, I'd reach out to the local property owners. I think they'd get a lot better response. because for the liability of the town, it's safer for us to have it somewhere else.
So I will reach out to Kim tomorrow. I will tell her that the Barrows Road common side is acceptable, that she
Yeah.
may want to consider reaching out to the property owners and see if she can come up with something else. I will also, Jean, make sure that I express to her your concern of the kiddos that might be forgotten about. And
Just missed, you know.
yeah, and see if she has reached out to the surrounding schools to make sure that, or see if there's a way that we can get a different announcement out. It gets tricky. I know that the amount of robocalls that are coming from schools now is insane. So to put another one of those out, I'm all set.
Yeah.
But I will definitely reach out to her, and I will express all of these concerns and let her know that that is the only usable place. Okay, we got the update on the shirts. Tom, I think we pretty well covered the town hall use during the COVID because we did the, we wanted to touch on the plexiglass and the increased cleaning. So go ahead.
So Tim Arsenal, with his huge Rolodex of contacts, got a hold of Clear Solutions. They do this type of work. They came in last week, measured up 3 areas of town hall, the treasurer's office, the clerk's, where the clerk's counter is, and Jean was here and saw them on 2 places within the desk area at the library. They were measured up, they were made up, and they are ready for installation now. The clerk's is in, and the others are in town hall waiting to be just delivered, so to speak. So that has been done. They did a great job. They did it quickly. And I believe I don't want to quote the price. Tim's got the price on that. I think it was under $500 in total.
I think there was a 3 in there, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't want to lowball it in case I was wrong. So I know it's under 5. And as far as cleaning, we've ordered more cleaning supplies as people come in. We have a protocol set up when they come into the clerk's office on, what they need to do. We followed the lead of the last meeting. So the restrooms have been signed that they're for employees only. And people come in and they need to have gloves and a mask, and they need to use the sanitizer if they don't have gloves. And then we sanitize all touched surfaces, doorknobs, and everything else once they've concluded.
Okay. I guess at this point, Brana and Rich, I would thank you both for coming. You're both welcome to check back in with us in a couple of minutes. Sandy, I would be looking for a motion to go into executive session, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move we go into executive session on a personnel matter, the disclosure at this time, which might be detrimental to the town and or individuals involved.
Second.
Should we be inviting Tom with us?
Yes, okay, it's up to you.
Yeah, we'll bring him. All right.
On the meeting.
What's that?
Nothing.
So.
Shall I leave? For good?
Sandy, how do you want to handle that?
Is that the last thing on our agenda?
It is, other than correspondence, but yeah, and I don't even see much on that, so.
You could, and then just let Carol know that no action was taken, and if there's any motions, send it to her. And the time we adjourn.
Tom, are you able to finish this meeting out with notes after we come out so that we can pass that on to Carol,
Yes.
please? Okay.
Yes.
Carol, you are all
Yes.
set. Thank you for joining us this evening.
All righty. I don't know how to sign out. Do you sign me out?
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Rich. Thank you.
Carol, there should be a leave meeting thing down on your right hand.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to convene the April 5th, 2020 meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board. Do we know for a fact that this meeting has been properly warned, Peter?
Yes, we do. It has.
Thank you. As our first act of business, we'd like to approve the minutes. If anyone has a motion for that.
I move to approve the minutes from last meeting.
Thank you. Ian has moved to approve our minutes from April 21st, 2020. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. That's 5-0. And the first order of business, or second, I should say, is chair's remarks. I really don't have any expanded remarks. I just wanted to say that I continue to see wonderful examples of strength in our community and also kindness to others. And I just love little stories. I think we'll be talking about that a little bit later. But I just thank everyone for their patience, because I know some of our changed circumstances these days can really try our patience on a professional and a personal level. So I thank everybody for being patient with not only our town staff, but yours truly and everyone you see before you tonight. The next order of business is select board comments. I'm sorry, manager's comments. I'm going to go to Peter Elwell.
Thank you, Tim. I do have brief comments tonight. I'd like to just speak about the vandalism on the Veterans Memorial that occurred this past weekend and put that in a bit of context. And then I'll save the rest of my remarks for the business items we have on your agenda later this evening. The main thing I want to convey to the community is that there is actually some action being planned to follow up on the research that's been done by the students and the Historical Society. And it's unfortunate that combination of circumstances resulted in that not being more publicly known earlier, and I've got some responsibility for that. I got an additional, I'd had some a meeting with the students and some discussions with Historical Society members back in the winter. And we had talked about a way to move forward. They were continuing with their research. Yes.
Can you back up a little bit, Peter, and tell people what students, what research, what vandalism?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, thanks for that. I was actually kind of rushing to keep this short since it's town manager's comments, but the broader context will help people, I'm sure, if they don't already know the backstory. So there is a group of students at BAMS who have done research together with their teacher, I believe, or at least a teacher at BAMS, a social studies teacher, Joe Rivers. Joe is also on the board of the Historical Society and has worked together with the students to really carefully, thoroughly, in a very professional way, in the way that professional historians would, using source documents that go back to the time of the Civil War and the late 19th century, here in Brattleboro and elsewhere in Vermont. They've used these source documents to research and confirm that the Civil War monument on the Common in Brattleboro is incomplete. It references a certain number of soldiers who were from Brattleboro who fought in the Civil War, and it references a number of those soldiers who died. And it doesn't represent all of the Brattleborians who did serve. And initially it was believed that all of the people who had been left off were men of color who had been soldiers who served in the Union Army. The fuller story is more complicated than that, and I think it would not serve us all well to take a deep dive into the fuller story right now. But the students have been continuing their research, and what they have found is that even with what they have discovered, they can confirm unequivocally that there are a number of omissions, and that the omission of people of color was in fact a part of this story and an important part of this story. To the degree that that involved racism, it also involved classism. And what they're finding is that there's also a number of white men who served either on their on their own behalf or on behalf of others who bought out of the service, bought out of the obligation, who were people of limited means who were under-recognized, went unrecognized, went undercounted in this census of who had represented Brattleboro in the Civil War. If I try to go any further than that, I'm going to get into dangerous territory where I'm not accurately paraphrasing what's come from the students. But the point I'd like to underscore here, I'd like to underscore two things. One is that the omission is absolutely a matter of fact. The details of the omission is still being researched, and therefore the corrective action we will ultimately take isn't 100% clear yet. There will be some additional research. There will need to be some collaborative work with people in the community and the folks who have done the research to decide sort of what feels like the best way forward to correct this error. And ultimately, I envision coming to the select board with the Historical Society, the students, people, individuals and organizations representing veterans groups and folks who stand up on behalf of people of color and other marginalized populations in our community and our society. And I'm hoping actually that what this becomes is an opportunity for us together in our community to rally around the understanding that history isn't always as it has been presented to us, and that it's important for us to find the truth as best we can and speak that truth to each other and out to the world. And so that's going to take us a little more time. I had received an update. It was not the definitive closure to the matter, but it was an update from the students just about the time COVID was beginning. It was in the first week of March. And I regret that I didn't do some sort of an update at that time to you and to the community where people would have known that this work was underway and that we were aspiring to find the right way forward to do something that was properly corrective. I didn't, and some individual made an unfortunate choice to protest in a manner that was meant to call attention to this, and in the process was very degrading to veterans and others in terms of how that message was conveyed this past weekend to the community. We've acted quickly. The town staff who deal with acts of vandalism and graffiti around town were able to clean the monument quickly. By the way, it's not the same monument. The one that needs correcting is the obelisk that dates back to the 1880s. The more recent granite monument that represents or recognizes rather soldiers who served and died in wars since then, the two world wars and others. That's the monument that was defaced this weekend. But we were able to quickly clean that up. So that piece is, I hope, a minor blip in all of this, and it's behind us. I think what remains is an opportunity for us as a community to come together and find something that's really informative and an opportunity for us to learn and grow and accomplish a greater degree of justice in this monument, in this recognition for service to the community and the country in a way that we'll find our way forward together. I think that's going to take a while. I don't know when we'll be back for public consideration of a proposed action. But in the meantime, I intend to keep working with the students and the Historical Society, and I believe there'll be opportunities to work with veterans groups and other groups to bring this all together.
Thank you, Peter. Daniel, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I just had a real quick question. Are we 100% certain that the more modern monument is accurate and fully complete?
I'm not 100% certain of that. I have a greater confidence in that because there was a good bit of work done in the creation of that in much more recent times. But that's not to say that all of that was done exactly right or, completely. And so we'll double check on that as well. Yeah, we'll make sure that this is complete. I should also say the one thing that I think is clear going forward, there's a lot that's not in terms of the details of this, but from a historic preservation point of view, it's really important whether you're dealing with architecture or whether you're dealing with historical facts and information, to not attempt to rewrite what happened back in the 1880s, but rather to state in the 2020s the appropriate corrective message. And so I don't know yet what that's going to look like. We'll work on that together, but just there's been some talk about whether the plaque on the obelisk ought to be changed. And it's pretty clear best practice in this kind of situation that you don't change what the people in 1888 or 1886 or sometime around then decided to do, because they decided that and that's what it is. But rather you state what was incomplete about that and how we in the 2020s decided to do a different recognition right nearby so that it all can be part of the same learning process for people who come by and read the plaques and understand what happened.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you for that last comment too. I think for me, I can get personally kind of emotional about the issue when it happened. I had a brother of mine died in service to our country, and so it hits very close to home. And I know what a lot of veterans and people who've served and are currently serving go through when they see something like vandalism against a monument like this, which really should never have anything to do with the very correct argument or debate that we should have about correcting past monuments and updating with an additional plaque or that sort of thing. So it can be a very emotional moment for people, and I just hope everybody can take a deep breath, consider that everybody has their things going on, and just again be kind, like I mentioned at the beginning of the comment period. But anyway, it was tough for some people. I'm sure a lot of people didn't even see it go by, but it was tough for some of our community members. So are we going to, did you have additional that you wanted to? Oh, okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. So I want to just move on to fellow select board members' comments and or committee reports. I'm not sure a lot of committee action going on right now. Liz, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that during this crisis, many nonprofit organizations and private individuals have stepped up to assist in various ways. And I'm mentioning them even though these are not town initiatives, because I want to make sure that as many people as possible are aware of these initiatives. And if you are in a position to assist by way of volunteering or donating your time or funds, but most especially, if you are in need in the community, please contact one of these groups that might help you and your family. And I have a list, but I think I'll mention things briefly. And if my fellow select board members know more particulars, please chime in. The first one that I wanted to mention is the Brattleboro Area Mutual Aid, or BAMA. And this is a group that was formed specifically to provide mutual aid. And what they did was Jen Jacobs, Aaron O'Keefe, and Angela Gray spearheaded this effort. And they broke the community into over 24 neighborhoods, and there's point people in each neighborhood, and they provide mutual aid. If you need help or if you can give help, you can be matched up. And they're also branched out to provide gardening and tech support to the community. So if you would like to help them, like to sign up, or need some help, please go to Google Brattleboro Area Mutual Aid. Another thing that's interesting is this new call to action series. It's a podcast with Peter Fish Case and BCTV, and you could find that. There's some interesting interviews with people in the community, including town officials. But one of the big efforts that is really worth mentioning is Groundworks, and Rihanna Kendrick, who is the operations director of Groundworks, and she's also the chair of the Southern Windham County Continuum of Care. And they can have a connection of all the key stakeholders and addressing the needs of the homeless during the COVID-19 response. And they've housed folks at motels and continue to provide support for them ongoing. And so one of the things that you could do if you would like to volunteer is to call them and see if you can volunteer there, perhaps cook a meal. That's always welcome. And that's a consortium of, oh gosh, more than a dozen 8 organizations, including Winston Prouty and the Women's Freedom Center and the AIDS Project and the Agency of Human Services and Youth Services, a very long list of very dedicated people who are coordinating whatever help that people might need in this emergency. Another thing I wanted to mention is our state legislative team. Emily Kornheiser, Molly Burke, and Tristan Tolino have online meetings every Saturday. And if you need assistance, please contact them. Also, Becca Blount and Jeanette White are assisting not only individuals navigating the federal and state programs, but also they've helped Brattleboro and other municipalities with legal issues as they arise that the state needs to address. Then there's also meals. The school and various food banks are providing meals for people who are in need. And Sevka has done an amazing job. I think Daniel will talk about that. And then there's essential child worker childcare. And there's also the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation's Regional COVID-19 Business Resiliency Program. And that program will match a business owner with someone who will help us, help you navigate the various small business loans and unemployment and so forth. The United Way also has a list and a way to volunteer. And there's a very complete list that the Windham Regional Commission has prepared, which lists all sorts of nonprofits for basic needs, food, shelter, various, and then a variety of suggestions for volunteering and donations, as well as whatever need the community might have for food or shelter. Please go to their extensive list. And if there's others who'd like to chime in.
Does anybody want to chime in to Liz's very helpful, extensive but still partial list? I guess Daniel had his hand up first.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to kind of point out to folks that the Brattleboro Town website has links to many of these things on its homepage. If you go to the resources for individuals and families, there's lots of good information to be found there. I wanted to say something that was not adding on to what Liz was talking about, because I thought we were going to talk a little bit more about COVID later on. I wanted to kind of flag up the Brattleboro Historical Society's online kind of audio, I don't know what you'd call them. I mean, I guess you'd call them podcasts, right? They're mini podcasts. And if you go to soundcloud.com and just kind of type in Brattleboro Historical Society, you'll find like this really, really rich bunch of, recordings that have been made, I think mostly in collaboration with students from the middle school and, the Historical Society. And so when I was learning about the monument issue, I went there and listened to some of them, and they were really, really great. And there's a bunch of them about all kinds of different Brattleboro topics. So I just wanted to point that out to folks.
You're right, those are great. I think Brandy, did you have your hand up real quickly?
I had my hand up, but I wasn't going to chime in on anything Liz said because I feel like she really covered it. I was going to chime in just on my own. So if somebody else is going to chime in on Liz, I don't mind deferring.
Okay, I had one small thing. And Ian, did you want to chime in on Liz's points about our community members?
Yeah. Do you want to go first, Tim?
No.
The only other one I would mention is Vermont Legal Aid has
Oh, for God's sakes, yes.
a very, very comprehensive list of, oh man, whatever you could think could be affected by COVID-19. And I would encourage people, if they have any kind of question on something in that area, to go to that resource. It is very helpful.
Yeah, I agree.
That's great. Thank you, Ian. My small thing was that I was going to give a shout out to Post 5 of American Legion, who actually has something called a buddy check. And I like the name of it anyway. But the one thing that impressed me, it's one of these Google Docs where you can go and participate and let people know, that you could use a phone call or whatever. But one of the questions on it was, who else might you know that could use a phone call who won't admit it? And I thought that was a great way to phrase it, because that's part of our community support, is kind of, there's always people that really could use a hand with something and just don't want to go ahead and admit that kind of thing. So I like that part of the buddy check system they have at Post 5. So, and we return to some other topics for the board members, or?
Well, I do want to say something that wasn't in the thread, and I want to say, as we know, there's been some restrictions kind of lifted over the past few days, and some of us are kind of venturing a little bit more into places that are outdoor spaces, like gardening centers and other stores. And I, for one, on a personal level, but I'm going to use this platform to say, I'm going to be really looking to stores that are encouraging social distancing, where customers are being encouraged to respect 6 feet or more. And I'm frankly going to be looking for places where employees and as many customers as possible are wearing masks. And today I had a really wonderful encounter at a shop that I went to locally where everybody was wearing masks. People were kind of bobbing and weaving in a very polite and lighthearted way when they were coming down the same aisle, and everybody was really respectful and patient. And that's the kind of place that I'm going to be looking to frequent. And I would really encourage, as we start opening businesses, for people to think, maybe not, even if your belief isn't in the mask system, what is your reputational risk and what is it worth? And how do you want to help people feel comfortable? Because I, for one, am the kind of customer that I'm going to be looking for a specific kind of responsibility during this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I like the word. Daniel, did you have something?
I just wanted to add on. I'm totally on board with you, Brandy. I'm really, really comfortable in some places. I went out today more than I've been out in weeks because I kind of had to, and I was comfortable in some places and other places less so. And so, I think I didn't come from this country. We don't have such a big deal about liberty and whatnot in the UK. It's not kind of our thing, and so I don't have that cultural upbringing. I want people to be safe. I want our community to be safe, and the way that we can help each other stay safe is by wearing masks when we're out and about. And I know it's an inconvenience, and it might feel silly to some people, but I think safety is what I want.
Yeah, well said. And if you don't mind, I'll just chime in very quickly, just to advocate for, please everyone understand that you cannot keep a mask on a 2-year-old. I doubt you can keep a mask on a 3-year-old. On this, but
you can put it on a 5-year-old, but a 7-year-old is really sassy, and he might say, "I don't know why it has to cover my nose."
yeah. But the reason I bring that up is just, I mean, obviously there's humor there, and people do understand it, I think. But I was actually at the store today, and someone with a mask was getting, for me, uncomfortably close. And I have a pretty good tolerance for, 5, 6, 4 feet, even if you're just staying away. But that fed into my fear that I have that people, when they put their mask on, they think they don't need to maintain the distance. And I plead with everyone to understand that the science is the mask is not a substitute for distance. It is protecting your friends and neighbors when you have to be closer than you're comfortable with, but it is absolutely not any substitute. So you need to be doing both. 6 feet or more and a mask, please, for everybody. It just really helps everyone feel much more comfortable, and that way everyone can participate in situations where we have to be closer together. All right, so is that it for our comments and committee reports for the board? Getting a thumbs up from Ian, thank you, everybody. So we are now in the point where we have public participation. I'm reading my notes wrong on the wall there. And I have one person who has asked to say something, and it's Tom Costello. So Patrick, the person behind the curtain, could you help Tom come up in our feed? If Tom, you'd like to turn on your camera, or if you wouldn't, you could just turn on your microphone. Hello.
Thank you very much, Chair, members of the board. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak a little bit to you. And beyond that, thank you for serving us all so well. I'm a veteran, a commander of Post 5 American Legion, grateful with a history of service to our town and to our board here over a period of 40 years. Over that time, many years ago, I was taught that the caliber of service, public service in Brattleboro is a little above anywhere else in the state. And I can report to you that it is today, and we're very grateful for all that you're doing. We're familiar with the present subject of the Civil War. 5 years ago, on May 24th, 2015, we had a event, which was a number of seminars downtown and Howard Coffin banquet at night. And among those presenters were Professor Joe Rivers and Professor Bill Holliday. It was an in-depth, broad discussion of our Civil War. And we're also familiar through our work with those who have died more recently. And in November of that year, we had an event called Honor, and those are for the young man who died in Vietnam. And what was particular about that event, which is relevant to this, is that the foundation for that event was students at Brattleboro High School. And these students came forward and learned about these men who are all on our memorial over here and made a presentation for each of them. That presentation meant the world to all veterans and to their families. One of the things we got as a result of that was a flag of Johnny Blake, who was a friend of mine. He graduated from St. Michael's in 1963, and it said, dedicated John Charles Blake, a citizen of Brattleboro, a graduate of St. Michael's, a Navy corpsman, who gave his life for his country on March 21, 1970. And to all other Brattleboro men and women who died in defending liberty and the pursuit of happiness. We support the inquiry to identify any individuals who served and who died and who are not presently counted among those on the monument. Particularly because this inquiry is made by our students who are carrying forward the work they did before and will do again. We would be honored to participate in the search to identify all of our men. We do not leave anyone behind. And we would be honored to dedicate the memorial when all have been identified. These are our brothers, and our heart aches for any of them who have not had the proper recognition. If in fact any of our African American brothers have not been recognized, make no mistake, veterans have been there, they are there now, and they will be in the front ranks of those dedicated to liberty and justice for all. And any veteran you know can tell you about having his arm around an African American man, and some of them can tell you about African American men who died in their arms. This is real, it's poignant, and it's vital. As individuals and as organizations, we're dedicated to that. We look forward to working with you in this most worthy cause. Chiming the words of your chair, which chime the words of one of our late presidents, with malice towards none, and with charity to all. That is over there on that obelisk. And as you know, the words of Abraham Lincoln. In that spirit, we dedicate ourselves to this mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Costello.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom.
Thank you.
And Peter, I trust we will be working hand in hand with Post 5 and other community members that want to be involved in the upcoming project, you know,
Absolutely.
whatever that may turn out to be. Thank you. So I don't have anybody else who's chimed in on chat for public participation. And unless I have
Stephanie?
Oh gosh, I just saw that. I think it's because I'm slightly annoyed. Sorry, Stephanie, I'm annoyed with how it's set up here on the go-to meeting. Sometimes, oh, you just wrote it. Good, okay. So Patrick, Stephanie Bonin will be chiming in now, if that's all right. I think with a drum roll. Here we go. Technology. Thanks, Stephanie.
Hello. Thank you. I wanted to give a quick update of our. Sorry, my kid's walkie-talkie. Hold on. Okay, sorry. I wanted a quick update of the one-to-one project that DBA has been doing. That's sort of like, Tim, what you talked about with the buddy check. So if that helps you visualize what we're doing. We were able to get a 12-week grant to implement this and our goal is to reach out to every single business in the district, which is 100 retail businesses. We're not counting the second story as of right now, and make sure that they have not missed any unturned rock in trying to figure out how to stay in our community if they want to stay in the community. So giving you an update, after about 3 weeks worth of work, we've reached out to 72 of the 100 businesses, and primarily by phone conversations. I'm working in tandem. I was able to bring on Amanda Whitman to support the work. And it's just, I thought I would pull out a couple interesting stats. Of those 66, 12 have been able to secure the federal economic funds through the PPP. So if that's not clear, I think that's a really terrible number. 12 out of the 66. 16 were able to secure the EIDL grant, which is anywhere between 1,000 and 10,000. And we have reached out a second, a third time, and also part of the program is pairing people who are talking about like things, such as I'm confused on whether this federal loan will be good for me. And we've been able to pair it with 2, 3, 4 other business owners who are having the same exact challenges. At the end, what we want to come out with is a much, much more cohesive, connected network downtown where everybody is a peer and everybody is standing by each other and making sure that we are surviving this. We have had incredible dialogue happening and communication via our private Facebook page. And in fact, since the beginning of March, we have almost doubled the amount of people that are a part of that private Facebook page. So that, again, is just a nod to working together and the strength in together. So it's been a highlight for me in watching people really sharing knowledge and helping each other out. But I do want to make sure that it's not missed that our community is not getting the relief that they need by any stretch of the imagination. And people are cheering for getting unemployment so that they can use that money to cover business expenses, not even cheering to cover their own personal, in some cases, even though both are very much needed. I also just wanted to touch on the idea of how we reopen. And I do feel like reopening is trickier or possibly trickier than closing was. And that was really tricky. And I would love for us as a community to have clear direction to our community members of what it means to what our expectations should be when we're out and about in public, so that when you go into a public park, it's the same expectation as when you go into Hannaford, and it's the same expectation as when you go into the library. And I think that is going to be really tough. What's coming from the state is not always clear. An example is the public health department just came out with, and I quote, we should make wearing cloth face coverings a habit to protect one another. Now that's very loose language. And as a store owner, it's going to be challenging to say to someone walking in, you must wear masks because that's my opinion. And it'd be so much easier if you were able to say, the governor has told us that we have to wear masks, or vice versa. So anyway, I just wanted to say that I definitely echo your sentiments, Tim and Brandy, and I think it's going to be super tricky. And if we could do anything as a community, it would be very helpful, I think, for all to have clear expectations.
Great. Thank you for the both the real world update and those comments, Stephanie. Brandy?
I guess I just want to make, and maybe this is a flip comment, but if we can have a sign that says no shoes, no shirt, no service, why can't we have a similar thing for masks? And I know that might be a flip comment, and this is a public meeting, and so I'm still going to state it out loud because I actually feel that way. Like, why, if a store can say you need to put your shirt on, why can't a store say you need to put your mask on? Maybe Peter, that's a question for you. I don't know. Maybe it's just a statement. It's just out there now.
I'll be happy to answer that question first. The reason I stepped away and took the phone call was it was Patrick telling me that he had lost his internet connection to the meeting. So he was concerned that we had lost the meeting. But since we're all still together, he's thinking he's going to be able to get back in. So he's working on that right now. In the meantime, we'll do the best we can. The answer to the question is unequivocally clear in the governor's most recent addendum that the state isn't requiring everyone to have a mask, but is allowing anyone who is in control of a facility, so a proprietor at a store or the town being responsible for our town facilities, anybody who is in a position to have the public come into their space can require that every member of the public who comes into the space be wearing a mask.
And the town does
Carry on
so
the
as
Sunday
well.
for that. The town has implemented that people who are coming in, we'll go over the town's status in more completely in a few minutes, but one of the things we've done in opening the door just a crack to having people come back into the offices to receive services is that people only come in if they're wearing a mask. And we've actually acquired a supply of masks. So if someone arrives who needs to come in to receive a service from the town and doesn't have a mask with them, we will give them the mask and require that they wear it or they can't come in.
Thank you so much. And so Stephanie, I think what we need to do next is get all of our shop owners on board that all of the employees need to wear masks, and then we can put up signage that says other people need to. And so I was in 2 stores today. One had every single person that was working there wearing a mask, and the other had 2 of the 5 wearing a mask, and 3 of them kept coming really, really close to me, and I kept trying to like back away and letting them know I didn't need help. And so if the municipality is saying we need to wear a mask, I think that we can find a way to help shop owners enforce the same thing. That's just my opinion. That's not a directive, but
I think that would be wonderful. And I don't want to get lost in the weeds because there's so many points. It's not just about masks. It's about signing a credit card slip with a shared pen. There are so many different points. And so I do just want to make sure that I was clear in that I'm always a believer in one for all and all for one. And so whether it is stores or elsewhere, it is going to take a lot to win people's trust back and have that community feeling again. And so whatever we can do to all band together saying, you know, maybe it's 2 points, maybe it's only the masks, maybe it's 3 points, but all of us saying we're in this and you can expect the same thing all over Brattleboro, I think would be really quite wonderful, but hard. I know.
It is hard, and I think it's creating a culture of respect that everybody can live with. But I do want to make sure that everybody understands that it's the town of Brattleboro is not going to pass an edict that says people must wear masks in these situations. We don't have that power, and you could very easily argue that we should not have that power. But I know there's a difference of opinion about that, but I just told you my story about how I wasn't comfortable. So people also have to have their own personal, ways to react kindly to people who are just not respecting what they need with them. So Stephanie, I don't envy you. You have your work cut out for you with everything that the merchants are. I'm assuming we're going to start a slow coming down from the governor's, what is it, the spigot, turning of the spigot, that it's going to be a challenge figuring all that out. And the town is here to assist where we can. Certainly, I shouldn't speak for the town, but I'll speak for the chair of the select board. Liz?
Yeah, I have a question for Stephanie. Stephanie, when shops open a quarter turn at a time, there'll still be online services and curbside services and so forth? Is that the plan?
Well, all of the discussion is all about how you're going to pivot as a business to survive. And so I think you'll see a lot of changes in how it's being done. And I don't think anyone quite has the answer yet. So this Saturday, you saw a lot of businesses experimenting with curbside and what that would look like for them. I don't think anyone can affirmatively tell you this is what it's going to look like in 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months. But I we're seeing, Whetstone and Echo open up more hours with curbside, and a lot of it has to do with the federal relief because money comes in and you go up to pre-staffing levels. There's sort of, I think there's going to be a lot of fast-moving stuff like we've seen in all sectors during this pandemic, and I don't think the stores are any different. I think there's going to be a lot of fast-moving stuff like we've seen in a repeat.
Yeah, I think
That's good because it was hard to hear the first time.
I think there's a caller on the line that needs to mute themselves.
yeah, there might be. We'll see if Patrick can help us with that, if he has rejoined us or not. I don't
He
see him.
has rejoined us.
Okay. Maybe it's Patrick's fault.
I don't think so. Take
He
this moment.
can't defend himself, so I thought I'd throw him under the bus. So, well, thanks, Stephanie. And that was sort of, kind of bleeds into our COVID-19 update, public participation in COVID-19, but that's okay. And but Stephanie, did you have a chance to say everything you wanted to say for now?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And so I think if no one has an objection, we will move into our official number 7 COVID-19 update. And I'll toss it over to Peter.
Thank you. Yeah, that absolutely was, there's good continuity between the comments time and the time because it is so present in all of our aspects of our lives these days. And because my updates in the prior several select board meetings have been so thorough regarding, all the different aspects of town operations, I'm going to focus again, as I did last time, just on the things that have changed. Because we had a very substantial change yesterday. And so in the offices, the administrative services that are provided both within town government in support of other functions of town government and those in town government who serve in office spaces providing services to the public. We have, as the governor said, opened the spigot a quarter turn. The doors to all of our public buildings are still locked. They will remain locked for weeks. Apropos to Stephanie's comment of a few minutes ago that, there's no way any of us can predict how quickly this can open up. And apropos to the comments all of you have made, going too quickly will be a really big mistake. So what we need to do is be patient and work with each other and protect each other and go very slowly in this process. And so what we have done that is different is we are staffing the offices with one person each time, one person each day. There have, throughout the period of time when the offices were completely closed and still the majority of the work is being done from home, when almost all of the work of town employees was being done remotely, there were, throughout these past weeks, individuals who were going into the offices occasionally when it was necessary to do that to complete an essential task. And so we've been following these practices, the public health best practices of, staying out of the offices, having one person go in at a time. And on the very rare occasions when more than one needed to go in, they've been masked up, they've been wearing gloves, they've been social distancing. So for us, the office protocols were just getting sort of explicit and more formal about the same practices that have been followed for the last month or so. But from the community's point of view, what is entirely different this week compared to the past month is that if you need to come into the municipal center or to some other town facility for a piece of town business, whether you're giving or receiving, then you are able to do that. We ask that members of the public still conduct as much business as possible remotely, and we ask that for the same reason as we've all been discussing here for the last half hour to an hour, of the importance that we not have any more face-to-face interaction than necessary. It's good that we can start to resume that, but we need to resume it under very controlled circumstances and limit it as much as possible. And so the way that we're addressing that in our protocols for town government, all of which are set forth on the website in the town's update. They will, as of tomorrow, also be in the timeline update. So what we're requiring is that an individual who can't do a piece of business remotely and needs to come to our facilities be met at the door. Since the door is locked, they'll only be able to come in when they're met at the door by a town employee. The town employee will escort the customer to the appropriate office. They'll do the piece of business. While they're doing the piece of business, actually the entire time that the customer's in the building, they'll be masked. They will both use hand sanitizer while they're doing the piece of business. When the work is done, the customer will be escorted back to the door. When the customer has left, the employee will wipe all the surfaces that have been touched with a disinfectant. They'll wipe down all the surfaces that have been touched during the conduct of that business. And in any individual office, it'll continue to be as it has been when we were completely closed, that as much as possible, there will only be one person at a time in an office. There will sometimes be more than one. And when there is more than one person in an office, because it's necessary for the conduct of the work of that office, then the two employees will be practicing the same social distancing and protective measures with the sanitizing and the masking that is being done when we're helping a customer. So we're in this phase one of a slow reopen, and I can't possibly accurately predict how long that might last, but my expectation is it will be for weeks. Even if the stay home, stay safe order is lifted on May 15th, if we think back to what life was like in the middle of March before the stay home, stay safe order was announced and implemented, we were already in a situation where we were practicing, public health best practices, and we were already social distancing, and we already had limited access to many businesses and to town facilities. And so my expectation is that, May 15th is not a magic date for when things are going to free up more, but rather that's going to be a time when, in accordance with whatever is issued by the state, there is, some additional freedom of movement, but with all the same continuing constraints of how we're going to respect each other and protect each other with social distancing and masking and frequent hand washing and not touching our faces to the maximum degree that we can. That one's hard. But that will all stay in place, and it'll stay in place a long time. The next phase that we will ramp up within town government would be to bring in on a more regular basis greater numbers of employees. So instead of having almost everybody working from home and one at a time in the office, we'll be more fully staffed in the offices for the advantages that provides. But frankly, we're not in a hurry to do that because of the public health implications. We're not, and because during COVID, we've developed a lot of capacity for how we can work remotely and communicate with our, the rest of the team and with the public sufficiently to get the vast majority of town services provided. So that's where we are right now. That's how it's functioning now. I think we're going to stay in this status for a long time. We will announce to the public when we do go to that next phase where we have more staff coming in. But even at that point, my expectation is we will continue to have limited access to the buildings, that we will be meeting customers at the door and escorting them into the part of the building where they need to do business. And it will be a third phase out beyond that before we actually open up the doors and people can come freely in and out of the municipal center. And I look forward to that day, but I can't possibly predict how soon that might be. One other thing I didn't say, but probably should say, I didn't say it because their status hasn't changed, but I want to make clear to the community that, as has been true throughout the emergency time, throughout the more closed time of COVID, emergency services are continuing to be provided by the police department and the fire department. There are special protocols in place related to the public health protections for the employees and the people being served. But those services are continuous and have been continuous. Our field services ramped way down, but never stopped for those who provide the essential services of the Department of Public Works, the parks maintenance, and the facilities maintenance teams of the town government. And they are now ramping back up, and they have protocols that they are to follow that are similar to what I've described for the office. situation in terms of wearing masks and washing hands frequently, using hand sanitizer frequently when there's not soap and water available, and otherwise, cleaning all the equipment before and after uses so that, again, as much as possible, we are protecting not just individuals protecting themselves, but individuals protecting their teammates and the broader community.
Thank you, Peter. I had a couple of thumbs up, really quick follow-up questions concerning that. I had a chance to speak a little bit to Star at the library. As people know, they've started a procedure of checking out and returning, and a lot of people are super excited about that. So I'm feeling pretty good that her department is feeling good about it. But do you want to just let us know, is there a different levels of comfort with the new protocols at the municipal center? Is that something that you encountered, and is that going okay? People being fairly comfortable?
Yeah, we're humans, and so there's varying levels of comfort. Some people are feeling bolder and maybe a little more annoyed by the rigorous procedures that we're asking everyone to follow. Some people are concerned that maybe this isn't enough. Can there be more? Should there be more? And we're continuing to talk about those things, explore that, learn from others who are taking additional protective measures. We do have, so that the public will be aware of this, expect it when you come back in, we have on order, but only in one office so far actually have installed the plexiglass barriers that you see at the grocery stores and other places now really commonly. That's going to be standard around the town offices as soon as the additional ones arrive, which we expect to be shortly. So there are some additional things that we're moving towards doing even above and beyond the masking and the hand washing and the sanitizer and the wiping down of the surfaces. But I'd say everybody was really helpful and constructive to the degree that there were concerns. Folks spoke up about those. We had a chance to work through them and identify actions that might be able to be taken to mitigate those concerns. And everybody received training. This was something actually that was required by the governor's order, but where we decided to take an additional step and go beyond it because we were concerned that while it is a really good thing that every employee of any organization anywhere in the state was required to take the basic VOSHA training, the Vermont Occupational Safety and Health Administration training of best practices, that was sort of a very standardized, very brief exposure to the best practices. And we wanted to make sure that town employees were exposed to that, were able to learn from that, but also have it be more interactive with an opportunity to follow up with us about our procedures. So what we did was had Captain Chuck here from the fire department actually recorded a session with the department heads and me where he did a training that was about 45 minutes long instead of 10 minutes long that incorporated all the things that were required by the state, but went much deeper into things that are particular to the town, either to our community or to our facilities or to our procedures. And so it was a really helpful session. He also said probably 25 times, don't touch your face. And it was actually kind of fun. There was some lightness to it to help people realize, hey, we're going to get through this, kind of keep spirits up even as we were learning important things. And so the hand washing and the don't touch your face, he reiterated over and over again and walked us through the various other aspects of how we can be as safe as possible together as we ramp slowly back up to activity. I'm glad you mentioned the library. I'm sorry I left that out. So the library and the recreation department are a little different in this, just as they are in daily functioning of the town. They have longer hours. They're not offices per se. They're places where the community gathers and where we have cultural enrichment. And so that has continued to be true in both areas, online to the maximum degree that we can. And it is now true again in the library services for the curbside service for pickup when people are borrowing and for returning goods to borrowed materials to the municipal center drop box that's there in the parking lot, the big blue metal box. So the library has been able to sort of ramp back up that bit. And again, that reflects sort of where we were right before the stay home, stay safe order was implemented. In the recreation department, unfortunately, the types of activities that are offered are so interactive, and they're usually groups gathering, that we're not able to do that just yet. But the reminder we have provided to the community in our daily updates is that as soon as it's safe for those kinds of things to resume, the recreation department will be offering programs again, and that we'll be announcing that to the community. That's likely weeks away at this point.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Shout out. I utilized the curbside pickup for the library yesterday, and it was super easy. So great.
And can I just clarify something? You mentioned the big blue box for returns. Are they also taking returns through the regular slot through the front?
No, we're asking everyone to bring it to the big blue box because of the need to sanitize the materials as they come back into circulation. We want there to be a concentrated single location where they're returning things.
And that's in the parking lot in the back.
That's correct. It's just as you come in from Grove Street into the Municipal Center parking lot, it's immediately on your left.
Yeah, and you can drive right up to it, right? So it can be part of your errands.
Yes, and actually while we're in the Municipal Center parking lot, so to speak, we've also installed a lockbox. This is a smaller black metal box that is attached to the wooden light pole that is the easternmost. So there's two solar lights for that parking lot that stand on very large wooden posts. And the easternmost one, the one that is not right outside the back door to the municipal center, but is nearest to it within the parking lot, has now attached to it a black lockbox where we are requesting that people, if you haven't mailed in your tax payment or utility payments, or haven't paid online, or haven't paid through your bank, all of which are preferred methods of paying. So it's electronic or it's mailed. If you're going to bring one to the municipal center, we ask you to drop it in the box rather than come inside to the treasurer's office, for the same obvious reason of everything we've been discussing this evening. It's just safer for the folks who are paying their bills and safer for the staff who are receiving them and processing them.
And the building's locked anyway.
And the building is locked anyway, right? So what we're saying is if you have an issue you need to address, if you have a question about your bill or some other circumstance where you need to interact with the treasurer's office staff, then that's more like what's going on with the rest of the departments. And it may, but probably doesn't require being face-to-face. It's probably something that can be done by email or by phone. And so please use those electronic means of communicating as much as possible. But if there is something that really requires that a treasurer's office employee be interacting with a member of the public at a counter, then the same procedures will apply in terms of meeting someone at the door and bringing them inside. But for the payment of the quarterly tax bills and utility bills, we're asking that it be done either electronically or in the parking lot.
Thank you, Peter. Daniel?
Just a quick question about that. If somebody were to call the treasurer's office and want to come in and make their payment, would they be told, no, you cannot do that?
They will be told, please put it in an envelope and drop it in the box in the back.
Yes, good.
You know how
Could I just ask a second question about that?
Public service, right? It's a hard habit to break, to not want to accommodate somebody who's trying to do a piece of business for the town. And yet, counter to all our natural instincts, we're trying to push people away who don't have to be inside the building. And so the really obvious one for us right now is tax bills and utility bills, because this is the time of the quarter when there would normally be a very large number of people coming into the building only for a few minutes and only to do a task that they can do electronically or in the parking lot. And so we're firmly but politely asking that they do that.
Okay, good. With the payments online, am I right in thinking that there's an additional fee for those payments?
There's an additional fee if you pay by credit card. There's a service charge that's part of the credit card processing that the town, the service that the town purchases. So the credit card processor charges that fee. But if you do a payment from your bank, which can be done either as setting it up as a one-time, it's getting to be pretty late in this process now for setting it up as a one-time payment, because that usually takes a week or so for the bank to set it up with you and then actually make the payment to the town. But it can be done that way. Or we also allow the direct debit ongoing, so that every quarter on the deadline date. So in terms of maintaining the float in your account and so on, a lot of people come in that last day or two with their checks. And you can accomplish that without having to remember it if your financial circumstances are such and your banking arrangement is such that you'd rather just set it up for a automatic withdrawal. So this cycle, May 15th, is the deadline day. It's a Friday, so that's actually, sometimes it gets adjusted a little bit if it falls on a weekend, but this time around, it's actually May 15th at 5 o'clock that the payments have to be made. And on May 15th, everybody who is set up for that direct debit from their bank, that's going to come through into our system.
Thank you,
And
Peter.
if you put it in the box, you don't even need a stamp.
That's correct.
That's
you can drop it in the box without a stamp. It's just like the mailbox, except it's the black box for tax payments and utility payments.
Right.
I don't know why, but this is difficult for me. I always pay my utility bill at the counter, and that's just what I do. So I feel the pain of everyone not wanting to do that. I don't know why. It just feels like that's what I do.
Maybe what people could do is when they drop their payment in the box, they could also include a little note to town staff saying hi, and that would be nice.
A little mint.
Yeah.
No, bad idea for the summertime. Well, speaking of payments, I think it's a great segue into a little financial update from Peter. Thank you.
So this was a written update for the select board. It was in the backup materials. Those who are with us this evening may have seen it there. For those who haven't, I just want to be really, really clear that everything that comes after this sentence comes with a really large asterisk attached to it. What we have done is projected where we think we're going to end the fiscal year on June 30th. And actually after June 30th, but when all the final entries are made. There are, particularly on the revenue side, there are things that became payment obligations to people by June 30th, so they go on to this fiscal year as receivables, but we don't necessarily receive them until July or even August. And so, for instance, a really good example of that is the revenues in the solid waste operation. In the monthly report, you're used to hearing us say, and we're a month behind in adding those to the records, because that's how that works, right? That there's a lot of revenue that's coming from the bag sales that is based on the sales out across all the retail outlets. When the month ends, they report their results, and then there's a process by which that's aggregated and the town actually receives the revenue from the bag provider for the bags that have been sold. And so there will be a final tally of revenues that might be as late as the middle or latter part of August. But with that, probably too deep dive into the weeds, we have estimated the additional expenditures we expect to incur between now and June 30th. Some things we know we will incur. Other things we're trying to limit as much as possible, but we can't avoid every expense. So there will be some other expenses that we incur. And we think that in total, we will end the fiscal year a little less than $500,000 below the appropriated expenditures level. So where we expected to spend a certain amount of money, up around $18 million, we expect to come in about $500,000 under that. Likewise, it's a balanced budget. So there's about $18 million worth of revenues, the lion's share of that being property taxes, about 82% of that total, but there are quite a number of other sources of revenue that the town has as well. And we've estimated each one of those. And we also believe, just coincidentally, this was not anything we set out for a particular outcome. We tried objectively to look at the expenditures and objectively to look at the revenues. And when we completed that, we landed in a place where we also think the revenues are going to come in about $500,000 under the budgeted amount. There are a couple of assumptions that are hugely important that I'll go into in a minute about why we are uncomfortable about the margin of error that's involved in this first estimate, and why we all need to really be cautious about drawing conclusions from it. But in addition to the estimates, or the assumptions rather, there's also just the fact that there are so many different pieces to this. Not as much on the revenue side. On the revenue side, what we have is more uncertainty. On the expenditure side, we have a greater degree of certainty in most of the line items, but we have so many different line items, dozens and dozens, actually hundreds of them, that there's some rounding involved each time, and then you sort of apply all of that over the large, of the full exercise, and it leaves us anxious that decisions might be made about this. But if this first estimate turns out to be accurate, and we will update it as we go to the May 19th meeting and the June 2nd meeting, and on every meeting after that until it's no longer necessary to do it every meeting, and we go back to something that feels more normal with a monthly rhythm of updates. But if this ends up being accurate, what it means is that we're going to end the year without a surplus or a deficit, or a tiny surplus or a tiny deficit, budget to budget. The use of fund balance in this budget year will be what we expected it to be, which is about $330,000. So the difficulty here is, since we have no margin there, it's not like we have made an estimate and we say, so we've got a couple $100,000 of buffer between where we think we're going to end and what would cause us to fall into deficit, right? Instead, where we believe we're going to end is right on the zero line. And so anything that turns out worse than we expect, whether that's more expense or more likely less revenue, is going to be a situation that we might end up the year in deficit, where we have to draw more fund balance than we had planned to for this year. That's legal and proper, particularly under emergency circumstances like this. It'll require a ratifying action of representative town meeting when we're able to hold one, but it's obviously a really undesirable outcome. And so we'll do everything we can to avoid that, but there's going to be some parts of this that are beyond our control. And that's a good segue for me to talk about the assumptions, unless any of you want me to pause and talk about something that isn't part of those assumptions. It's part of the overall effort.
No, go right ahead. I think everyone's nodding.
So the assumptions, which I know you're all well aware of, and I've been able to have one-on-one conversations with several of you about these details, but I want to make sure that I touch on each one for the benefit of the public. We are expecting a normal rate of collection of property taxes. So normal doesn't mean 100%, because even in a regular year, there's usually a few property taxpayers who aren't able to pay on time for whatever their personal reasons are. The lion's share of those end up paying late rather than seeking relief. But there is a mechanism for folks to seek relief if they are simply unable to pay, rather than in a situation where they need to pay late. And that's called the tax abatement process. And folks can apply and then provide information to the town, and then that information is reviewed by the Board of Abatement, which is a group of people that includes the select board, but also includes justices of the peace and others. I'm not sure of the full, who's fully, what the full description is of the folks that are eligible, but it's about 20 or 30 folks who are able to be on the Board of Abatement. And on any given evening, we have a quorum of them hear the matters that are, the appeals that have been filed. And in most years, those are few and pretty straightforward. We don't really know what to expect this year. We know there's been a lot of talk about it may be very hard for some people to pay their taxes. We also know that, there have been, particularly for employees, we heard from Stephanie earlier that it's not going so well in terms of business relief, and there's been a lot about that in the news as well. But for employees, the unemployment insurance seems to it started to kick in. It's catching up to people who had applied and maybe had to wait a little while before it kicked in. That's not to say it's perfect. It's not to say that every household is had a positive experience with it, but it is to say, at least from what we know, both from the experience with town employees and the experience with, what we've seen in the news, that even for some self-employed folks, through the news we've seen this, and then through just the general overall impact, it does seem as though unemployment insurance is starting to catch up. And so we just don't know what the ability to pay is. There's also, all the larger commercial properties are mostly owned by corporations. That's not entirely true. There are individuals who own a few of them, but it is mostly true. And then there's just, other ways in which escrow companies, for instance, pay on behalf of owners for about 25% of the taxes. And we've already seen significant amounts of escrow money come in. And there's some more that we know will come in because it's part of that escrow process. It's actually paid by escrow agents rather than by individuals. So the sum total of this is, I think it would be reasonable to expect that we might end up a little below the normal collection rate of 98.75, but we don't have any way to predict accurately how much below. And every percent that we fall short of that is worth $150,000 in the town's budget, in the financial analysis that we're discussing here. So it's got a huge impact. A small difference has a huge impact in the final outcome of this. And we won't really have a better handle on this until a few weeks from now, when May 15th has come and gone and we see whether or not we're at or about 98%, and whether the character of the late accounts looks consistent with a normal year. What we do know is at this point in the process, when we've got about 10 days to go, we are smack on exactly where we would expect to be, both in terms of the types of payments that have been coming in and the timing of those payments and the amounts of those payments. And so where we stand as of today is in total collections for the year, we're at 85%. And in collections for the quarter, we're at 45%. And with about 10 days to go in the final quarter of the year before the final deadline, that's right about on normal. We have years worth of data that goes day by day through these cycles. And the Treasurer's Office has done some analysis to look at where are we in this moment versus a year ago or 2 or 3. And it's a really consistent rate of payment over the years. And we're on that, if we were to graph it, we're on the line, having the money come in about as we normally expect it will. So that bodes well. But if you think about it, to the degree that we might end up short, we're most likely, and I'm getting a message. I'm going to turn off my camera. Sorry about that. I was just getting a message that my internet is slowing down and I didn't want to lose the connection with y'all. So it's weird for me now to be talking to the blank screen. But let me tell you that the concern that we have about this one most important category of revenue is that the fact that a small undercollection results in a large dollar amount, and that we really can't know until the last minute, that people who find themselves unable to pay, who might be still at this moment trying to find a way, are going to be accounts that we learn about at the very last minute, right as the deadline approaches. So on May 19th, 2 weeks from tonight, we'll have a lot more to say about that. The 4 other items I'll speak in less detail about because they're more straightforward than the property tax situation, but we are not expecting this one. Next one is a conservative estimate. It is protective of the variations that might occur when we get to the finish line. We're not expecting to receive any more revenue from the rooms and meals tax. And the reason for that is it's obvious that lodging services and restaurant services have slowed, lodging almost to nothing, restaurants severely below any kind of normal business because they're just offering curbside and some of them not able to function at all. And so as a result of that, we do expect to make some small collections, but we don't have any way of knowing what the magnitude of that might be. And we felt that it was most prudent to just assume that there would be nothing for the third quarter we're about to receive the third quarter payments. They would come by mid-May for both the local option rooms and meals and the local option sales tax. And so our analysis assumed that we would get no additional revenues from rooms and meals. It did assume that we would get additional revenues from the sales tax. I'm going to kick my camera back on and see if that works. And it isn't showing me you, but it says it's showing you me. So hopefully that's true.
There you
Okay.
are.
Yeah, here you are.
Okay. So the what we assumed for sales tax was different, and it's different for a couple of different reasons. One is that there is still a fair amount of commerce being conducted by non-lodging, non-restaurant establishments that are providing essential services to the community. So there's some sales tax that's likely to be generated by those storefronts. And then there's the significant impact of the online sales. So that our understanding from things we've read is that online sales have actually increased during this time because of everybody being at home and not able to go out to acquire some things that they need. And so it's possible that the greater than expected rate of collection that we experienced for the first 2 quarters of this year in the local option sales tax might continue, but we did so well compared to our expectations that we didn't think it was prudent to forecast that rate of collection would continue. What we instead decided to do was expect that those 2 great quarters in the beginning would offset whatever shortages we might have in quarter 3 and quarter 4. And so for the purposes of this exercise, we estimate that we'll end up right on the projected collection amount for the year, which means that the collection rate for the second half of the year would only be 44% of what it was for the first half of the year. We think that's a safe bet. And so that, just like the zero expectation on the rooms and meals, we feel as though these 2 items are a bit of a hedge against the great uncertainty and magnitude of the property tax part of this and the likelihood that we're going to come up a little short there. The last 2 items are going to be pure policy questions. The select board will decide whether we incur these costs or whether we don't. But I flag them just as FYI because they are matters that you've had some discussion about in one of them for the last few months and then the other one for the last few weeks. If we were to make a payment into whether it's cow power or carbon offsets or some other kind of payment that is in demonstration of the town's commitment to stepping lighter on the planet and behaving in a more carbon neutral manner. If we do that, our assumption for this exercise has been that we won't do that in this fiscal year because of the fiscal stress that we're in, because of the uncertainty and because of the shortfall that we know we're going to have related to revenues. And so our expectation is that we won't make such a payment. If you do decide to make such a payment, you should expect that might be a tipping point to where that payment would be coming from the unassigned fund balance, and it would, for the year, tip us into a deficit outcome. And likewise, if there is any general fund relief or recovery payments authorized by the select board to individuals or organizations in the community, that would be above and beyond anything that is estimated. We've estimated 0 for anything like that. Those would all be unbudgeted expenses. And so we're anticipating that there won't be any such expenses. If you decide that there need to be, then those would be, additional costs that would not have an offsetting revenue. And we expect that would also tip the town into a deficit condition. I should note for the record something I know the select board is well aware of, but we are in communication with other communities and with the state of Vermont around a coordinated statewide program that would provide business relief through the program income funds that are operated by a number of different municipalities and other organizations around the state. The town, if we participate in that program, would be providing direct payments in the form of either grants or loans or a combination of them to businesses but it would come from the program income, which, as we've said many times before, is federal money that comes through the state and doesn't get intermixed with local tax money. So the comment I make about the potential for direct payments tipping us into deficit is specific to a town-initiated program. If there ever was a town-initiated program here in the coming weeks to spend from the general fund, then that is the caveat related to these 5 assumptions. I still don't see you, but I'm done, and I'll listen to you if somebody has a question.
Oh, we see and hear you. So thank you for that update. Ian had a hand up for a question.
Yeah, Peter, could you speak a little bit more to the abatement process in light of the current situation? I think it may be helpful for people to understand it a little bit more than I think a lot of people are aware of currently.
Sure. Yeah, I can appreciate that. It's, again, as I mentioned, not a heavily used option for taxpayers in a normal year, and might get more activity this year. And for details about how someone would access that and how that process works, I think it's best that we turn to Hillary Francis, the town clerk, who administers that process for the town.
Yeah, and while we wait for Hillary, I'll just say that info is available on the town website. It's pretty well organized, but go ahead, Hillary. You were faster than I thought you would be.
Oh, muted.
Oh, just hit your mute there if you find it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So thank you for that, Tim. Yes, everything is on the website, including the abatement application form, as well as sort of a layout of the process. But I have it in front of me and I can just walk everybody through that if that's okay. So basically the process, it's a statutory process for relieving taxpayers from the burden of paying property taxes, water charges, sewer charges, interest and or collection fees when the law authorizes abatement, when the board in its discretion agrees that the request is reasonable and proper. So the statute sort of lays out 5 different reasons why we would be allowed as the Board of Abatement to grant an abatement, and we can't grant it outside of those reasons. So what it says is taxes or charges of persons who have died insolvent, taxes or charges of persons who have moved from the state. The third one, which I'm about to mention, is the one that would likely be the reason why people would state for COVID related reasons, and that's taxes or charges of persons who are unable to pay their taxes or charges, interest and collection fees. The fourth is taxes where there's a manifest error or a mistake of the listers. And the last one is taxes or charges upon real or personal property lost or destroyed during the tax year. So those are the only reasons why we're allowed as the board to grant an abatement. The process is somebody would submit an application. The board, as Peter mentioned, is required to have a quorum, which is 13 people. So the board is made up of the select board, the town clerk, the town treasurer, and the listers. And I think that's, and the justice of the peace. So we need a minimum of 13 people to have a quorum to vote. And we usually hold those hearings twice a year. And it's based on when we get requests. In preparing your case before the board, we recommend that people should remember that the person who's requesting the abatement carries the burden of providing that an abatement is necessary in their case. So a lot of people submit written evidence or other witnesses to support their case. In a situation where somebody is requesting an abatement based on inability to pay, oftentimes they will submit a balance sheet and provide all of their assets as well as expenses. The board is really looking for a deep dive into that information to determine whether or not they had the assets to pay or not, and what that looks like. Under normal circumstances, sometimes as we get to the end of the year, towards that May 15th payment, choosing not to pay and accruing penalties and interest while waiting for your hearing could potentially make your situation worse if the board decides not to grant you that abatement. So by not paying, you're accruing interest and penalties, and then if it doesn't get granted, then you accrue that. So that's just something to keep in mind under normal circumstances. Peter can probably speak to any changes that might be the case here, but that's just sort of a layout of the process, what it looks like, and again, all of the information is on our website under the town clerk section under abatements, and it lays it out very clearly.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Hillary. Brandy?
Thank you, Hillary, because I'm glad that you explained the normal process, because I think in any year that's normal, people generally don't understand the abatement process and what that might look like. And so it's good that we have an opportunity to explain that. Peter, my question for you as town manager or as somebody who may have information from the state is there anything in place due to COVID-19 that can lessen people's stress and extra work for providing these deep dives when so many people are struggling? I want people's abatement hearings to not become anomalies, but to become understood. That we understand that people are going to have these, and that we understand that this is not a normal year, which I'm really glad Hillary highlighted, because I still think people are confused about the abatement process in any year. But for this year, have there been some changes that can lessen people's stress, mental health, and anxiety strain for this process?
I'm going to talk about actually the legislation that's been passed as opposed to the purpose of it, because I don't know that I'm really in a position to speak to the legislature's intent as to the, on that continuum between sort of the practical financial aspects of it and the emotional stress related aspects of it. What I can say is the legislature has already adopted, and the governor has signed legislation that provides some flexibility to municipalities related to deadlines and penalties and interest. So I'll speak to that in a minute. There are some implications to how they adopted it that make it difficult for municipalities. And it's different from what municipalities had urged the legislature to adopt in the process by which that bill was being considered. I'll speak to that in a second. So there is some global relief that you might be able to provide. But your question really goes more to the process by which abatement is granted. And my answer to that would be no, I'm not aware of any legislation that has changed the statutory requirements for what makes somebody eligible to receive an abatement. So for folks who don't pay in the first instance and don't travel under some global relief that you as a select board might decide to grant in the second instance, their method of obtaining relief is going to be the abatement process. And I'm not aware of anything that has changed how the abatement process will function for applicants this year as compared to a normal year. If it's okay with the board, I'd like to go back and talk about what the legislature did approve and why it's, I think, deficient in terms of being a real tool to use.
Well, I think that would be good information.
What municipalities are allowed to do at the discretion of the select board is extend the deadline for when the payments are due, or waive the penalties and interest for those who don't pay on time. there are some pros and cons you'd need to weigh even before doing that. And, you know, from a relieving stress on people who are dealing with some of the harder aspects of this, who are more households that are more impacted by COVID financially than others, that may seem like a no-brainer. Extend that deadline or waive those penalties. There are some implications to that, even just in, you know, the decision-making process that you should weigh. And I don't think we necessarily need to take that deeper dive now. I'm willing to if that's where you want to go. But my point is just that there's a process you should go through, like any policy decision, where you think about what benefits this provides and then what the negative impacts might be and make an informed decision. The problem with the way that came down is the Vermont League of Cities and Towns and many of our individual municipalities asked the legislature to, including Brattleboro, by the way, we were among the chorus of voices supporting this. We said, look, as you look to provide this flexibility to municipalities, municipalities also need protection, because we have an obligation under the state statutes, whether or not we have collected local taxes for education. The state statute requires us to pay 100% of the bill for the education property taxes. Education property taxes are more than half of the property taxes we collect in town.
That's right.
Our municipal property taxes are less than half. So if we proceed with a system that is very forgiving, that pushes that deadline way out, or waives all the penalties and makes it easy for people to say, well, I'll pay later instead of now because I'm not going to incur any additional cost, then we're going to under collect substantially to that 98.75% marker. And as you know, every 1% of that is $150,000. And then what we're going to be is in a position where the town is still going to owe the full payment to the state for the education property taxes, even though we under collected from our taxpayers. And so it puts towns in a very, very difficult position to use the tool the state provided, because we're likely to have to borrow. And then there's an impact, you know, a longer term impact for every taxpayer, for all aspects of town government, for, you know, a drag on what we can afford to do in providing the basic services to the community by having to pay back interest for the money we borrowed to keep the state whole for the education property tax in order to provide the relief to the limited number of households who would benefit from that. So I totally get why, you know, we need to keep looking at whether or not some aspect of this might work, and why the select board would want to explore that. The way that it has been adopted so far doesn't provide us a very viable way forward.
Thank you, Peter. Do you have so you said that we would be responsible for the school taxes. We're not school administrators or directors or board of directors, but do you have an estimate, a guesstimate, a ballpark of what that looks like financially for this fiscal year? If you,
I don't have that at hand. I can have that for May 19th, and I can provide it to you in the meantime.
Yes.
It
would be important.
It would be this fiscal year and next fiscal year. That the provisions of the bill say that for the remainder of FY20, so basically in our case, the fourth quarter payments, and then for what would be in our case, the first 2 quarterly payments for FY21, the flexibility that the special act allows would apply to calendar year 2020. Once we get into January of 2021, we go back to all the normal rules. So if you were to do this, it would potentially, depending on what your decision was, affect this quarterly process that we're in right now for May 15th deadline, but also the August 15th and the November 15th would be in play if you decided. I need to do some research to be able to bring you reliable information about what the magnitude of that payment looks like. The one thing I would say, I think I left this out, and I know it's a picky detail, but I think it's an important picky detail. When we as municipalities were asking the legislature to include a provision that would protect us against this very situation, to make it a real tool you could consider using, where the town might be willing to collect less taxes for a period of time in order to let people ride through this less precariously, without having to borrow the money to pay the state. what was proposed by the municipalities wasn't just, make it easier for us. What was proposed by the municipalities was that the state, because the state of Vermont is receiving COVID-related aid from the federal government for a variety of different purposes, and because the state of Vermont has greater financial wherewithal than any particular municipality, we asked that they, during this limited period of time when this flexibility would be provided to municipalities, that the state provide the backstop on the education property tax, that they keep the education fund whole at the state level until tax payments caught up with it. And that ended up on the cutting room floor in the legislative process. So again, I think it's going to make it very difficult for most municipalities to use the tool, but we'll be happy to bring you an analysis of what our real numbers look like.
Thank you very much for that. I don't know that I need a full analysis, but what I want to do and what you just did, and if we had one step further from you, just as like financial clarification, what my goal is I frankly, because we're just being frank these days, want to explain to our community why we actually can't do things financially and how our hands have been tied and what those numbers look like. And so I don't need like this huge, financial write-up, but I'd love to say like, hey, this is how much money Brattleboro is going to owe for the school for this year, whether or not taxpayers pay money. And this is where our hands are tied, because I think people need to hear that kind of information when they're talking to us and emailing us about why we can't do more.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Brandy. Yeah, I mean, I think that sounds reasonable. I also want to just throw out that it's a really problematic situation to consider any kind of blanket move in these stressful times, because those blanket moves or blanket abatements would forgive people who absolutely can afford to pay their taxes, as well as those who can't afford to pay their taxes. And I'm very much opposed to doing that, because that opens up just all kinds of, allowances for people who should and will be paying their taxes. And as we've seen from Peter's report, they are. And they're so far, our taxes are on time. But we should be relying on a very well-designed and robust abatement process, in my opinion. So I didn't mean to make a little speech there. Did anybody want to? Oh, Peter.
Well, I see some green lights on the select board's boxes. So if select board members want to comment in that part of the conversation, I want to wait. But then I've got one more thing that I should add about the legislative action to deal with these unique circumstances.
Okay, I don't see any pressing hands or anything like that. So go ahead, Peter, and then I have one more thing.
So this one comes with a particular personal shout out that we don't normally do. We appreciate the work that our legislators do on behalf of the community individually and collectively. But it wouldn't be right not to say thank you to Emily Kornheiser for noticing that something we thought was in that original bill, that larger bill that dealt with a lot of different municipal taxation issues. It was, when it came out of the Senate committee, and thanks to Jeanette White, who's the chair of the Senate Government Operations Committee, for making sure that in her committee it got dealt with in a way that was going to be helpful to us. But then later on in the process, it dropped out of the Senate's bill. So what it is the relief that Brattleboro particularly needs, and a few other communities for other unusual circumstances, because we don't have an adopted budget yet. So the legislators all have gotten an education and representative town meeting over the last few weeks, because they really were scratching their heads when we first were asking for why we needed the ability to issue tax bills after July 1st to be paid in August, even if we hadn't been able to have a town meeting by then. And they didn't get it at first, but we've had good conversations around that. There's been a lot of good communication within the two committee levels at the Senate Government Operations and House Government Operations. And now there appears to be a solution. Literally, we're on the eve of it. We expect this to get passed by the House tomorrow. But in the meantime, it dropped out of the Senate bill. So when the bill that was doing all this other municipal taxation adjustment just for these special times went over from the Senate to the House, it didn't have in it the provision we needed to allow us to issue those first quarter tax bills for FY21. Emily noticed that and called me and said, wait a minute, I don't see it here in the bill. Don't you need XYZ? And I said, yeah, we do need that. And she said, well, it's not here. And then she went and she talked to people in the legislature and the folks who draft bills for the legislature, the legislative counsel's office, the attorneys who assist the legislators. And the sum total of that effort was a standalone bill that Emily proposed in the House that has been approved by the House Government Operations Committee that is going to the full House tomorrow. And then the expectation is it'll get easily adopted there. And then it'll go over to the Senate, where the expectation is it'll get easily adopted there. And what it will say is any place that has not yet had a town meeting, any municipality in Vermont that has not yet had its annual town meeting in 2020 will be allowed to have its select board adopt a budget and issue it and approve a tax rate so that we can move into July and not have to shut down government. The expectation, of course, is that we're going to have a representative town meeting. We hope maybe still to have it sometime in June, but I think the likelihood of that is getting to be less and less. So we need this protection so that you can authorize what's necessary for us to keep government functioning. But it's possible that in the second half of the summer, we'd be able to have a representative town meeting with everybody together, whether that's outdoors or indoors or by whatever other means we need to do it. And so we will if we can. As a very last resort, if we have to, in order to be able to have a town meeting this year, we'll do it this way, but with obvious difficulties, even sometimes just for us, and then, do that with 150 voting members, and it's a problem. So we're still, for representative town meeting, in the same place that we have been, needing to take this patiently, looking for the opportunity to prudently and legally warn one and hold one. But in the meantime, we should get the stopgap we need by the legislative action tomorrow and then next week.
Great, thank you, Peter. Yeah, and to the viewers, forgive us for that little bit of a deep dive, but that's absolutely one of those stories that happened in the background and hopefully is going to come out successfully and really wouldn't have happened without Emily's quick eye and quick action. So we appreciate that. Yay. And so Liz, did you have something to add? Or?
I just wanted to thank Emily again.
Yeah, much appreciated.
Thank you, Emily.
On a just a little bit of housekeeping, this has been a lot of talk about COVID-19, and we've had public participation. One thing I neglected to do was to sort of open up the phone lines, as the radio people used to say. I did see that we had a couple callers. I did at one point know who one of them was, but I think I still do. So Patrick, one of them is identified as Kate O'Connor, would like to say something, I think. And if, I forget how this works because we haven't done the phone line thing. I think if Kate, if you could take yourself off mute if you wanted to ask a question or make a comment about just COVID-19 in downtown.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes. Are you calling from the late 80s? Why?
Oh,
why are you...
excited. I appreciate you letting me say a few words. I tried to get in earlier, but GoToMeeting is not my friend. I just want to comment just a quick second on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, because I don't want the meeting to go by with everyone under the impression that all businesses are closed in Brattleboro, because that's the furthest from true. Businesses aren't, working at the same level or in the same way that they've been doing it, but a lot of them are out there safely doing business. And one of the messages that we've been putting out through the Chamber is from the comfort of your home or curbside from your car, Brattleboro is open for business. And I think it's really important now that we support the businesses that are open now, and that we can support the ones as they roll out more and more. And as the town manager said, online sales are up. I think it's really important that the online sales are online Brattleboro business sales. Don't make your first stop Amazon. Make your first stop a Brattleboro business. So I just wanted to get that message out and have everybody remember, shop local, support local. You can buy everything pretty much. If you want shoes, you want maple syrup, if you want beer and you want wine, whatever you want, you can buy it in Brattleboro. You may buy it online and you may buy it on the curb, but you can get it. So that's the message I want people to remember. It'll help us all in the long run. So thanks for letting me say a few words, and it's fun watching you.
Probably more fun for you than it is for us.
Yeah.
I just want to say hi, Kate. It was good seeing you walk by on Green Street from a good social distance today, and it's good to hear your voice tonight. And yeah, I do a lot of curbside and takeout and delivery and everything from so many Brattleboro businesses, and even more opened up this weekend, and you can absolutely find what you need.
Yes, thank you for the reminder, Kate.
Thank you.
And I think if I'm interpreting this right, like when Kate was talking, she appears in two places, and I think she's the other caller as well somehow. But if there's another caller on the line, would you go ahead and take yourself off mute? I guess that's the only way to find out for sure. Going once, going twice. Okay. So I think that's it. Does any other board members have a comment or question for Peter before we move on? No? Okay. So I think the next thing is a couple of three very important pieces of business with water and sewer commissioners. Do I have a motion to become water and sewer commissioners?
So moved.
Thank you, Brandy. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Here we go. Our first on the agenda is a very big and something that we've been knowing was coming down the pike for quite a while, and we're all sort of scared of talking about it, but we're going to be talking about it bravely here right now. The water treatment plant replacement project. I'm going to turn it over to Peter to kick us off, I guess.
Thank you. I'm happy to dive in, but I want to just pause long enough to see whether, because this discussion is likely to take a while. It is a significant project. It's an expensive project. It's an essential project for the safety of our water system. And so I expect we may talk about it for certainly at least a half an hour, probably more like an hour. And so I want to pause long enough to see if y'all want to have a break so people can run to the restroom and then come back and have this discussion.
What do people feel?
I see some of the members thinking that might be
already done this.
Well, my inclination would be to sort of take turns taking breaks. Daniel's going to take turns. No, I don't know. I mean, is that bad to do? I hate dead air, as they call it on radio.
Oh, don't be afraid of dead air.
No.
I'm going to take this opportunity for a break rather than my chair is also very uncomfortable. I need to get a better one.
Okay. I just saw Steve pop up too, so I feel bad to take a break.
Steve's here. I see Brandy isn't though. I'm not sure what happened.
Brandy is actually, she's going to let me know. Her camera keeps cutting out, but she has not missed any audio, I think. So she'll let me.
Okay. Yeah, well then if you'd like us to proceed, we will. So
no, Daniel, you want a break?
I'll take a 2-minute break if that's okay.
Let's take a break.
And I'll just in 2 minutes. You're not going to say all the critical stuff in the first 2 minutes.
No,
right?
so I'm sorry that we're now having a discussion about having a short break.
Let's take a break until 8:15. I have 8:09, so let's just be back in 5 minutes. 8:14. How about?
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
Anyway, I'll call us back to order, however I do that, without a gavel. Thank you.
Great. May I proceed?
Yes, at 8:14.
Okay, so the topic is the water treatment plant replacement. And if that sounds like a big deal, it is. The current water treatment plant up in Pleasant Valley was constructed in 1989. That's 31 years ago. And the design life, the expected useful life of that plant, the building and the functioning water filtration processes inside it, the expected useful life was 20 years. So by 2009, if it had been replaced in the sort of normal expected schedule of these types of facilities, the town would have replaced it by 2009. And we're here in 2020 talking about some additional steps necessary, the final few steps necessary in moving forward to actually replace it. That might suggest neglect, and it shouldn't. There's a fuller story to tell about why that happened. And it begins with planning to either upgrade or replace. We now are recommending strongly a replacement, and we'll get into those details as we go along here. But the planning to either upgrade or replace the existing water treatment plant began in 2003, 6 years before the end of the useful life of the original. But then there were other needs of the town that were competing with that. And so decisions were made over time, first to accommodate the sewer system and sewer plant upgrade, and then to proceed with the police fire facilities project. And just in terms of the ability of town taxpayers and ratepayers to pay for these significant generational improvements to our major facilities, the water plant, its turn had not yet come. But we, in ways that Steve Barrett is going to go into detail about here in a moment, while we were proceeding with the police fire facilities project, we were doing the resumed planning that had begun way back in 2003 and then been on hiatus for a long time. We have done a lot of planning work. It has involved mostly staff and technical work by Chrissy Haskins of Dufresne Group and other professionals who've assisted us in this process, and overview by the state. All of that's been going on, much of it behind the scenes and occasionally in visits to the select board when threshold decisions needed to be made. And again, Steve will review that history about the actions that have been taken, not only to bring this project along to where we are tonight, but also to protect and improve the other aspects of the water operation in town, to make it so that the scope of this project we're talking about tonight isn't as great as it might have been. You'll recall with the sewage project, sewer system project, for instance, that it was a very large project of over $30 million, with about 20 million or so going at the plant, a very large project in its own right. But there were major other elements that were constructed as part of that same bond. Here we're focusing on the water plant because of decisions that have been made and actions that have been taken to already address other needs. And Steve will speak to those details. And when he's done and brought us up to date, then Chrissy will speak as our design engineer for this project, and somebody who has extensive knowledge of the town's water system and this plant and the options that have been reviewed, that have been determined to be either more costly or less functional than what we're proposing tonight. She'll go into that greater level of detail about exactly the plan we would like to move forward with, and what the next steps in that process would be. So without further ado,
And, I just wanted to say welcome, Chrissy from Dufresne, and our own Steve and Dan. Normally when you enter an actual room, I get to introduce people, but I didn't get to this time. So we'll pass it over to Steve Barrett. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good evening. So just so the public knows, what we're talking about is the Pleasant Valley Water Treatment Plant, which is in West Brattleboro, nestled up in the hills. It's a beautiful spot. That, as Peter had said, that first water plant, our first filtration plant, was in 1989. So this is the original water treatment plant for the town of Brattleboro. prior to that, all the water was gravity fed to town and just chlorinated, and that was it. So it's always been pretty interesting as you follow the history of the water system, and we've continued to, even after we upgraded, we've continued to explore options to improve the facility or to look at treatment systems to keep our water system up to date because of the health and the safety of the citizens. It's very important to have a good water supply. After the filtration plant was built, it performed very well. We didn't have any situations or problems with the plant at all. It corrected our discolored water that we had in town prior to the treatment plant. We also had to issue boil waters orders in the 1980s. People couldn't drink the water. So that's the importance of these water treatment systems. They're very important. As we entered into the 2000s, we started to see some problems with the structure that was put there. It was a pre-engineered building. And later on, Chrissy can talk about it a little bit, but the CAD system that they used at the time under-designed the roof. We had noticed that we had some complications with it. The operators all shoveled the roof in the winter. And from what we found out, that was a very good maintenance process that we followed to protect the integrity of the building. Some of the buildings that were actually designed at that time collapsed. So we've been quite fortunate. As we moved along into the 2000s, there was several times where we'd hired engineering and took a glimpse at upgrading the facility. And at one point in 2003, it was estimated to be a $5 million project. Later on, when there was stimulus money around 2009, there was estimated to be over $7 million at that time. The project, as we've gone through into the 2000s, there's always been discussions with the select board every year on the treatment plant, the process, and our intent to do upgrades. And as Peter said, you know, there's a lot of large projects in town that you know, took priority, and so the water treatment plant was working fine. So it's kind of put off to the side. Many of the members here in the board started supporting the investigation of looking at what it would take to upgrade the plant starting around 2018. We put money in the utilities capital budget, and you as water and sewer commissioners will review the utility budget here. That's what we're doing now. And also last year, there was additional money put in again to get to a preliminary engineering phase so that we could come up with an idea of what the cost would be. And that's where we sit today, is we've come up with a preliminary estimate of the cost. You know, it's almost $11 million, but there's 25% contingency. The engineers are being very conservative because we don't really know until you get into final design what the actual numbers will be. So with that, what we're looking at is to, you know, to actually get a loan to do a final design. And the final design is fairly complex. You know, it will involve all types of expertise, from electrical engineers to structural people, soils. There'll be technology put into the pumping systems. And so there's an array of expertise that goes along with this proposal that we're talking about to get money from the revolving loan fund. And also I'd like to note that in 2017, the board also approved an asset management plan, which was done by Dufresne also. And that was important to look at the life expectancy of the plant and all the components. And that's what led us up to where we are here today, to talk the planning loan and to talk about the upgrade of the water treatment plant. So with that, Christy, I would give her the floor so that she could explain the loan and the project itself.
Absolutely. Thank you, Steve. Chrissy, welcome. Take it away.
Hello, good evening. So, as Steve said, we've been working on this for quite a while. My company's been involved with the water treatment facility evaluation since it started in 1999. Over the years, there's been various projects and estimates developed for improvements to the treatment plant. And what we're looking at now is we have submitted a final preliminary engineering report to the state. And this is the most comprehensive evaluation of the water treatment facility to date. We took all of the previous evaluations into consideration and we built off of those and added on to them for this report. So what I'll do is I'll run through kind of a high level summary of the report, go through what the proposed project includes and the costs and the funding for it. So in this report, we looked at different types of treatment. We invited Steve and some of the operators to come tour other treatment facilities to look at other methods. One of them more recently being membranes. Through all of this and looking at other treatment methods, we settled on sticking with the same method that you currently have, which is mixed media filtration. The reason for that is that this process has the lowest risk to the water system. We know that it adequately treats the source water. We know that it provides excellent finished water quality. The operators have the institutional knowledge of the system and they know how to operate it. If we were to switch treatment methods, that would require significant piloting, which is expensive. And piloting is for figuring out how a new method of treatment would react with your source water and what kind of chemicals and what doses of chemicals would be required. So that's kind of a lengthy, expensive process. And then there would also be a fairly significant learning curve for the operators to learn new equipment and processes. So since what you have is working and it's providing you with good water quality, we didn't find any reason to switch at this point, and the operators were on board with that. Also, the other reason for sticking with what you already have is that the filtration equipment that you have is still in good condition. Back in the 80s, when this plant was first constructed, the town made a very good decision to purchase stainless steel filters. A lot of towns went with cost savings and purchased painted steel filters. So in those cases, they're having to spend a significant amount of money to rehab or replace their actual tanks because the steel is rusting. So in your case, your stainless steel filters are actually in great condition and they will be reused in the new plant with some minor refurbishment of some of the shorter lifespan components and the filter media. The tankage itself will actually not require any repairs. And so this saves a lot of money in terms of refurbishment and in construction sequencing. It makes it easier for us to switch over to a new plant. So as part of the report, we also looked at various building locations and types of buildings. As Steve noted, the existing building is not in great shape. There was an issue back in the 80s with the design software not putting out the right structural support sizes. And so the building actually has inadequate structural support. And so you've actually gotten a lot more out of it than other towns or other systems have out of their buildings. Additionally, the building is too small to accommodate additional treatment equipment needed for regulatory compliance. So we did look at putting an addition on the existing building and rehabbing the existing building to improve structural support, but ultimately decided on a new building, mainly because of the code compliance issues with rehabbing the old building. It would take us, from what our architect, he had some input during the preliminary phase, and his opinion was that he wasn't even sure it was possible to bring the old building up to current codes. So that pushed us towards the new building option, in that we could get the additional space we needed, we could make sure it was structurally sound, we could have it built to current codes, and we could reorganize it to provide a better streamlined flow through the plant. So back on the architect, I just wanted to note that on our team, we have the premier architect in Vermont for water treatment plants. This is what he does. It is very much a niche field in that it's very specific building codes and requirements for the treatment plants due to the chemicals and the processes that go on inside of it. And so he is very familiar with those requirements. He's also familiar with the existing building because he's been there to evaluate it. And he's actually the one who came up with the identifying the deficiencies for it. So he is currently evaluating different building types to determine which type of building will provide the town with the long-term, durable, and sustainable solution. The concept is that during your next 20-year upgrade, 20 years from now, when you're looking at what do you need to do to your treatment plant, we want to provide you with a building that you don't have to replace in 20 years. You'll have to replace some of the components inside the building, the mechanical and electrical components, but not the building itself. I want to talk a little bit about energy efficiency. The new building will be more energy efficient than existing. A large part of this is that the equipment and technology inside of the building will be new, and typically newer equipment is more energy efficient than older equipment. So this includes lighting, HVAC, all the pumps that are used in the building and actually in the raw water pump station as well. The existing setup uses variable frequency drives on all the pumps, and we will continue to do that. That provides, that allows us to run the pumps at lower speeds, whereas if we didn't have those variable frequency drives, the pumps would run full speed all the time. So those are an energy saving measure. And another large component of energy efficiency is insulation. The building codes have changed significantly over the past 30 years, and today's buildings require a lot more insulation than what the original plant has. And then lastly, we're going to coordinate with Efficiency Vermont during final design for a review of the design and guidance on energy efficiency options. In terms of operator efficiency, there's going to be a new SCADA system provided with the building, included in the final design. And for those of you who don't know what SCADA is, that's what controls the plant. It actually controls the entire water system. So it stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. So it's how everything gets controlled. The pumps, that's how the pumps know when to turn on. It's how the filters know when to start up. It's how the pump stations in the system turn on when they sense low pressure in the area that they're serving. So this is a system-wide piece of it's a lot of equipment, and it's system-wide. And we're actually going to be including a full SCADA upgrade in this project. So that's not just going to be at the treatment plant. That'll be at every water pump station, tank, down at the Public Works building. So everywhere that we can access the water system SCADA, that'll be upgraded. So that new SCADA system is going to provide, it's going to improve efficiency in operation of the plant, operation of other components in the system, like the pump stations and tanks, and also make it easier for the operators to complete their daily and monthly reports. And it's also going to allow for increased automated operation of the plant. In terms of sustainability, as I've noted, we're we're looking to provide you with a long-lasting and durable building. And then the plant is also being designed with consideration to potential future water regulations. So we've spoken with the drinking water regulatory engineers and talked to them about what might be coming along in the next 10 or 20 years in terms of regulations. And now this is really hard to predict, but they gave us some ideas of things to look at. And so we're going to be providing excess space in the treatment plant and in the raw water pump station for potential future chemical feed systems. And we're going to be providing provisions to make it easy to connect future activated carbon feed. That was a pretty high priority for the state, and it's fairly simple to provide those provisions to just make it easy to connect that in the future. We also evaluated the need for other types of treatment in regard to other regulations, but we found that and the state agreed that those would be unnecessary. So in terms of cost, we're looking at an estimate of about 11 million, 10.9. This includes several components. So this includes temporary utilities and site work to keep the existing plant operational during construction. The new plant is going to be constructed pretty close to the existing plant, but we do want to keep that existing plant in operation to save costs on having to provide a temporary treatment plant, which can get expensive. A new, larger building, which will include a maintenance area and room for storage of the equipment used up at the treatment plant. We're going to be refurbishing the 3 existing filters and adding a new 4th filter for regulatory compliance. All of the chemical feed systems, raw water pumps, finished water pumps, valves, piping, and all other pertinent equipment is going to be replaced. It'll all be new. There'll be new electrical and instrumentation components. And as I noted, there'll be a full system-wide SCADA upgrade, which includes all of the connections at the pump stations and tanks and control valves and at public works. There'll be considerations for future activated carbon feed. We have included in the preliminary engineering report the cost to add fluoride to the water. Now, the addition of fluoride actually requires a vote by the town. It can't just be added. Like Steve and I can't just go add it. It does require a vote. So we did include the price in there if that is something that that the town is interested in. The price is in there for it, but if the vote doesn't pass, then we just don't include it. Or if there is no vote, then we don't include it. And then there's also the modification of the processed waste handling. This is the wastewater that comes out of the filters after they clean themselves. Right now it goes into settling lagoons, and those lagoons require annual cleaning. So we'll be, as part of this project, putting in an equalization basin. And then the town crew, the utilities crew, is going to be doing the sewer main extension on their own for cost savings. And that will allow processed waste to be transmitted down to the wastewater treatment plant instead of having to maintain those lagoons. The contingency, as Steve noted, is at 25%. That's fairly typical for treatment plants at preliminary stage, just because there is a lot of detail that gets worked out in the final design stage. That 25% equates to almost $2 million. It's about $1.9 million. So that's $1.9 million in contingency. And as we work through the design and finalize details, we will reduce that percentage for the final cost estimate. That $11 million number also includes the design and construction phase engineering. So this brings us to the planning loan application that's before you tonight. Just a little background on that. The Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, we abbreviate that as DWSRF. So the DWSRF planning loan is a 0% interest loan, and that loan would ultimately be wrapped into a construction loan after the completion of the project. And I know we're not going to get into talking too much about the construction funding at this point, but I just wanted to provide a little background for reference. Once we get to construction, we are anticipating utilizing the DWSRF construction loan program. And this for this project, we're estimating a 0% interest rate for 30 to 40 year term with a 25% subsidy. Now the state doesn't use the DWSRF program. They don't use the word grant. They use the word subsidy. So that would basically be a 25% grant. There is some speculation that the federal government will issue stimulus funding targeted towards construction of infrastructure, similar to the ERA funding that was issued in 2009 after the 2008 recession. And this funding is really to spur along construction to get people working. And so that's something that the regional commissions and the state agencies are really thinking is going to happen. So if this does happen, we may be able to obtain a higher grant percentage for construction. And so we are staying on top of this, and we will be keeping Peter and Steve up to date as information becomes available. Back to the planning loan. The planning loan application is for $480,000. So this would be the final design fee. This includes not only Dufresne Group services for civil engineering and process engineering, but this also includes subconsultants for architectural, structural, mechanical, and electrical designs. These subconsultants account for over 60% of our design fee. This fee also includes all of the permitting required for construction. This project would require 8 permits in total, including an Act 250 permit. And it includes funding assistance for the submittal of the construction loan application and coordinating with the funding agency. So with all of that information, do you have any questions?
Thank you for all that information. I have one. Who has a question?
May I add one fact before we go to questions? Is that all right? Thank you. Sorry, but I just want to put in context, this loan and this effort that Chrissy just designed will lead to then the final design and engineer's cost estimate for actually moving to construction of the plant. And we expect to actually reach that point late this year and be in position where you would make decisions about what to move forward with to town meeting. And then representative town meeting would actually make the decision to proceed with the project. We're hopeful that all of that will occur in the next 12 months so that as we head into the summer of 2021, we're heading into construction of the project.
Thank you, Peter. Liz, did I see that you had your hand about to go up? Okay.
Yes. Okay, so I have 2 questions. Steve, you can decide whether you want to answer or ask Chrissy. It's been my experience just comparing this large expense with a fire truck, and I was horrified to find out you can't buy a fire truck off the shelf. It needs to be kind of handmade, tailor-made for a community. And so I was wondering if the same thing applies to water treatment plant, or are there cost savings and efficiencies associated with getting components kind of off the shelf I know the large expense of this seems to be the building itself, but are there efficiencies with that, or is this design kind of a handmade design?
Well, I'd like Chrissy give you details, but for instance, the filters that we purchased way back in 1989 are still being used. So a lot of this, the components in this facility are common parts that can be bought off the shelf. As far as customizing the plant, that's pretty much customized for the location and the size of the plant, which, you know, the architects will take into consideration. But as far as the components, the pumps, the controls, the filters, generators, boilers, all the heating systems, that's pretty much standard equipment that can be used in any factory or any other place. Chrissy?
Yes, as Steve said, a lot of these components are off-the-shelf components. It's just a matter of sizing them properly for your plant. If we were starting from scratch and didn't have a proven treatment method, then there would be a lot more customized design work to do. But in this case, we know that your treatment method works. We don't have to go into a lot of customization on that. We're going to optimize a few things in your treatment process, but the actual equipment will all be pretty much off the shelf type of equipment.
Great. And I just have one other question. I see in the application that current maintenance costs are like 1.8 million and would go the following year to over 2 million. When you have a new facility, will the maintenance costs be less?
So the estimate in those numbers in the application are considering inflation. So typically we inflate your operating expenses at 3% per year, just because we don't know what's going to happen. So right now we're kind of just holding steady at what you're already operating at, and that's for the entire system, not just for the plant. And so we are just inflating it 3% per year. And I think the post-project operation expense in the application is for the year of fiscal year 2023, because that would be the post-project year.
So the fact that it's a brand new building and so forth doesn't provide maintenance savings?
The operation cost will probably still be the same. There will be some maintenance savings, and Steve might be able to go into more detail on these, but for example, the lagoons won't need to be maintained anymore because we're going to get rid of them.
Right, that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, that's a huge saving. It's $20,000 to $25,000 plus a year just in disposal costs that go down to the wasteline, could be treated at the wastewater treatment plant. The other thing is with this facility is we're upgrading the facility. We're adding a filter. Currently, we produce about 1.3 to 1.4 million gallons a day, 500 million gallons a year out of this facility. Our peak is 2 million gallons a day. So what we need is an additional filter, so that if one filter if one filter was right down out of service right now, we could be in trouble if we had a peak flow. And peak flow could be because of drought, dry weather, or fires. So this facility will we'll have 4 filters instead of 3. And the other thing that we might be able to do is run these filters at a lower rate, so the pumps aren't working as hard, get a better filtered product, and maybe that can save some energy also. But also with the new drives and the new motors and the new pumps, the technology's changed so much and focused on energy over the years. We're very hopeful that we can get some savings there. The project will go through Efficiency Vermont, and they'd be filtered also through our own expertise here in town to see what we can do to save as far as energy savings and cost.
Well, and I thank you for that. And I think it's a very important project.
Yes, I don't know about everyone else. Steve actually answered my one question, which was about the extra filter. I was kind of curious if that was sort of regulatory forced upon us or anticipatory of regulations coming up, but it sounds like it's prudent.
It's not only prudent, it's regulatory. They've changed the rules since we built the facility. So currently, again, if we had one filter down, we wouldn't be compliant.
Okay.
We wouldn't be able to keep up with the demand. So that alone is good enough reason to add the other filter, but it is regulatory also.
Yeah, the aspect of firefighting was not something I had considered, but it's a no-brainer that you would need to continuously supply a lot of water for a little while.
And the other thing I want to note is when we talk about these costs, the select board has been supportive of other projects in the utilities to keep the cost of this project down. One example would be Black Mountain Tank. It was a 1 million gallon tank and it was approximately $1 million job. We paid for that as we went along. The board made the decision not to get a loan, to use the funds that we had available and to upgrade that tank so that when we knew in the future that we'd have to be coming up against a larger project and we could keep the cost down. The waste line's another example of that. And also when we go over the capital budget, you'll see that we're going to rehab one of the 3 million gallon tank at Pleasant Valley to keep the cost down of the overall project. So many of these things, even all the engineering up to this point has been paid for as we went along with no loans. So I think that's important to note, that overall picture was to try to keep the cost of the larger project down and not be paying a loan, paying for a loan for many years on a larger sum of money.
Does anyone else have questions? Actually, I expect, Peter, did you want to circle back to the financing or?
We can. It looked like Ian had something, either a question or a comment, and I'm happy to.
And maybe Daniel?
Very, very quick question. I was just surprised that, Steve, as you're saying, like the technology has changed a lot, but that the filtration system is still the same that we're going to use based on the one that was built in the 80s. I'm just curious if we weren't replacing a water filtration plant and we were just building a brand new one somewhere, would the filtration system that we're going to be putting into this one be considered for like a brand new plant as well? Is it still a piece of a type of technology that is currently being put into brand new systems?
Yeah, it is. This technology is still being used. The filters are still being sold. And how we got there with this particular filtration plant is we actually, Chrissy had talked about the savings of having our treatment plant not have to do pilot tests, because now we know how to treat water. Well, we spent almost a year testing the water. We actually built a temporary facility at Pleasant Valley before the treatment plant was built. And they tried different treatment processes. And this led us all back, after testing the water and filtering it, back to the type of filters, these Trident sand filters that we have. So if we're going to start with a brand new plant, we may be looking at membrane filtration, which was pretty interesting. We went up to Hanover, New Hampshire, and looked at their facility. It's all membrane, which was fascinating. But then it would cost us more money. We'd be starting over, and plus we've invested in these filters that we can reuse. So it seems practical to stick to the technology that works.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I had the reason I was thinking maybe Peter wanted to kick back over, but let me just, Chrissy, did you said that the state is basically as part of the DWSRF, do I have that acronym right? Is that they're basically providing, if we go through the process that you're planning on, they're providing 25% of the funding for the project?
So this year, for their construction projects, they are offering a first come, first serve 25% subsidy. And so timing is going to be pretty critical on it. But the state, the Drinking Water and Groundwater Protection Division and the Water Investment Division, who administers the DWSRF funding, are both supportive that this is a very high priority project for them. So we are hopeful that we'll be getting that 25% subsidy.
Okay.
And then possibly also, as Chrissy mentioned, depending on what comes down the pike from the federal stimulus as part of coming out of COVID, there's by doing this final design and getting shovel ready, we'll be positioned well to try to take advantage of that program, whatever it becomes. I mean, that's obviously not defined at this time, but we would expect that would be grant money. So each one of those grants obviously shrinks the amount that we would need to borrow. And then because this is a heavily subsidized, I'm sorry to use that word when it actually has meaning as a grant in this program, but because this is meant to make it affordable. These are expensive projects and they're recognized to be expensive projects, but they're also essential for public health and safety. So back in maybe the 60s, but certainly the 70s, the federal government started to pump a lot of money through the state governments down to these kinds of projects to encourage communities and to do them initially, and then to meet requirements of like the Safe Water Act and other regulatory provisions that communities couldn't afford to do these on their own. So these revolving loan funds are just like how our program income works with local businesses, right? This money goes out and it's used to create a project like this for a community that desperately needs it because we've come to the end of the life cycle of our prior plant. Meanwhile, somebody else is in the middle of their life cycle, but by the time that we've paid back, millions of dollars, if we borrow 8 million, by the time we've paid back 4, somebody else is ready to use that 4 to put into their plant, and it just goes on that way. And because of that, there's actually been circumstances, and I don't begin to understand the nuances of how this works to why at different times it is even more advantageous, but it's always affordable. In this case, right now, the prevailing rates are 0%. So we're just borrowing the money, but not having to pay interest on it. And then there's the grant portion. In the sewer financing for the $30 million of borrowing the town did for those projects, there was actually a portion of that had negative interest attached to it. We were being paid revenue into the utility system on the money a portion of the money we had borrowed to upgrade the system. And so it's sometimes hard to understand exactly how those rules arise, but that's why we lean on somebody like Chrissy and her firm to be able to steer us at the right time to the right tool. And this looks like we're fortunate. We've had the other reasons why we've done other things along the way, and now this has become an urgent need, but it's become an urgent need at a fortuitous moment because the financing environment looks positive for us.
Great. And my final note/question for you, Peter, is just can you remind us, we've been pretty fiscally prudent over on the water sewer side, much to the chagrin of some of our ratepayers, obviously. But so we've been building up some cash reserves for this exact purpose. Do you want to just put an approximate frame around that for us?
Absolutely. So we had built up to about $5 million balance in the utility fund. You'll recall that this current year we're in, we kept rates flat. So we're actually drawing down off of that a little bit. But that was a very conscious thing to do because we had built up to a high level. We knew already enough about this project. While we didn't know that it would be estimated at 10.9, we knew enough about it a year ago to expect that it was going to cost more than the cash we had available in any event. There was going to be some borrowing, and we knew that the programs for borrowing are, they're affordable. They're good tools in the way that we just talked about, how you borrow money and you either pay a very low interest rate or no interest rate at all. And so, so last year, what we did was we decided to take that year off while we got to this point of understanding better what these costs were going to be, with the expectation that there would be some cash component and a large borrowing component to moving forward to actually implement. We've got a lot to go over with you in the next couple of meetings regarding the other capital needs of the system and the operating cash flow of the system, both on the water side and the sewer side, but particularly on the water side with these changes and these upgrades. And so we'll get into more detail at that time, but our ask this evening is that you allow us to borrow this $480,000 so we can proceed with the final design on the water plant. And then the decision making regarding, you know, whether the rates stay the same or whether there is a rate adjustment in FY21 will be made in part based on the financial implications of this project and in part based on, you know, the variety of other factors in the fund. And we'll be better prepared to have a good detailed conversation with you about that starting on the 19th.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments, or would someone like to go forward and make the first of some very important motions? I will say that I haven't seen anybody say that they needed to jump in with a question. So if anyone is on the phone that I'm not seeing, please just go ahead and open up and ask your question. Otherwise, I think we're going to roll forward. Great. Does anybody want to make a motion?
Oh, I'll make the motion. I forgot that we had motions going on in this meeting.
Little life.
Let's see. I move to approve the application for a drinking water state revolving fund planning loan of $480,000 to complete the final design of the Pleasant Valley water treatment plant replacement project.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel's made a motion to approve the application for a drinking water state revolving fund planning loan of $480,000 to complete the final design of the Pleasant Valley water treatment plant replacement project. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Is that? Okay. That's 5-0. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chrissy.
Thank you.
And Dan.
Chrissy's going to stay with us, and so is Steve for the next item as well.
Yes.
It just feels monumental, so I wanted to
Thank
make
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we do have to talk about Signal Hill Pump Station Replacement Project, which is an important component of the whole picture here. Peter?
Steve, why don't you take it away? Thank you.
Okay, so Signal Hill Pump Station is up off of Guilford Street, and that originally was a private development that was designed, it's a water pump station designed to feed homes on Signal Hill and Hillcrest Terrace. The original pump station was put in the 1970s, and then it was basically taken over by the town after the roadway was done and the pump station was completed. And we've owned and operated that station since 1970. We had a survey done of we have a survey done by the state to look at all our pump stations and our water treatment plant to make sure that we're staying compliant. And this pump station was identified a couple of years ago as being deficient. It doesn't really meet the standards of anything today. It's really outdated. And so we began the process to do a preliminary engineering design, which was over a year ago. And that brought us to a place where we had to look to see where we could place a new pump station. The existing pump stations really put on a little thumbprint of land. It's I don't think it's much more than 10 by 20. piece of land that the pump station's on itself. So there was a lot available, a building lot that was available that had not been built on just above the pump station that we feel would be suited well for a pump station that could be constructed for today's needs and also build out for tomorrow's needs. And then we would take the old pump station and decommission that. So the first ask is to purchase that lot, a piece of property. It's assessed by the town, has a tax value of $47,000. And that's what we've been able to come up with an agreement with the current owner to purchase it for. So our first ask is to purchase this piece of property for $47,000 for the pump station. And then the second ask is for engineering. So I don't know if we want to take these into two steps, or we want to do one at a time, or do you want me to explain the pump station? I've kind of summarized it okay, I think, at this point, but it's your call.
If you have anything extra for the services agreement, you could just lay that out for us. Any extra information that, because they're so closely related, I think it makes sense to.
Sure. So then the second part of that is we've done a preliminary engineering, and this would be to continue an engineering relationship with Dufresne Group for $51,000 for a final design of the pump station that is estimated to be approximately $300,000. So that's what we'd like to do is, and this would be out of the utilities capital fund. You'll see that as we go through the capital for the engineering and also for the proposed upgrade of $300,000. So the first part is to purchase the property, and the second part is to authorize us to enter into an engineering agreement with Dufresne for $51,000.
Thank you. And despite the uncomfortable nature of asking this question while a representative from Dufresne is here with us, I'm sure, I feel like I must ask the question that you have full confidence in this being the right firm to use for the project.
Yes, it's, you know, Dufresne, we go back a while in our relationship, and they have a complete model of our water system. And so they have a lot of the tools already, which at this point saves the town money instead of bringing other firms in that would have to start from square one. This isn't uncommon. There's many towns that utilize the services of an engineering firm and continue that relationship because of the historical knowledge and the knowledge of the current system. So we feel it's beneficial for the town to enter into an engineering agreement for this pump station with Dufresne.
Thank you. See, Chrissy, I only asked that question to make sure he could say nice things about Dufresne. So, any board members have any questions, comments? Liz, come on, you're a planner.
Nope.
Okay. And then if not, I'll take the motions one at a time, then we'll vote on that.
I'll make a motion.
Thanks.
I'll make both of them if you like.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
If there's no objection.
I move to authorize the expenditure of $47,000 to purchase lot 00110356.200 on Guilford Street to be the site of the replacement Signal Hill pump station. Do you want me to do the other one now or vote on it?
Let's go ahead and vote. Liz has made a motion to authorize the expenditure of $47,000 for said lot on Guilford Street to be the site of the replacement Signal Hill pump station. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that's 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, so I also move to authorize Town Manager Elwell to execute an engineering services agreement with the Dufresne Group for final design of the Signal Hill pump station for a fee of $51,000.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to authorize town manager to execute a engineering services agreement with Dufresne Group for final design of the Signal Hill pump station for a fee of $51,000. All those in favor, say aye.
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 And that passes 5-0 once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now talking about an overall utilities fund capital projects update.
We are.
And who would like to do that?
I'll do a very brief introduction, and then Steve will do the majority of it, along possibly with Dan. I'm not sure whether how they're going to share that. And I just have a quick question before I dive in. Chrissy, are you staying on? Will you have anything to add in this discussion, or are we thanking you and saying good night?
I think Steve and Dan can probably handle this.
Great.
Good night, Chrissy.
Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Thanks so much, Chrissy.
Thank you very much, Chrissy.
So,
Thank you all. Good night.
Good night.
thank you.
Good night.
So the table setting I wanted to do on this is very brief, but just to make clear where this fits into, the big decisions that you've made this evening, and then the sort of still big but routine annual process we're going to go through over the next 2 or 3 meetings of looking at the entire utility fund budget and looking at the rate ordinance, which will need to be either continued for a year under the current terms or increased. And we'll be looking at the math and the choices and helping you make that decision beginning on May 19th and then continuing at least on June 2nd and likely on June 16th as well. So tonight, in preparation for that, we thought it'd be important as an informational item. This one doesn't require you to make a decision, but as background to those discussions, seeing where we stand with a variety of different capital projects within the utilities fund, some still in planning stages, getting ready to be constructed, some actually, further along than that, and others as ideas of things that'll probably be proposed in the actual capital program within the utilities fund budget for next year. So this is just meant to be that sort of broad perspective update of where we stand on the capital side before we dive into operating next 2 weeks from tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to kick it off, and then Dan's also going to jump in here with some of these projects. Again, as Peter just explained, this is just to provide the board with kind of a summary. And if you have any questions, let us know, but of the capital plan. So the capital plan, we've talked enough about the Pleasant Valley Water Treatment Facility and the construction of the new pump station at Signal Hill. And the other thing the board has heard about, because you approved grants, is the Exit 1 Industrial Park utility upgrades there. So those are some of the bigger projects. Also, what's going on with the Vermont Agency of Transportation, the Hinsdale Bridge replacement, that includes water main work. So there's just a lot of projects going on here in the utilities. Again, some of these projects, as Peter stated, are ready to go. And if there is recovery fund money, we will seek that out for any of these projects because we're in a good place because they're ready to go. But these are projects that we're going to talk about as we get into the budget a little further. So again, the Pleasant Valley, I don't think I need to cover that anymore. I think we've been very thorough with that. The Pleasant Valley waste line, that's the one that's going to save us approximately $20,000 to $34,000 a year by the waste going to the wastewater treatment plant from the water treatment plant. And that project is estimated about $300,000, which is quite a bit less than what it would be on a contract. This is the one that Christy had talked about, the utilities division crew themselves installing the line. And there's 2 reasons we want to do that. One is to save money. The other is the sensitivity of putting this line in right next to our 2 water mains that feed the whole town. We want to make sure due caution's taken that, because if there's a problem, it could be catastrophic. With that, Dan, would you pick it up from there with Exit 1?
Yeah, the Exit 1 is the ongoing project with the US EDA grant. We're that's really carried over from last year. We're hoping that's going to go out to bid in June. There's funds in both the water and the sewer side of it to cover, and then there'll be a reimbursement for the grant of 50% of the funds. From there, the two big water main plants coincide with the V-Trans projects happening. The first one is the redesign of Putney Road. Green International is the consultant that is working with V-Trans on that, and they've identified numerous areas where the water and sewer mains need to be relocated in order for the project to happen. That responsibility falls back on us. Green International has done a lot of the work already, and currently we are talking to them. We'll probably come back to you with an engineering agreement to work with them to continue engineering our portion of that project. Same with the Hinsdale Bridge project. We've done a lot of the engineering with Dufresne on that. Same sort of thing. There's a bunch of, we've got to relocate our water main and some sewer main there that is our responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
That's Signal Hill we pretty much covered, Dan. So what about the wastewater treatment plant cover?
Yep, the cover at the wastewater treatment plant is part of the odor evaluation that was done a couple years ago. We just reviewed the 90% documents with the consultant on that, and we're hoping to put that one out to bid soon. Again, those funds were set aside for that project last year, and it just didn't happen. So we're hoping for that one soon. Sewer mains and interceptor tightening. That's really aimed at the interceptor from West Brattleboro that runs down the Whetstone. Every year we do evaluation of a certain amount of the manholes and make repairs as needed. Vehicles, we have a capital plan for the vehicles and a replacement plan. This year we actually are shuffling it around a little bit. We've identified loader and a truck that are in better shape than we expected. So we're going to try to push those out a couple years and replace a couple of the compact cars that the water and wastewater plant use. The water plant in particular, Pleasant Valley Road's taking its toll on the car. So we're looking at something that may handle it a little better, and we're looking at hybrid options for those. Water meters, that's another annual one. Every year we replace a certain amount of water meters just to keep the rotation so that we don't end up with a bunch of old meters that need to be replaced all at once. And the tank resurfacing at Pleasant Valley we talked about earlier. That was another one that was aimed at reducing the scope of the redesign and rebuild of the plant. So we're working to get some specs on that to get that out to bid as well.
And that aeration project, Dan, we're going to remove?
Right. As the design for the Pleasant Valley plant progressed, they realized that the aeration that they hoped to use to reduce the manganese wasn't going to be an effective method of treatment. So we're going to remove that from the plan.
And there you go. That's your quick summary. Not too painful. Moving right along.
Yeah, it's a lot going on in your department.
Thank you, Dan.
Now, Dan, that wasn't a backdoor criticism of the road condition when you mentioned that, because I know who you can talk to.
About a highway.
It's responsible for both, so.
Yeah.
Like a snake eating its own tail.
Just a fact of life, not a criticism.
Yeah.
Vermont truism. Well, I certainly appreciate the putting off of new vehicles when we have a vehicle that'll last another year or two.
Couple, hopefully.
And it would be nice to add, I think it's your department that has the electric vehicle that we have now, right?
We do.
People have been happy with that.
We have I don't think our engineer, I don't think he's used 5 gallons of gas. I mean, seriously, it runs on the electric the whole time. It's a hybrid, but
That
you know,
Josh?
Dan, it's minimal. He has the records. It's incredible. It's really incredible. So we're looking at, years ago, what we'd done is we'd taken pickup trucks and we bought Chevy Cobalts, which were, you know, did 32 miles per gallon or 40. And then we continued that theme with the existing cars. And now we're looking at taking another step and going to some hybrid or all electric. So just continue. It seems to make sense. These are the, you know, the wastewater treatment when they're out pumping, checking the pumping stations, or the water treatment when they're out getting water tests. These vehicles make a lot of sense. As Dan said, sometimes seasonally we get, you know, we can't really take them out during mud season and things of that nature. So, but we've been able to work around it and been successful, and it's saved a lot of money. So we support that program.
You have bicycles too, don't you, Steve?
We've tried the bicycles, and we haven't done the purchase yet, but we're close. We went to both of the cycle shops here in town, and they gave us a bike to try, which was fun for the employees at Public Works. You know, they're a little shy about getting on them at first, but they're quite a machine. It was after one did it, then they all had to take it for a ride. So we had it for about a week. And it was one of the cargo bikes. And so we feel that we can use that even if we have seasonal help painting hydrants, or, you know, we talked about water meters. So there's all kinds of use. We expect that we'll probably get like 2 of them.
Cool.
That's great. And I wanted to let everybody know, because we can see it if you're participating on the go-to meeting. You can see that Brandy says she's having a little trouble with her camera and computer.
But I'm still here. I'm here.
Just want to let people know, because if you're watching on YouTube or later, you can't see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So great. Well, that was a great summary. Does anybody else have anything? I don't see anybody chiming in who wants to say anything in the chat room. And we don't need a motion for this.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank
Brandy.
you all for the great
Thank
work.
you.
Thank you.
And Steve.
Thank you.
So, do we have any other business? I don't think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I will take a motion to adjourn. Should anybody
So
like
moved.
to? Brandy.
Do we have to adjourn as water and sewer commissioners before we adjourn as the select board?
I'll adjourn as water and sewer commissioners.
Yeah, let's
That's
adjourn.
not a bad idea. It's a technical detail, but it's not a bad idea, just to be purists.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'll
thank
make a
you.
motion to adjourn as water and sewer commissioners.
All those in favor of adjourning as water and sewer commissioners?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. And that leaves another motion for someone else to make.
Now the one big one.
I double adjourn. I see your adjourn and I raise you.
John's not gonna like that.
Nice.
Jan won't like that. Liz has made a motion to adjourn the meeting of April 5th, 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry,
Thanks,
guys,
all.
but I can still see you.
Good night, everybody.
Good
Night.
night.
Stay well.
All right. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. And we have the minutes of April 22nd. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of April 22nd.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Then we have review and approve bills for payment. And warrants 23 and 23P. And before we do that, we had a request for us to consider town employees, if because of the virus, they're not able to work their full week, would we consider paying them the balance so they get a full week's pay?
Well, would you like a motion?
I'm wondering.
So that we can discuss it? Oh, Zeke froze up.
He froze again.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There you go. You're there.
All right. So I'm not sure where I got frozen, but so there was a request that because of the virus, some employees are just having to work shorter work weeks. Would we go ahead and pay them for the full work week?
Would you like a motion so that we can discuss it?
Sure. Yeah.
I'd like to move that even if town employees cannot work their full hours because of COVID-19, that for the period through this fiscal year, June 30th, we agree to give them their full week's salaries or pay.
Okay. Have a second?
I guess not. So is there another motion that we'd like? Terry, do you have something else in mind?
I would change that from the rest of the fiscal year to go just for this month of May. So that way, as things are changing on the day on this stuff, as to what's being allowed and what's not being allowed and what's going to be open, should we just try it for this month of May until we can see where this is going forward?
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah. So why don't you make a motion, Terry?
I'll make a motion that we, for the month of May, we will pay the town employees, officials, their full salary, and then take it up at a later meeting as to what we do past that.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, I was just wondering if there is under the pandemic assistance programs, is there a mechanism that would address this issue when town employees have to miss hours? Is there anything at the state level, for example, that you're aware of? No.
I'm not. I have to do some research, I guess.
David, do you mean protocols or do you mean financial support?
I mean financial support. I mean, there's like some variation of unemployment. I mean, I'm not sure what the extent of the reduced hours are, but when I guess we don't pay unemployment insurance, right?
Yeah,
we do. Yeah. So.
But they're just working less hours. So is what you're asking that if they work less hours and we pay them for just the hours they work, there would be compensation from the state for the extra hours that they weren't able to work because of COVID-19?
Yeah, that's my question. I mean, that's just I'm wondering about that.
Well, I think that the scale is an important question. So, when you talked to Charlotte about it, was there a sense of, are we talking, 5 hours or are we talking 15 hours?
Yeah, My sense was it's closer to that 5.
Oh, okay, so it's a small reduction.
The payroll warrants that we're gonna look at, the payroll warrants that we're gonna look at, the entire road crew had their full 40 hours. So are we just talking the office staff? And is it because they're working from home? So obviously they're going to be more efficient at home because they're not being interrupted with phone calls and visitors and, you know, people coming into what would be normally be the office. So we're not talking a lot of hours because I don't see where the road crew is being affected by that.
Right. The road crew hasn't been affected.
Right.
I think Lee was concerned, okay, if he, for some reason, they get 3 days of rain and he's not able to maintain the social distance or something, and he sent them home early just for their safeties, would that apply? And I would think it would, but they haven't had a problem yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd have to furlough the employees in order for them to get any type of benefit.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Yep.
But I do agree with Maria. I think what's going on is they're not in the office, so there's not somebody coming in asking them questions. They're not taking 3 phone calls and bang, wow, you can sit down on a computer and get it all done, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of chatting that happens in the town office that's important. I'm not saying that's not important. It is important, but it's not happening right now, you know.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So motion has been made. Are you ready to vote?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Then we'll move on to warrants 23 and the payroll 23P.
I'll make a motion to approve bill for payments warrants 23 and 23P.
Second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Warrant 23 is for a total of $9,698.75, and most of that going to Highway Department for supplies and repairs, our Rescue Inc. monthly payment, and payroll transfers. So, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. We don't have any visitors or public comments. Maybe under the road foreman's report, we did get an email. And who'd like to bring that up? Terry, you spoke with Lee.
Right. I spoke with Lee earlier today. We got an email from concerned residents regarding Lee's work that he'd done on North Hollow Road, putting underlayment or under road drainage in, and it affected I believe this salamander area that was growing salamanders or whatever. So it's what he did actually worked, so it drained the water off, and so the question is, you know, they were upset because of what happened. Lee is very sorry that he did the work on the road when he did. He didn't even think that there was any issue because the water was in the road. It's swampy up there, and he's very apologetic. He had worked on North Hollow Road, working on that same type of drainage on a lower portion. So he was just trying to clear up. That is a class 3 road, so we do get state aid for it, so he has to do maintenance on it. But he wishes now he should have probably just waited a few more weeks and done it.
So I think that we want to respond to the person who wrote the letter, and we also would probably do well to bring the Conservation Commission into the dialogue so that in the future, we can all be abreast of this kind of situation so that it's less likely to happen again.
Mhm. Yep, I agree. I'd be happy to coordinate that effort, actually,
Okay.
if you want somebody to.
That would be great. I mean, I would support that.
Sure.
You mean coordinate with the Conservation Commission?
Yeah, talk with the conservation minute, and with Lee, and then have a full response. And I would even go and talk with Claudia. I mean, I would call
Okay.
Claudia if that's what the board wants.
Everyone okay with that?
Sure. Yeah, and David, if you need more information or repeated information from Terry, don't hesitate to ask her for, more information relative
Yeah,
to
I
Lee.
will.
And
Absolutely.
I would say this, if even if you can't give Claudia a full response, in the next 24 hours, at least respond in some way to say that we brought it up at this meeting, and
we're looking into it further. We're further looking into it, and we'll get back.
We'll respond in more detail.
Yeah.
Right, and she also did mention that the brush cutting on the side, that was done last fall too. And again, I know it was with, I can't remember, Maria could tell me what type of mower they use, and it makes a rough cut instead of like a little flail mower. Go ahead,
It's
Maria.
a flail mower, yeah.
It's a flail mower,
Yeah,
okay.
but it's actually it's a head that's on the boom of an excavator.
Okay, there we go. Well, that was done last fall. She's got a better take on that. That was done last fall, and that's for the same reason, for the maintenance, because it is a class 3. I mean, down the line, if somebody like Lee said, we could get around a table sometime, and it something to talk about is, do we want it still a class 3? Or would we want it a trail? But that's for another time, and when we can get around a real table and have a good discussion with Lee,
right.
if we chose to.
Yeah.
We chose to.
I think that involves a public hearing also, I think.
Exactly, yeah. So, I
Change
mean,
the road class, yeah.
but it is a class 3, even though it's a pent road, so we are getting money for it. So it's not like you can just leave it.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, so David's going to look and take care of that. Get
Right.
that
And the other thing on if the road foreman's, besides, we know he was on North Hollow this week, but they have been installing some culverts. He's working with Sandwood Putney, and he's just finishing up or any kind of grading that needs to be in patches is what Lee's and the boys have been working at. And they all took the tests. The boys, I don't know if you've got the email that all the highway crew took that little VOSHA test too. So they were doing that.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Great. Okay. Under correspondence for information, is there anything you'd like to discuss there?
The Mike Maricki on that provisions for the property tax, that S344 has passed the House and the Senate, and it is on the governor's desk. So we're waiting to see if he signs it. And I'm not sure if anybody really, if you guys read what 344 is. S344. That would allow us as a municipality, as the board, to alleviate or change the date of when taxes are due, for 1. 2, it would allow us up till January 1st to waive the penalties and all that with taxes. And the third one would allow us to go back through the municipal budget and to reduce it, okay, without a special town meeting. So that's coming up. So when I am assuming at some point here soon, we'll either know if the governor's going to sign it or not sign it. But then it would throw it in our ballpark if it did get signed.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Let's see. Under new business, you ready for that? We have a request from the listers for an extension for filing the grand list. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve and sign the lister request for the extension to filing the grand list.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
From what I've talked to Gene, they're moving quite ahead with this. This would just give them a buffer, but you know, it's going to be close to when it's actually supposed to be due anyway. But it just to make sure she would feel better to have this week or two in her, you know. So it's not like it's going to be pushed way off. I think we have to April 15th, but they want to get this done so we can be right on target with everything.
Yeah, June 15th, I think.
No, I think is it August 15th? I've got too many dates in my head.
Right. Yeah, but it's not April. Okay.
No.
Okay. Any other discussion? I think we've had extensions in the past.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Ready to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Great. Let's see. Do you want to let Jean know that, Terry?
Yes, I will, and I've got to sign, and I'll scan it in and send it out tomorrow.
Great, good. Okay, we have the VOSHA training on our agenda.
Yep, that was the mandatory training that needed to take place, and it had to be done by Monday, by the governor's order from a week ago Friday. And all the highway crews done it. All the listers have done it. All the town office personnel has done it. And I believe Geraldine, did you do it?
I did it. Yep. I didn't. Yep. I sent my certificate actually to my HR person at my office, but I could send it also to the town office if that's important.
Yeah, we're putting it all in the file. So that means all the select board's done it.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's all been completed.
Great, good. Okay. Any other business?
Well, a little bit of unfinished business. So Zeke, you were gonna talk to somebody about.
Yes. And I'm going back and forth with the telephone calls.
Okay.
So that's a work in progress.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys all, that all just cut out. What were we discussing? I didn't hear any of it.
Oh, okay. We were discussing, I was going to get in touch with a candidate I thought would be a good animal control officer.
Okay, all right.
Process, yeah. Okay.
And while we're bringing that up, we should, it's on the town website for all the positions we need. Yeah. So if anybody's interested in animal, well, I don't know if you've got somebody for animal control, but health officer, I mean, the list is all there. So, you know.
Planning Commission, DRB. Yeah. Okay. So, any other unfinished business? Or maybe I'm frozen out again?
No, you're fine.
No, you're good.
Oh, I wasn't expecting a response.
Yeah. There's a little bit of lag time.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't know on your computer, but does yours go yellow around the box when you start talking?
Yes.
So you tend to hesitate when somebody's kind of got a little yellow going.
Oh.
So it's like,
yeah.
Right. Okay. I guess that's about it, unless anyone has anything else.
Nope.
No, that's it. for me.
Okay. Oh, actually, before I forget it, there was another email that came through at 4 o'clock that Lori wrote and I'll just follow up with that with the sheriff's department, just so let you know.
That's the on Chamberlain's property.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just make a quick call so we can take care of that.
Great. Good.
Okay.
Okay. Well, anyone want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. All right.
There goes that yellow box again, Maria.
Right. Yeah.
Who
seconded
safe, everyone.
Well, thanks very much.
I'll second it. Geraldine seconds it.
Okay.
Good.
Oh.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Geraldine, for hosting us again.
Yeah, well, it's really good to see everybody and at least hear Maria. So yeah, awesome. Great. Thank you.
Calls to order at 6:03. Wendy, I can see you. Can you hear me okay? Oh, we're ready to go. Okay, great. Couple of things as we start the meeting. We're going to once again move the clerk's report and the warrants toward the end of the meeting. So, and we'll do that as a joint motion and a consent agenda. And so we won't be doing that right away. The first thing we'll do is start with a discussion of the 8 characteristics of school boards. So I'm going to share my screen, and you will see, and I'm not sure, I won't be able to see your hands if they're raised, so you may have to unmute yourself and just speak if you have something you want to say during this process. We'll talk about it toward the end, but I'm just going to run through these 8 characteristics and then have a look at the first one. So I'm going to share my screen, which takes a second. And now you should all see 8 characteristics of an effective school board. And I'm going to go to the last one because it sort of gets to what we're doing right now. And that is that effective school boards take part in team development and training, sometimes with their superintendents, to build shared knowledge, values, and commitments for their improvement efforts. And that's what we're doing right now. That's what we started last week with looking at the statute around the powers of school boards, and that's what we're doing right now for the next several minutes. So I just want to point out some things with each of these. I'm not going to read them to you because you're all perfectly capable of doing that. But the first one is to establish clear goals, and I think that's particularly meaningful right now because we're in a new reality, and we're probably going to have to consider some new policies and some new goals and really clarify our vision for what we want the schools to be doing over the next period of time, over this new reality. We're not going to go back to the way things were, so we really have to define as clearly as we can what goals we want to have. The second is effective school boards have strong shared beliefs and values about what is possible for students and their ability to learn. And this is something, again, that we all share. We all believe that students have the ability to learn and to learn at a high level, and we can teach them at a high level. The third one is about accountability, and it primarily means that we need to have good information on student achievement. We need to be really clear about what information we want to have and be clear about how it relates to our goals. The fourth one talks about a strong communication structure, which I think we're in the process of building, especially with the leadership councils. The fifth one is the importance of monitoring and using information. They talk about data here, but we need to expand that significantly because there's a lot more to information than just data and numbers, and certainly that's true in the school systems. The sixth one is, it talks about resources, aligning, and also important is sustaining resources. The seventh one is about collaboration and trust. This is something that we have to build. It doesn't just happen, it's intentional, and we have to build that. We're in pretty good shape historically in this situation, but it's an up and down process, and it ebbs and flows, and we need to be really attentive to that. Then the last one, again, is building shared knowledge. So I'm going to stop sharing now and have a look and see who else is here and admit them. And then share again another document that has to do primarily with the first, well, no, I guess I'm not. So any thoughts or questions that anyone has about the 8 characteristics of school boards? This is based on research that the National School Board Association developed with the Center for Public Education, and it's reflected in the Vermont School Board Association and associations across the state. So I'm going to admit one more member here. Any questions or any comments on that? Okay. I don't see any little blue hands, so we will move to administrative report. Lyle presented us with a long very comprehensive report, which I hope you're not going to go over the whole thing, but there are some highlights that I don't know, and I can show that the graph or any other parts of it if you want to have things up on the screen, Lyle. Okay. Or you can probably do it yourself as well.
Yep, sure. So because it is long, again, I did try to get it to you ahead of time so you can spend some time looking at it. There are a couple of different specifics that you had asked for, so I want to make sure that we have some time to report out on that. You can read the section about food distribution. I do want to make sure everyone knows about Diversity Month activities. Instead of just last Friday, which would have been Diversity Day, we're spreading things out throughout the month. Actually, Ann Beekman is the board rep, I believe, on that committee, so she may be able to add something to that. There is the data collected. This data is could change daily, depends, you know, teachers, principals, counselors work all the time to try to make contact with families that they have had a hard time making contact with. Case managers reaching out to students on IEPs just to make sure that we are doing whatever we possibly can. I've put in there a flow chart of what happens, and it's some variation for every single school of what happens if we are not able to get in touch with a family, or if we're feeling like there's some sort of concern, and narrowing it to, is it a medical concern? Is it a behavioral concern, academic, other? And then each school has identified who gets in touch with the family and some of the types of issues that families might be dealing with. And of course, at this point, we have narrowed it down so that it's very few families that we've had no contact with at all. And in the notes, I put some of the different ways that we are making contact with families. It could be text, email, phone calls, check-ins with the behavior people, homework club staffed by paras so that families could join if there's any kind of issue with academics, student teacher conferences, home visits. We've had a few home visits by the nurse, by teachers, by the behavior interventionists. We've done things like adjust the times. When you have a family that has multiple children in the family, they can't necessarily all be online at the same time, or they are using one computer. So adjusting the times of different times when people are able to check in. And then if we don't hear from a family, then we have set up systems at each school for well child checks. And that's all laid out in the notes as well, so you can read that. I would like Deb Cardane, I think Deb's here. We have some amazingly touching success stories, so I wondered if Deb could just take a minute and talk a little bit about some of the success stories we've had with families that have been hard to reach.
Sure, I'd be happy to. We reached out to teachers and just asked them, because we really felt like, you know, it's their stories that are really going to give a good portrait of what this kind of work looks like. So I'm going to share some of their responses, and this is really a description of their extreme perseverance and teamwork. So a couple themes. So teachers are really working hard to develop project-based units of studies to increase engagement. So I'll read their direct words. First teacher, we've been working to get kids engaging without so much time on screens. For example, we've been teaching about volume. Kids had a project last week to make a robot out of recycled materials, find the total volume, and bring their robot to class meeting on Friday. Still doing the math, but in off-screen ways. Another teacher wrote recently, we've been sending students letters and fun activities through the mail. My students love the post office so much. Now they've been writing back to us and sending us lots of letters and fun things, just like we did at school. Another teacher, over the past 2 weeks, my students have been doing in-depth studies of vernal pools. I've seen a significant increase in participation and parent involvement. Students are far more engaged in the work, and families including those who have been historically less connected to school, have shared they feel empowered to have clear avenue to be supportive of their child's learning. Teachers are also finding ways to overcome families' discomfort with the internet. This teacher wrote, I have one parent who hates technology, has no email, and has health issues. She does love the phone, so we call and chat. In order to access the internet, we talk through it on the phone and get it working and move on. She calls me the next day for a refresher and moves on. It's always a great feeling when we get things working for her and for him. Teachers are providing one-on-one attention to guide students. this is another teacher, I just had a solid breakthrough with a student this morning. She's the only kid in my class who isn't submitting many assignments. Today we met one-on-one and I walked her through every single assignment one at a time, talking through every detail until she was able to do it independently. She was so relieved. Teachers are working to support families in establishing an internet connection. I had a family who did not have internet service. We've worked together to get Comcast out. They had to dig and lay the lines, a big process. Then they were having troubles getting my emails with daily videos, so we discovered they could get them on the Remind app. Then they were having trouble with Zoom. We could see each other, but their audio didn't work, so we Zoomed and spoke on the phone. We had to do it outside until their internet was set up. These parents have persevered through so many difficulties and are really working to make it work for their son. Teachers are also collaborating in teams and persisting in problem solving with students and families. We tried a variety of reach out methods, text, phone calls, emails to a family as well as the student. After 14 plus attempts, the student and parent responded agreeing to join a lesson. This process took many weeks and many invitations. The student is now attending most of the time. We continue to reach out in a variety of ways prior to each session to ensure he's always able to access his daily meetings. We feel so fortunate to finally have been able to connect with the student and family and look forward to our sessions each day. It's been worth every call and every email to text to see his face and work with him each day. So teachers are working hard and families are working hard, and it's a very solid team effort that's going on.
And I had asked Deb to do that to preserve the anonymity of families rather than individual principals to report out to you, because that sometimes makes it so that it's easy to tell who we're talking about. Another specific that you had asked about was connectivity, and Paul has been overseeing the project of that. So I'll ask Paul to report out on how we're doing with getting families connected.
Sure, we've been collating data from most part from the counselors. Greg Stoller has been organizing that group and gathering that information. I've sort of pulled it together. He's given me most of the information. I did a few tweaks on the spreadsheet. It looks to me as if, and this number changes on a regular basis, approximately 50 families and about, 55 families, about 70 students overall who are experiencing weak internet or no internet. And I've sort of done some mapping analysis. I don't have the technology chops to overlay all the maps, but there are a few enough data points that I can look at addresses and broadband maps and Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspot maps and cable maps and try and get a sense of what are the possible solutions for families. And a piece that's come up recently is we've determined a way, sort of in doing the map analysis, it struck me that there were some complexes, Westgate, Ledgewood, Mountain Home, that are have a number of our students, and in some cases, students that have weak or no internet. And those are also places that have Wi-Fi hotspots. And we now just recently have determined that there is a way to get those families those connections. So it feels like we'll be able to knock down that number. I'm reasonably confident we can knock down that number, but it's a fairly recent development. On the other end of the spectrum, there are, in doing the map analysis, there are families that, typical of Vermont, don't have cable, don't necessarily have cell service, don't necessarily have, I mean, DSL or satellite maybe are the only solutions there. Those are the toughest nuts to crack, and those will unfortunately likely be the last ones we can get on board. And it may require some other solution, like a mobile hotspot or something like that, where there's a designated time. But there are lower hanging fruit that we can certainly, that we're working on now. It's now a process of getting back to the counselors with these new options and making sure those are available to families. Those numbers do not include the families that have indicated they do not wish to have internet access, and there are some, and other arrangements are being made for them.
Paul, can you, I've heard that comment about people that don't want internet access, and without a number attached to that, that could be 20%, it could be, well, in Putney, Herb actually sent a number, which is 3 people, which I think is around 2%. I think it's important to know that number rather than think that that's really a big part of the problem. And the reason I say that is I've been watching a lot of the committee meetings in the legislature this week, trying to keep track of what's happening as far as the unapproved budgets. And in the Senate Health Committee and in the Senate Finance Committee, there are questions about the areas, where the physical areas are, where services are not adequate. And by adequate, the Finance Committee set a standard of 100, a synchronous 100 up, 100 down. Yeah, that's the goal. And there's now an emergency broadband plan to use some of the federal money to make that a reality and to get it to everybody that doesn't have better than 25/3 service. And the education secretary was asked for the numbers of students and the physical areas so that they could use that information in preparing that plan. And he didn't have it. And apparently he's asked for some information about that, but not the data. So if you could put those numbers together and send them to me, I would be happy to send them up.
Sure, a couple of comments. The data that I have seen, I would say on the order of 10 or fewer families throughout the district are saying, no, I don't want internet at all.
So throughout
throughout
the 2,000 or the almost 2,000 student district.
Yes, 2,400. Yeah, 2,400 students total. Yep. And the other thing I can say is I can show whoever on the map those areas where there is least service. It's the north end of Putney, it's up the West River Valley, and it's out the west part of Guilford.
Sure, great. I saw Emily Kornheiser had her blue hand up. Did you want to? I don't see it now. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what your protocol is under normal circumstances, and I know it even less in Zoom circumstances. So I'm sorry if it's inappropriate to jump in. I just wanted to say that Rep. Sibilia is collecting that data on behalf of the House Technology Committee. If you want to make sure she gets that, Paul.
I will. Yep. Yeah, I didn't know that. I just knew that the agency didn't have it. Thank you. So
another thing. Thanks, Paul. Another point you had asked about were what reentry might look like. It does not make sense for me to put in place plans and then dump it in Andy's lap. So Andy Skarzinski is going to be overseeing that whole process. Andy, I don't know if there's something you want to say regarding that.
I'll be reaching out to the school principals to start, as soon as we start receiving more guidance about what that looks like. I think that we're waiting to hear what the parameters of what the reentry needs to look like. We're looking at, all variables, and taking all those items into consideration with what plans will have to be. It's going to require a lot of flexibility upon other people, and I think we know at this point that there are more questions than we have answers. And so I think it's a piece to be continued, and principals will be receiving phone calls and emails from me shortly to set up times to start gauging a sense of what we're considering and what we'd like to do.
Andy, could you say a little bit about where those parameters are being developed? Who's doing, or who's sort of establishing them?
Well, I think to me, we're going to take the guidance from the AOE and from the DPH to say what needs to be taken into consideration. There's so many different aspects and elements of this, and we had conversation with the secondary school leaders earlier this week they brought up concerns that we hadn't really even thought about staging areas and the health offices, for instances, or what happens when we have, what's the requirement around face masks and those pieces. So I think we're still looking for more guidance on that, and we'll keep an eye on what's coming out from the AOE and the DPH before we would establish those items.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Lyle, before we go on, I just want to see if there are any questions in regard to what Andy said, or Paul, or what you said earlier. Or comments, don't have to be questions. Oh, okay, thank you. Go ahead, Lyle.
And I think the last thing you specifically asked for are what we're considering, knowing that in the fall, things probably will not be school as we have always known it in the past. So right now we're looking at what online tools are working best for our needs, how we're offering enrichment and extra support, how we're providing for mental health needs, how we're integrating more outside experiences with the regular classroom expectations, and really what professional development teachers will need if distance learning becomes more of the norm than not. So right now, those are sort of top of our list, but every time we meet, we are really looking at, okay, is this working? If not, what is it that we need to do to ensure that we help mitigate any of the issues that we're having? We know, for instance, Deb just talked a little bit about the vernal pools and getting kids outside. As the weather starts to get nice, we're going to need to put more and more of that into place. Guilford has a long tradition of place-based learning. I know they're doing some work right now, so being able to share what's working around that and put more of that into place in the coming weeks for us, and then as we enter again next year. I think that's it.
Great. Do you want to do the hirings and
Sure,
retirements?
we can
at this
do that.
point? Great. Great.
We have had one resignation, Kate Billings, the music teacher. I put art, but it's music teacher at Oak Grove. She's moving out of the area. So that's our only resignation. And Oak Grove and Dummerston worked together to hire an art teacher that they will be sharing. Alexandra McBride. Dummerston has a new pre-K teacher, Molly Oglesby. Academy had a request to move an academic support teacher from a classroom to an academic support position. That's Tess Peterson. And Guilford also has an internal position transfer from 4-5 to 5-6 in 6th grade homeroom, and that's Amy Skolnick.
And we don't need them to take any action on those, I don't think.
I don't know, unless you want to accept them as a.
Well, I have Emily Murphy-Core has a question first, so let's see what that is.
My question was actually not on the resignations or the transfers, but it was on your comment on Guilford has put in place some place-based education and perhaps potential expansions or just considering that as an option for the fall. So I guess I wanted to just know, what do you mean by place-based education?
Sure, I'll ask John if he wants to talk about that a little bit. They've been working on that for years. So.
Youngest grades, we've started a project around beaver habitat. And so creating, using Google Earth to create maps, to send out information to parents and to suggest activities, spots to go in town, to note where there is known beaver habitat, guidelines around when you're viewing wildlife, and ways to report back what you've discovered. And so we're using that as a way of a collaborative crowdsourcing technique to create a map of where there are beaver in the town and what we find out in terms of wildlife behavior and activity.
Thank you, John. Hey, could I have a motion to accept with regret the resignation of Kate Billings, the Oak Grove music teacher? You'll have to unmute to move it.
So moved. Emily?
Thank you, Emily. Can I have a second, please?
Anne?
Thank you, Anne. It's been moved and seconded to accept with regret Kate Billings' resignation. All in favor, please unmute yourselves and say aye.
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 And I'll be happy to have suggestions about how to do that more effectively. Thank you. And now a motion to approve the hiring of Molly Oglesby, Alexandra McBride, Tess Peterson, and internal position transfer of Amy Skolnick. Is that the?
So moved.
Thank you, Liz. Second, please.
Second, Emily?
Thank you, Emily. Moved and seconded to accept the new hires as presented. All those in favor, please again unmute and say aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? I forgot to ask about that. Great. Then the motion is passed. Thank you. So, Lyle, I believe that's it. Okay. Next is the financial stability, an update, and maybe a conversation about the funds that we know are available to schools and others might be coming, and anything else around finances that we want to talk about. Frank, do you have a report for us?
Sure, I can give you an update on, there was a presentation by Secretary French, Mark Perrault from the Joint Fiscal Office, and Ryan McLaren on Wednesday. This was a Zoom conference coordinated by the Vermont Superintendents Association. David, I don't know, did you have a chance to join that?
I did, yes.
Okay, so I thought I would do just a kind of a quick overview of that. I think that's our most recent update. Is that going to be workable?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be relatively brief on that, but happy to try to answer any questions. So there was about they said 250 folks that signed up for this briefing from Peter Welch's office. That's Ryan McLaren presented, and then Mark Perrault from Joint Fiscal Office, along with, as he said, the Agency of Ed Secretary Dan French, basically giving us an overview of the progress on the CARES Act, maybe getting right to the point that you're raising, David, in terms of availability of funds and when are they going to, allow us to start utilizing those. Dan French indicated that they're working on that guidance this week and should be coming. But at this point, the good news is that the state application for approximately $30 million for Vermont Public Ed has been approved, but they don't have a timeline. So that's a very important piece. Obviously, Dan French indicated he wasn't sure if this funding was going to be available for this fiscal year or next, but on the on the positive side, it's definitely coming our way, and it's a matter of getting it into the systems that allow schools to apply for them, and then be accountable for the criteria. Speaking of the criteria, I don't think that we saw specifics in the briefing, but I did go to the CARES Act law. If any of you wanted to go to the Congress site and refer to the CARES Act, there in a very kind of a quick summary of the types of spending that we are expecting to be authorized. I'll just give you, there's 12 criteria listed in the law. I'll give you a couple of highlights. Specifically, this money is for the coordination preparedness of response efforts
for the educational institutions, so that, very broad